In the gloomy night, a ruined corner of the city lay silent, hiding a narrow alley. Dry rustling echoed through the still air. A burly man dragged a deformed corpse, speaking with Li Kuei, the one-eyed captain, about burning 7 grotesque creatures. Flames rose high, reflecting his regretful face as he recalled they were once human. 2 others sneered, seeing the mutants as unworthy of being called human. A truck parked nearby, its cargo holding cold iron cages. Inside, 4 captive girls trembled in fear as the men ogled them like trophies. Li Kuei ordered retreat. The group boarded the truck as crimson rain poured down. The blood rain shrouded the dark night, marking the start of the 1034 catastrophe. Disasters and oil leaks warped the world. The red rain mutated humans, leaving few awakened with supernatural powers. These awakened rose and built 7 refuge cities called sanctuaries. The rest of the world was abandoned, turning into a hell known as the Wasted Land. Li Kuei's truck sped through ruins filled with mutant corpses. They met Yeho's squad, who had just slain several other predators. Li Kuei noted that 4 mutant groups appeared in 2 hours, yet the leader was still missing. A soldier complained about hunting weak monsters for little gain. Another cursed their miserable fate. Li Kuei sternly ordered silence, to wait for the boss and stay alert. His gaze stopped on the cage where one exhausted, soulless girl remained. The men mocked that powerless women were useless and weak. Yeho licked his lips at the hostage, frustrated that the boss forbade touching her. A cold drop fell on his hand. He looked up in utter fear. Above, a giant beast with jagged teeth and a long tongue gaped wide. The team panicked completely. They fled while firing their powers in return. A level 4 beast, intelligent and regenerative, with a multiformed body. Overwhelmed, they struggled. Yeho suddenly raised an ice wall, blocking allies to escape alone. He locked the warehouse, laughing arrogantly, claiming he'd fetch the boss. Trusting his team could hold out, he walked deeper into darkness. But inside, demonic laughter rose as a hideous, bleeding-eyed monster appeared. He turned to flee, but was surrounded by glowing-eyed creatures. The monsters rejoiced at finally catching live prey again. They tore Yeho apart, his blood seeping into the ground, merging into a giant beast that devoured his fear and guilt. Then a red light, and the chant, "Truth Tongue Release," shattered all illusions, and Yeho awoke trembling in the peaceful dark. A man in black approached coldly, asking how he felt watching his comrades die one by one. Yeho screamed madly, vowing to die rather than reveal the master's secret. The young man spoke coldly, his eyes sharp as blades, declaring he'd find the clues himself. A gleaming silver dagger appeared in his hand. He walked slowly toward the trembling prey. The icy blade pressed against Yehu's forehead. The golden lens over his right eye flared violently. Light gathered and streamed into the dagger. Yehu's throat-tearing scream filled the air. The unbearable pain made him writhe and beg for mercy. But there was no escape left. A thin strand of light crawled from his forehead, carrying stolen memories. From that data, the man found the location of the crude oil base in Country Lu. He smirked coldly. Murmuring how nostalgic, he turned away, leaving burnt corpses and dusk shadowing the ruined complex. In a shattered apartment, old music played softly from a gramophone. The man in black raised a hammer and slammed it down, blood splattering. A few drops of red liquid dripped into a porcelain bowl. He started a drill, its bit spinning in the thick mixture. While working, he muttered his name, Li Yu Xuan. He chuckled. Patience makes the dish perfect. He poured the meat-filled mixture onto a steaming plate. It was served with soft-boiled eggs and greens. It turned out he was just cooking dinner. Even so, the scene looked like a gruesome murder. Chewing, he thought about putting the leftover tomato sauce into the fridge. His gaze froze on a photo lying on the table. It showed a man and woman with children, captioned, "Souvenir Photo Tian Shen Orphanage, 1932. Memories surged back. A blood-soaked room, dead children, and one survivor in a crimson shirt. Then a group of people entered the scene. The leader in a white coat and glasses patted the child's head, smiling and praising his extraordinary potential. The child hugged a blood-stained bear, smiling blankly and asking, "Will you take me with you?" The man smiled and said, "Of course," but took him into a laboratory hell of needles, shocks, and chains. The present man's mind flashed with unbearable agony. An English tune echoed, the boy right eye glowing gold. Clutching his bear, watched the lab burn. He, Li Yu-xuan, was the man in black now. In a burst of fury, Li Yu-xuan flung his plate, scattering food everywhere. His eyes locked onto the wall before him. It was plastered with photos, documents, and old news clippings. At the center was a photo of a suited man with a tie. Yu-xuan smiled coldly, whispering, "To meet again, dear director." In Jianjiangti City, the bustling metropolis run by the glorious Federation, life thrived as usual. Citizens hurried through the busy streets. A twin-braided girl ran up, handing a rice ball to a bespectacled young man with a grateful thank you. She was thankful he had sent medicine to heal her mother's infection last week. The white-clad young man with a cloth bag gently patted the girl's head, urging her to keep the food, but little Xiao Yuan insisted on giving it, promising to repay him someday. He smiled, accepted it, and ate happily under her joyful gaze. Clear laughter echoed through the street. They waved goodbye and went their separate ways. That young man was Li Yu-xuan, now living under a new identity, Gi Jia. On a nearby rooftop, a watcher reported through radio to swap the tale. From a small alley, a man in a cap slipped into the crowd, following Yu-xuan to the bus stop. He boarded the bus after his target, but was shocked to find the man he tailed had vanished. Panicking, he radioed in, trembling, asking for the lost direction. The voice on the other end coldly ordered withdrawal, ending the mission. In the cities, Hart stood the colossal Ability Management Center of the Sheng Tanbao Alliance, storing records of mutants from 6 major cities. The scanner beeped softly as the ID card verified. Yu-xuan approached the desk of a middle-aged woman, handing over a file from Zhang and politely greeting Sister Wen. She asked why he was late today. He softly replied he took the wrong bus, though he knew it was from shaking off pursuers. A short-haired girl nearby teased him, saying he only got errands like a part-timer. Sister Wen sighed, saying it's lucky he wasn't sent on field duty since 5 Awakened reportedly died mysteriously near the gas plant. The girl worried it might be a high-level predator, while Sister Wen warned that as ordinary humans, they must stay alert or be first to die. The talk was cut short when a staffer rushed in, shouting, "Li Yu-xuan, the director needs you immediately." On command, Li Yu-xuan stood, greeted, and hurried to the office. The director warmly patted his shoulder on sight. He led Yu-xuan to the tea table, signaling him to greet the guest opposite. The sharply dressed young woman was Lu Jiao, a representative from Sheng Tanbao. She would be his direct superior, asking him to save her contact for coordination. Lu Jiao looked him over and half mocked, half praised, asking if he was the undefeated external agent. Before he could reply, she tossed a stack of photos on the table, coldly demanding an explanation. Yu-xuan remained calm, his expression unchanged. He picked up the photos, studying each detail closely. From the wound patterns, he concluded the victim died 3 days ago, beaten to exhaustion with a blunt object. His tone grew urgent, advising to check the victim's close contacts. He asserted it was a revenge-driven killing, requiring a full relationship trace. Lu Jiao replied coolly, the victim was Yehu, a smuggler of powers who had escaped many investigations. Such a cunning man wouldn't die under torture without a deep reason. Yu-xuan suddenly realized something. His hand clenched, eyes flashing with resolve, vowing to hunt the killer at all costs. Lu Jiao narrowed her eyes, doubting whether an archivist like him could handle that. Yu-xuan firmly replied that since joining the external division, life or death no longer mattered. Serving the alliance was his only pride. Lu Jiao coldly cut him off, saying he needn't worry, as the Special Investigation Unit would take the case. Before leaving, she glanced back with a faint smile, calling him interesting and promising to keep an eye on him. A coworker patted his shoulder admiringly, but Yu-xuan only met Lu Jiao's gaze with cold indifference. In Huahong City, the lively market buzzed with bargaining and trade. A man paused at a stall, glancing up at a passing train with suspicion. He asked the vendor why trains still ran at night, unafraid of mutant attacks. The seller laughed, saying it was the Black Rose, a luxury night tour train returning at 2 a.m., ticket price 20,000 crystal coins. The stranger was shocked by the amount, saying that could feed a family for half a year, while the vendor calmly pointed toward a tall building to explain further. The vendor said the train was guarded by 12 Level A awakened, so the fare was justified. Inside the carriage, the air was cold and empty. Li Yuxuan quietly pushed open the door, his reflection glinting on the steel wall. A female attendant rolled a service cart slowly through, preparing to serve guests. He spoke up, his voice echoing through the hollow space. She snapped around, face twisted grotesquely, screaming and lunging with claws. Yu Xuan struck coldly. With one move, he felled the attendant-turned monster. He stepped over the severed head, rolling across the train floor. With a wave, he opened a spatial gate. A bustling train car appeared, full of guests and elegant staff. It was the underground city BL Josie, a black market where anything could be bought. Passing through, he discreetly observed, most passengers hid their faces with mental powers, but he didn't bother concealing his. Yuxuan chose a quiet corner seat. A data board appeared before him. Each information search cost 200,000 crystal coins, a fee equal to a senior officer's yearly salary, making him frown. A server approached. Gently setting down the dish he ordered, Yuxuan looked at it, feeling uneasy. The meal was oddly presented, making him mutter in disgust. Scraping off the thick sauce, he saw faint words engraved below. The crude oil base of country Shi relocated to the shadowless cathedral city Dao S. Disturbance detected. His eyes darkened, a bitter smile flickering. How ironic indeed. The next day, at the shadowless cathedral in Daoesos, a solemn ceremony took place. The air was thick with incense and echoed with chants. Rows of black-robed clerics bowed silently, faces hidden. The officiant lifted his gaze, sweeping it over the candle-bearing nuns. Every chant and prayer rose, praising the Supreme Lord. Suddenly, blue light appeared, wrapping around the nuns and pulling them to the altar. The hooded figures chanted in unison, their voices echoing like a requiem, "Offer yourselves and be remembered forever." The nuns' eyes were empty, their smiles grotesque, still clutching lit candles. Dark whispers echoed endlessly in their minds. The ceremonial lake rose, swallowing the nuns whole. They sank quietly, the surface calm as if nothing happened. The blond priest intoned, "The saints have returned to the Lord, freed from pain." But then, faces of the girls appeared on the surrounding glass, eyes wide, mouths twisted in agony, from the virgins painting behind him. Hundreds of blue light strands spread, crawling into every pane eerily. The glowing threads wrapped the nuns' bodies, binding wrists, ankles, and heads, drawing streams of blood. The blood dripped down to the hooded crowd below. They raised bowls to catch every drop in fanatic devotion. The blond man screamed that their piety had moved God. "Drink, and we shall become his most loyal servants," he roared. Among them, a cloaked young man held a bowl of blood silently. A whisper told him his heart was darkened, but redemption remained. The voice softly prayed, "The merciful Lord still awaits you." Illusory angels glided near, caressing, urging him to drink and join them beyond pain. He bowed for a long moment, then raised his head, eyes icy, unmoved. He hurled the bowl to the floor, mocking, "A beautiful lie, but every dream must end." The bowl shattered, echoing. Blinding light burst from him, startling the believers. The blond man trembled, sensing an immense psychic force. He squinted and shouted, "You? You were supposed to be dead!" Light revealed Li Yuxuan's face. He removed his hood, his right eye glowing gold, smiling faintly. 16 years and you still remember me." The blonde laughed loudly, teeth flashing, eyes gleaming with twisted joy, saying the boy had left quite the impression. His tone dropped as he recalled the child with a knife amid flames, then roared for his followers to punish the heretic before him. The hooded crowd screamed and charged like beasts. But a cold voice cut through the chaos. "Truth tongue, activate!" A storm rose within the hall. Li Yuxuan raised his hand, unleashing a crimson energy blade that coiled around the charging zealots. Lifted into the air, they thrashed in despair. He smirked, mocking, "Your play was impressive, but it's time for the curtain to fall." The blond man sweated and furiously waved his hand, summoning azure beams that shot toward the bound zealots. The blue beams screamed like living things tearing through the air. They struck the hooded followers, making them shriek in agony and collapse in madness. Li Yuxuan sighed, reproaching the man for still treating others as tools after all this time. The blond man coldly replied that all past experiments and current people were mere waste. He declared Li Yuxuan his perfect creation, summoning a massive fused monster that made Yuxuan rush forward eagerly to fight. Yuxuan countered with crimson light, binding the monster as it screamed in despair. The blond man shouted in fury, ordering the kill. He declared that rebellious tools deserved death, commanding the monster to strike wildly, while Li Yuxuan dodged and drew his blade to retaliate. He flew around the gigantic creature. Relentlessly striking its weak points, he made it howl in torment. The blond man yelled that his struggle was futile. But Li Yuxuan coldly revealed his true target was the painting behind him. That painting emitted the energy controlling the monster. The blond man panicked, realizing disaster was imminent. A violent explosion shattered the painting in flames. A deep voice rose through the smoke, revealing the old master who had long been discovered. Li Yuxuan smirked, mocking him for still hiding as before. The old director, the head of the former experiments, appeared frail yet chilling. The blond man tried to defend him, but was coldly ignored. The giant demon puppet suddenly seized the blond man, then devoured him in an instant. The director sneered that only the weak scream. He turned his gaze to Li Yuxuan, preparing to face him. He challenged him to prove his progress after so many years. He commanded the puppet to attack, while Li Yuxuan's strike had no effect. Yuxuan grew suspicious that his psychic power seemed useless. The director laughed coldly, boasting that the demon puppet was designed to nullify his mental energy. Li Yuxuan laughed defiantly, golden light radiating from his hand. He charged the monster with unwavering resolve. The director unleashed a surge of blue energy. The energy storm swept toward him. Li Yuxuan instantly raised a golden barrier around himself. The two lights collided, exploding in a blinding flash. Blood trickled from his lips, organs aching, yet his gaze stayed firm. The director offered him mercy if he would submit again. Li Yuxuan sneered, mocking that the old man forgot the lesson of baiting prey. His words made the director whirl around in shock. His demon puppet was being pierced by thousands of golden rays, its body collapsing. The director realized in horror how careless he'd been. A thunderous explosion roared. Smoke blanketed the area. The monster turned to ash, and the director fell, spitting blood. Li Yuxuan stepped forward, his cold voice reminding the man of his pitiful state. The old man admitted his A-rank psychic strength, proudly calling it his own creation. That statement only fueled Li Yuxuan's deeper rage. He kicked hard, stomping on the old man to vent his pent-up rage. He screamed in hatred, blaming him for his parents' deaths as test subjects. The director trembled, revealing the organization only followed higher orders. His parents were killed for knowing a forbidden secret. Li Yuxuan furiously demanded the mastermind's name and the nature of the secret. The old man laughed maniacally, veins bulging on his face. He said to take that question to hell. A black-red magic array erupted, opening a gate to summon a demon bound by a life-death pact. From it, a monstrous beast slowly emerged. It had a pitch-black body, blood-red eyes, vast wings, and savage fangs. The old man ordered the demon to kill Li Yuxuan. But Yuxuan reacted swiftly, kicking the old man aside. The beast suddenly turned. It bit deep into the director's shoulder, making him scream in agony. Li Yuxuan spoke coldly, saying the man should feel his parents' suffering. The director panicked, unable to grasp why the demon betrayed him. In truth, from the start of their battle, Li Yuxuan had already used psychic control, weaving a fate trap for him. He stepped closer, declaring the man would die more gently if he spoke the truth. The director lay dying on the floor, trembling, then burst into mad laughter, swearing eternal loyalty and strangling himself with a strand of blue light. His head rolled off, blood spraying as Li Yuxuan froze and roared in fury. The array shifted form, radiating dark energy. Two dog-bodied, human-headed monsters appeared, carrying a horned she-demon holding his severed head, surrounded by a mountain of skulls. A voice echoed in his mind, leaving him stunned. Outside the cathedral, black smoke spread as the media crowded to report, while the investigation team entered in protective suits to study the supernatural event. In the shadowed space, Li Yuxuan faced two massive winged demons. Golden light flared from his hands. He constricted the creatures, making them shriek wildly. The horned she-demon atop the skull pile coldly told him to surrender, naming herself Cherx, the Hell Queen. She warned him not to overuse his penetration power or head collapse, and his mind sharpened in caution. His stamina waned, psychic energy nearly drained, prolonged combat meant defeat. A swarm of black-winged demons suddenly surged forth. Explosions thundered, filling the area with dust and smoke. His mocking voice rang out through the haze. When it cleared, the demon horde was bound in golden light, making Chair Shrai glare furiously. She screamed in rage, demanding how he dared harm her subordinates. Li Yuxuan smirked, saying he merely reversed her own psychic force. He mocked her, asking if her power was already spent. Cherxar howled in fury, enraged at being deceived by a human. She summoned wire spears, but Li Yuxuan made her demons turn on each other, throwing the field into chaos. A mysterious voice urged him to leave at once. He gave a brief reply and turned to flee. Cherxar struck instantly, a red beam from her hand piercing his back. A brilliant light exploded. A pillar of radiance pierced the cathedral roof as the panicked citizens screamed about the new predator. He collapses in a pool of blood, screaming in pain. Kexi smiles triumphantly, declaring she will take his body. Outside, screams ring out as the investigative team prepares to break the door. She threatens to hand him over if he doesn't submit, but Li Yuquan still resists. The main door is smashed open and the protection team rushes in. As the dust clears, monster corpses lie scattered. Someone exclaims these are not predatory creatures. They sweep the area while Li Yuquan slips into the shadows and escapes. Night falls over ESTP City in a dim, cold room. A man in a suit silently turns a glowing gem in his hand. Before him is a hooded figure. He orders Chiexi the exile killed, then lets his subordinates leave while a mysterious voice warns Li Yuquan of the coming consequences of his power. He drifts into sleep, utterly exhausted. But Chiexi quietly slips out of his body. She lifts his face, a wicked smile spreading. She whispers a curse to send him into eternal dream. Then the scene shifts to a black car gliding down the road. A bespectacled man drives and talks business. His wife sits in back with their child, reminding him to keep his promise at home. The man laughs, turns to apologize to his son Xiaoxuan, and promises to play wholeheartedly. The boy beams with joy, his eyes curved in happiness. The sky suddenly rustles oddly, making all three look up. They are horrified as flocks of black crows fill the sky. The mother anxiously calls it an ominous sign. The boy suddenly rushes to hug his mother. She panics and asks if he's all right. The mother urges her husband to drive into the hospital while the father checks the child. A truck plows into the family car, striking hard and flipping it in a catastrophic crash. Ambulance sirens scream immediately afterward, signaling an emergency. Rescuers open the car and find the two adults dead, only the child alive in the mother's arms. A rescuer carries the child screaming for his mother, a scene that shocks Li Yuquan like a memory replay. A warning voice urges him to wake, saying the hallucination can consume his consciousness. He realizes the three-person family memories are dissolving within the warped space. Images of himself being interrogated and turned into a paranormal scientist flash through his mind, then shatter. In the dream, Chen-Shi screams curses at humanity, wishing them dead so she can be freed from hatred. She plans to use his stupor to carry out a cruel act. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and manages to raise his hand to block her strike. Chen-Shi is stunned, unable to understand how someone who should be subdued can now counterattack. He coldly declares mind invasion is his specialty, shocking her as she discovers his true power. He smirks and says, if she gives him a beautiful dream, he'll return the favor with something else for her. Chen-Shi panics, begging for mercy with tears, fearing loss as she drops to a lower level. She pleads tremblingly, promising to obey if spared. He sees through her false pleas completely, leaving her flustered. He waves his hand, sending a sharp beam of light forward. The beam strikes her horn directly, severing it. Chen-Shi screams, cursing him for daring to do that. She lunges like lightning, the two locked in a deadly duel. He recalls the blue light threads the old dean once used to suppress power. Instantly, he summons similar threads and hurls them at Chiexi. The threads slash her limbs and body, causing bone-deep pain. She howls in agony, realizing the wounds make her writhe helplessly. Chen-Shi tells herself the Blood Fury's effect lasts only 5 minutes. Afterward, she'll collapse without a new contract host. Knowing she can't enslave him, she decides to devour his flesh to survive. Suddenly, a terrifying energy surge bursts from behind Chiexi, attacking her off guard. Chiexi is struck and crashes to the ground, unable to resist. A tall, shadowy figure appears amid the mist. Beneath the dark cloak, blood-red eyes gleam as he scolds Chiexi for exposing herself, then punches Li Yuquan hard, throwing him against a car. He sneers, mocking that a former demon noble like her has become pathetically weak. When the dust clears, the mutant demon is utterly shocked. He looks around searching for his target. Li Yuquan has vanished, leaving only the empty car. Suddenly, an iron whip flies out and wraps tightly around him. Following the whip, Li Yuquan appears, eyes cold and mocking the low-class demon for daring to insult him. Inside his body, Chen-Shi grumbles in frustration, forced to inhabit this fragile body after using Blood Fury. She still fights back, unleashing a second whip and complaining that if the vessel were stronger, she'd have killed him easily. But the mutant demon refuses to yield, rage blazing in his eyes. He roars with disdain, saying an exiled wretch like her has no right to scorn him. He crushes the whip and charges forward at storm speed, forcing Li Yuquan to engage. He dodges the lethal strikes, barely holding on under the relentless assault. Suddenly, a searing pain pierces his brain, almost blowing his head apart. He roars, trying to expel Chen-Shi while she screams in his mind, furious at his resistance. As they struggle within his consciousness, the mutant demon creeps closer to strike from behind. Guided by sharp instinct, Li Yuquan senses it and turns just in time to block, though still pressed hard. The demon goes berserk, feeling humiliated, and attacks madly. He vows to annihilate both Li Yuquan and Chen-Shi without mercy. Seeing danger, Li Yuquan tells Chen-Shi they must join forces to kill their common enemy and survive. Chen-Shi rages at first, then releases power so strong it shocks them both. Her voice echoes coldly in his mind as she agrees to lend him her strength. The mutant demon roars and charges, suspecting his plan. Facing the fury, Li Yuquan doesn't hesitate and channels all of Chen-Shi's energy. Chains of light shoot forth, tearing through space and piercing straight at the mutant. Explosions roar, dust clouds rise, the demon suffers fatal wounds, and Chen-Shi proudly flaunts her unmatched power. The demon, full of doubt, wonders if the human and Chen-Shi truly formed an alliance. In despair, he pulls out a syringe of strange green liquid as his last resort. A deafening roar shakes the entire space. He transforms, power erupting into a new, mighty creature, yet Li Yuquan keeps firing chains relentlessly. Dust fills the air, but the demon is too fast to be bound for long. Suddenly, he teleports behind the lesser noble, appearing out of nowhere. With terrifying speed, he grabs Li Yuquan's neck and slams his head to the floor repeatedly. Li Yuquan lies motionless after the blows. The demon sneers, thinking one strike ended it. As he drags the body, a slash flashes and blood spurts. He is struck by a surprise counterattack from Li Yuxuan and Kiexi. Before dying, he screams that Chen Shi has given her power to a human in reckless defiance. From Li Yuxuan's body erupts a giant serpent shadow devouring the demon's remaining energy. Its gaping mouth consumes all power. Kiexi feels part of her strength restored as the demon's energy is drained. After the brutal fight, Li Yuxuan's body collapses from exhaustion. Kiexi reluctantly supports him, both annoyed and helpless at his frail form. A huge horned cobra image appears, glowing purple as Chen Shi clings to his chest, channeling energy. A golden beam shoots skyward, startling and exciting the demons. The demons rush in, fighting over the light source. They shove and battle toward the shining point to claim ownership. Kiexi laughs confidently, declaring she will surely seize what they desire. The final scene slowly unfolds. Chen Shi lashes her whip at demons as Li Yuxuan awakens, warily watching her. She smiles confidently, saying she just saved his life. His body is weak and unable to move. Chen Shi explains that the rules prevent either of them from harming the other. She left her spiritual power inside him. He ponders the memories he saw. He asks if the memories about Kiexi are real. Chen Shi angrily recounts being hunted and fighting another demon for 2 days. She boasts of her victory with immense pride. They talk late into the night until Chen Shi suddenly complains of hunger. She eats heartily, surprising him, saying mortal food is wonderful. Li Yuxuan notices a purple mark shaped like the number 1 on his chest. Chen Shi explains the mark's origin from hell. Every demon has its name recorded in hell's registry. The top 36 ranked demons each bear a unique symbol. Seeing the mark on him, she realizes she's been manipulated and lost her memory. She understands that by devouring higher-ranked demons, her memories will return, then tempts him to sign a pact. He recalls the drug similar to what the Dean once gave and suspects the mysterious Lord. He embraces Chen Shi, asking what benefits come from forming a pact. She declares he belongs to her and promises to help him find his parents' killer. The condition is that he must help her reclaim her former position. He agrees, but demands an additional binding clause. He insists she cannot command or force him. She angrily scolds him for making such annoying conditions. After some thought, she accepts the proposal. They shake hands to seal the deal. A red glow envelops them as the pact activates. 2 pink streaks appear on his middle hand, a mark symbolizing their connection. The scene shifts to a tall skyscraper. A giant screen flashes an emergency signal demons multiplying fast, putting the monitoring team on edge. They realize the situation has gone far beyond expectations. Lu Dao gives a sharp order to act before it's too late. In a barren wasteland, a winged demon feasts on a weak hunter's corpse. The rumble of a truck engine echoes through the air. Both the demon and its victim are struck and hurled away by the truck. From inside, a man's bitter voice laments the world's collapse. Li Yuxuan sits beside a man in a brown coat, glancing in the mirror, noting that low-level demons have lost all reason. He recalls the creature's desperate expression, feeling a mix of interest and pity. He asks the driver why the predators differ from the old records. The man asks if he's updated his news. The man explains the government renamed them malicious ones, level 3, now under public study. Li Yuxuan thanks him, but suspects the authorities still hide the truth about demons. The man says more manpower makes fighting easier, complains about Rose City's chaos, and discusses selling goods to G-Land. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupts from the convoy behind. Both rush out, running toward the burning truck. The crowd pulls the wounded out. Someone shouts, "Zhang is lightly hurt. Wang is dead." Li Yuxuan looks up. He spots a winged shadow diving down, warns everyone, then blasts it away with light. The panicked driver orders everyone to scatter, reporting an attack. As they run, another demon dives, stunning the man. Li Yuxuan intervenes in time, saving him from death. The driver thanks him gratefully. He just smiles faintly, treating it as routine. Suddenly, a scream rings out, drawing all eyes in one direction. A flock of winged demons surges in, eyes feral, surrounding Li Yuxuan's group. He whispers to Chen Shi that the demons are using mental pressure to attack. Chen Shi scoffs, asking if he's begun training yet. He smiles, eager. As the demons charge, a chain of golden light whips through the air, slicing the darkness. The rescued man is stunned, unable to believe Li Yushuan's power. He calmly says it's his repayment for the ride. He swings the chain, making the demons sense danger and flee in panic. The chain's glowing tip flashes in the air. It pierces through a demon's body. The demon crashes to the ground, dying instantly. The small white serpent around him grumbles, threatening to get angry if he keeps eating weak demons. A rumbling sound interrupts. The man rejoices, shouting that the suppression squad has arrived as helicopters land and agents appear. Leading them is a girl in a white coat, Lu Dao. He smiles slightly, admitting they arrived just in time. He discreetly signals Uncle Li to keep the recent battle secret. The man quickly understands. Lu Dao looks at him with an unreadable gaze. She places a hand on his shoulder, saying she has waited for him for a long time. Instantly, he realizes they've both teleported elsewhere. Lu Dao softly says this place is safer. Hez surprised to realize she possesses spatial teleportation ability. Her calm voice deepens, saying it's time to talk. She steps closer, places a hand on his chest, and asks about the demon pact, eyes sharp and probing. The little snake whispers from his collar, asking if it should kill her. He coldly replies to wait and see. He denies all accusations, but Lu Dao skeptically asks if he's heard of Tianxian. He asks in return if that's the world's strongest paranormal organization. He recalls it was founded after the Hongwu catastrophe to hunt predators and operates globally in secret. Lu Jiao turns, sternly inviting him to join Tianxian. Hez, surprised but calmly refuses, saying he still has personal matters to resolve. She persists, advising him not to reject too soon since it's his best opportunity. She lists benefits: freedom to move across 7 megacities and enhanced pact power. Li Yuan smirks, asking if she plans to arrest him instead. A magic array glows beneath him, invisible chains binding his body. Lu Jiao coldly warns he has only 2 choices: join or die. Li Yushuan calmly removes his glasses as purple light spreads around him. His whole body erupts with terrifying death energy. He admits having a demon pact, but declares he can still join Tianxian. He demands to choose his mission. The giant serpent behind him manifests fiercely, forcing the organization to share demon intel. Lu Jiao trembles, sensing the overwhelming, eerie power emanating from him. She smiles mysteriously, thinking her plan is nearly complete. He asks what the organization truly knows about demons. She admits they only appeared in old records and have recently resurged. She recalls demons have the power to counter predators. Their energy paralyzes foes, rendering them unable to attack. He grows angry that the organization hides the truth yet targets demons. She responds coldly that humanity must stay cautious until origins are clear. She says revealing the truth too soon would cause chaos, since both demons and predators are terrifying beings. He reflects, realizing Tianxian might be more entangled with demons than he thought. Finally, he softens his tone and agrees to try cooperating with Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao smiles and offers a handshake, but Li Yushuan passes by, declining and saying they'll discuss it later. After a few steps, he glances back with a faint smile, hoping she won't disappoint him. She calmly says someone will take him to the airport at 8 tomorrow to meet the superiors at headquarters. Evening falls, golden sunset blanketing the city. In his apartment, he slices tomatoes to prepare dinner. Soft footsteps sound behind him. Chen Shi appears holding a broken shower head, curiously asking about human tools, wearing only a towel. Li Yushuan freezes in shock. He pulls her back into the bathroom, silently blaming himself for leaving her alone. Seeing the mess of shattered items, he can only sigh helplessly. Suddenly recalling he left her in the kitchen, he panics and rushes out, shouting to stop her. But before him, Chen Shi is happily licking tomato sauce off herself. She smiles, saying it tastes better than fast food. Li Yushuan feels a chill down his spine. He angrily yells for her, eating the whole dinner. Chen Shi panics, turns into a snake, and flees while crying hunger. The whole street echoes with his furious roars and her frightened hisses, making her think she's doomed. The next morning, he and Lu Jiao board a plane to Tianxian headquarters. After landing, she teases him, asking if excitement kept him awake last night. He forces a tired smile, saying the kitchen was wrecked. She asks no more and turns to lead the way. They enter a heavily guarded base, a city built around a giant glowing tree, making him suspect the leaders are from the Sanchop Alliance. She tells him to follow, explaining the base isn't within Sanchop, but protected by its own advanced system. The massive gate slowly opens. Lu Jiao urges him to hurry, saying lingering will restrict their movement. He pushes the door into a dark tunnel leading deeper as she smiles, offering to show him around. They step into an elevator that hums lightly, descending deep underground, leaving only the two of them facing each other. She hands him an ID card, saying it lists his private room number. Lu Jiao summarizes the base layout: 2 upper levels for living quarters, 3 lower for testing, training, and missions. When the elevator opens, she leads him to the Paranormal Assessment Center, a required test for recruits. Before him lies a vast chamber full of advanced machinery but few staff. Lu Jiao walks with authority as employees bow respectfully while Li Yuxuan stares curiously at the strange devices. His eyes pause on a giant machine, suspicion flickering as he glances at Lu Jiao. Seeing his hesitation, she smiles reassuringly, saying if he's afraid, the demon can take the test first. He smirks, eyes flashing with irritation, but stays silent. Stepping straight into the device, he begins the test. Closing his eyes, he channels energy, preparing to activate the system. Suddenly, alarms blare in rapid succession. Staff panic, reporting to Lu Jiao that his power level exceeds tolerance, leaving her stunned. Next, a deafening explosion erupts, purple smoke and light flooding the room. She is awestruck, realizing his strength far surpasses expectations. He's exactly the one she was seeking. From the haze, Li Yuhuan steps out, half-jokingly apologizing for breaking the machine. He glances at the display screen showing his results. The text reads, Psychic type power grade S, physical grade B, making him frown in dissatisfaction. Lu Jiao explains that psychic users are naturally weaker physically and grade B is rare. He nods slightly. They go deeper when suddenly the floor glows and opens, revealing a large glass chamber containing a strange object. She introduces it as Tian Xian's research sector. While he coldly says this is the real reason she invited him, she stays silent in admission. He looks around, spotting a demon imprisoned in a lab cell, mocking their boldness. Chen Shi questions if Lu Jiao plans to use them for experiments. Lu Jiao quietly approaches the row of demon cages, saying demons existed long before the Hongwu catastrophe. This place merely continues the work of predecessors, and now Tian Xian is controlled by them. She points toward the giant tree in the lab. She explains the tree's body is just camouflage. Beneath its roots lies the 36th-ranked demon, a vile creature sealed deep underground. Chen Shi listens intently, sensing the thick evil aura filling the area. Lu Jiao turns, saying no one knows the origin of demons, only that their energy mutates humans into paranormals and hunters. Li Yuxuan reflects, realizing both factions stem from the same power. Standing under the tree's shadow, Lu Jiao solemnly declares this place is the prison of the 36 ancient demons. She pleads for his help to seal them. As only demons can lock their own kind, she places all her hopes in his strength. Li Yuxuan coldly replies that humanity's fate has nothing to do with him. His gaze sharpens as he accuses her his pact was part of her plan, wasn't it? Lu Jiao stays silent, watching him, neither denying nor defending. Chen Shi whispers hatefully, urging him to kill Lu Jiao, repeating she's just like the cruel Dean. He orders Chen Shi to shut up, activating his power, golden light snakes beneath his feet, as he sternly demands Lu Jiao reveal plots from Yehu to Ylante. He says her strings have stretched too far, gripping a sharp metallic card, ready to strike. But Lu Jiao only sneers, saying he too has fallen into her trap. Li Yuxuan bursts in rage, hurling the red glinting card that flashes past Lu Jiao's cheek, shocking her. She touches the burning wound, muttering that without spatial power, she'd have died that instant. He uses his will to seize spatial control and lock abilities, but the other resists, claiming he has no right to command. Suddenly, an object appears before her, startling her. A glowing green pyramid expands, enclosing her in a confined space. The trapped one reveals their true form and screams in fury to be released, surprising the controller. The nearby scientist smiles, explaining it's an experimental device from the lab, unfinished but effective. He mocked that the agency wasn't entirely useless, then felt a cold current brush his heel. Luckily, he pulled his foot up, but it instantly froze solid, unable to move. Looking down, he saw a bizarre scene on the floor. A thick black fluid spread across the ground, sliding straight toward him. The man ahead turned, smiled, and bowed to thank a small shadow that appeared. It was a slender girl with long pink hair, holding a black bow and releasing the dreadful fluid. The man introduced her as an elite agent named Sana, who had never failed before. However, she once failed during the mission to capture the child at Lake Dai. He froze as memories of her surged back. She had just appeared again. Back to the present, he glared coldly, realizing she had reported him to the organization. He watched her suspiciously, believing she hid her feelings, not noticing she was faking unconsciousness. Another person said she had sent images to the center. His strong psychic power was needed for a pact. He laughed scornfully, daring them to come closer. She was stunned by his words. Before she could retreat, a golden cord appeared around her neck. The cord tightened, choking the victim. The tables turned too fast as her allies screamed too late. The agent instantly drew her bow, arrow aimed at him, ordering firmly, "Release or she would shoot." He smiled triumphantly, saying he held control and demanded they unseal the woman if they wanted her alive. Sana bit her lip, eyes wavering between hesitation and resolve. She finally shot, but at him the protective barrier deflected it, breaking the seal and freeing Chen Shi. Sana rushed to support Lu Jiao, anxiously checking her condition. Li Yushuan's face twisted, merging with Chen Shi, his crooked smile chilling the air. Sana pulled Lu Jiao away, frightened, saying the demon inside him was too strong. Lu Jiao apologized for overstepping. He calmed down and warned them not to repeat it. Chen Shi, still as a golden cord, scolded Lu Jiao for hypocrisy. When peace returned, he asked her purpose. Lu Jiao said she needed him to lead the psychic team in a demon pact. He refused bluntly, saying he had no interest in managing others. Lu Jiao explained he only had to rank demons, giving him a map from Tianxian showing their locations. The offer swayed him since their goals aligned. Freeing Chen Shi was also his aim. He asked about the next plan. Lu Jiao revealed the target was a strong demon in the Weeping Tower, where he and Sana would go tomorrow. Sana helped her mistress put on a coat, adding they would meet 3 more allies at the rendezvous. Lu Jiao smiled in satisfaction, believing the strongest demon hunting team had finally formed as planned. At S Square, a long-haired man with glasses held a glowing blue orb, muttering that all fluctuations remained stable. Far away in a dark dungeon, heavy air filled the place. A weary platinum-haired boy walked beside a demon's corpse, blood on his lips, murmuring a prayer for the dead. On the empty road, a blood-red moon illuminated the night sky. Maniacal laughter erupted from a tattooed man wielding a sword, holding a demon's head aloft like a victor. Night fell, swallowing all sound. On a luxury hotel rooftop, silence blanketed the air. Li Yushuan, after swimming, wore a robe and relaxed on a lounge chair. Holding a glass of red wine, he sank into his memories. He recalled his time imprisoned for experiments, his dirty face and hollow eyes hearing talk of Subject 1724. The cold lab scene returned figures prepared to dissect his small body, making his heart ache. The machine from Tianxian reminded him of that place, linking the 2 secret groups. Lost in thought, he didn't notice someone approach. A soft hand touched his glass as a sweet, teasing voice spoke. He turned to see Chelsea, wrapped only in a towel, sipping his wine as red liquid traced her lips. He simply reminded her it was a men's area. Chelsea smiled, replying that such rules didn't apply to demons like her. She gave him a playful glance. She lifted his chin, teasingly asking if he was thinking something indecent about her. The distance between them closed, their breaths mingling. Chen Shi within her activated a charm spell, whispering faintly into Li Yushuan's ear. Her voice was light as wind, carrying hypnotic power. "Now obey me," she said seductively. But he smiled coldly and replied, "Thermodynamics." He stared into her eyes, asking icily, "What did you just say, King of Demons?" The golden sigil in his right eye flared. Reversing the spell and exposing Chelsea's scheme, she trembled as he gripped her hand, her plan in ruins. He sneered, telling her to hide emotions better, then waved golden threads bound her body tight. "Seduce me?" In another life, he said coldly. Chen Shi screamed in fury, trapped by the golden light. In rage, Chen Shi's childhood resurfaced, an injured child, hailed as the Demon King amid hellish battlefields. In the present, she transformed fiercely, fangs extending, eyes blazing with killing intent. Power burst from Chen Shi, throwing Li Yushuan violently to the ground. Coughing hard, he was dazed by flashes of Chelsea's buried memories. Her rage drove her into reckless attacks. Amid the chaos, they awkwardly stumbled as his towel slipped, revealing his toned body. Blushing furiously, Li Yushuan roared Chen Shi's name in furious embarrassment. His shout echoed far, even river creatures responded with dry cries. The next morning at Bihuang Tower, the atmosphere shifted again. Chen Shi, in her small snake form, coiled on Li Yuhuan's shoulder, whispering doubts about Lu Jiao's purpose. He calmly replied it was just intimidation, while Chen Shi sighed that humans were dull. Suddenly, a blood-stained figure dropped from above, sword blazing as it struck down. The ground exploded when he dodged. Li Yushuan's face darkened, realizing the foe was so strong he hadn't sensed him. Lu Jiao shouted for Shumin to stop, saying this was their new ally. The blond, muscular man with a deathly aura mocked the stench of energy on him. Unbothered, he swung again, attacking while taunting. Li Yushuan instantly activated a defense spell, creating a golden barrier that blocked the strike, echoing through the area. Amid the tension, a male voice intervened. A long-haired man in a gray suit appeared, smiling politely, advising them to stop fighting. Shumin frowned irritably, snorted, then sheathed his sword. His cold eyes asked the man Gaza if he meant to interfere, when a green aura and a childish voice appeared. The boy urged Shumin to calm down, reminding him this was Lu Jiao's decision. Even so, Shumin remained stubborn, gazing at his sword and calling it Biao. He softly spoke to the sentient weapon, coaxing it to restrain its hatred. The sword nodded, and the killing aura faded. Lu Jiao stepped forward, sternly explaining that 3 months ago the Weeping Tower emitted strong demonic energy. 4 teams vanished, so this mission required caution. After hearing that, Shumin snorted and charged into the building, declaring he'd kill anyone in his way. Gaza hurried after him. The man in the gray suit extended his hand to Li Yushuan, politely introducing himself as Ba Yin. Li Yushuan returned the gesture, while Chen Shi whispered that Ba Yin's power surpassed his. She added she wanted to seize Ba Yin's body, making Li Yushuan squeeze her painfully. As the rest prepared to enter, the sky darkened and red-eyed demons descended, wailing mournfully across the air. Deep inside the building, a hidden chamber beside a vast lake slowly opened. A female fiend with fin-like arms soaked in the water, coldly saying intruders had arrived. She ordered her subordinate Mu to welcome the guests. At once, countless deformed fish surfaced, growing legs and crawling ashore with blood-red eyes. They called her mother in unison as Shumin and Gaza faced the nauseating scene. Shumin led fiercely while Gaza followed warily behind. Suddenly, a half-human, half-fish monster lunged at Gaza from a slimy puddle, laughing eerily. Shumin spun and sliced it in 2, but more emerged from the slime. He quickly warned Gaza they could move through the puddles. Gaza panicked, clutching his brother's hand, and tremblingly asked if he'd protect him. Shumin laughed arrogantly, promising he would. His words reassured Gaza and fueled his fighting spirit. Shumin charged ahead, slaughtering monsters in a blood-soaked frenzy. But behind him, Gaza's eyes suddenly changed color. His tongue licked his lips with an indescribable hunger. He activated the skill Ravenous Devour, turning into a storm that consumed the horde in seconds. In another section of Bane Tower, Sana and Ba Yin advanced deeper, surrounded by foul, slimy puddles. Along the way, Ba Yin talked about how he once suggested teaming up with Li Yuxuan, but the man refused, preferring to act alone, which worried him. Esner the commander reassured him that this was merely a test of Li Yuxuan's abilities. Hearing that, Ba Yin relaxed, believing Li Yuxuan strong enough to clear this 4-star trial and soon become a formidable ally. Unlike Ba Yin's optimism, Sana stayed silent, her face troubled, sensing Li Yuxuan was an unpredictable danger. In another area of Bane Tower, Li Yuxuan moved cautiously while Chen Shi, in tiny dragon form, grumbled about being stuck in the maze. He quietly sensed tremors from the damp walls. After analyzing, he realized he and Chelsea were trapped in a demon wall space. She grimaced in disgust at the surrounding slime. Li Yuxuan's gaze caught faint shapes in the puddles lurking mer-demons. Chelsea suddenly screamed a warning in panic. He instantly reacted, channeling power to use his evasion skill. But when he turned, only a still puddle remained on the floor. The silence grew chilling, as if every breath had been swallowed. A shadow with blood-red eyes appeared right behind him, freezing his heart. It was a rank 31 mere demon with a twisted face, rasping that it wanted him to bear its child. Both he and Chen Shi recoiled in disgust and horror. Even then, Chen Shi mocked him, saying he should comply to be freed. He angrily shouted for her to shut up. In fury, he lashed his magic threads at the creature, golden light flashing violently. He sneered coldly, saying such things were only for someone he loved, not that lunatic monster. The creature dodged but became dazed and entranced by his words. It rambled about their future, asking how many children he wanted, and even began naming them. Not letting it fantasize further, he unleashed multiple golden threads, slicing off half its face and arm, sending its body splashing into the water. It wailed in pain, accusing him of cruelty. The nearby fishlings cried mother, circling in fear. Suddenly it screamed, body glowing as it fully regenerated, summoning a massive whirlpool. The water surge crashed down like a tsunami. The entire floor of Bane Tower was swallowed by the flood. At that moment, Shimin grabbed Gaza and smashed through the window, landing safely outside. After landing, Shimin checked the boy and sighed in relief that he was fine. At that moment, Sana and Ba Yin also escaped the building. Sana checked the communicator for team status, while Gaza softly reported the events. Sana worriedly asked about Li Yuxuan's whereabouts, but Shimin mocked coldly that he was probably dead already, a useless man. Sana objected, showing the life monitor proving he was still alive. She told everyone to stay calm and wait, gazing firmly at the shattered glass high above. Inside the pool floor, chaos continued. Chelsea, in her true form, was trapped in a water sphere, screaming in rage as the mere demon glared hatefully at her. Ignoring warnings, the mere demon obsessed over unconscious Li Yuxuan, whispering infatuated words and caressing his face. Suddenly, she pulled a glowing green orb from her own body. Turning to Chen Shi, she said she knew about the pact between her and Li Yuxuan but didn't care. She confidently declared she would force him into a new pact, binding their souls forever, raising the orb toward his mouth. In delirium, she murmured dreams of eternal life with him, a triumphant smile spreading. But a cold, deep voice froze her. Li Yuxuan was awake, only pretending to lure her into a trap. He opened his eyes, gaze sharp as steel, declaring he had no interest in her kind, then stabbed a sharp weapon into the monster's side. She screamed and collapsed, writhing in agony. At the same time, Chelsea shattered her prison and broke free from the water sphere. She lifted her head proudly, smirking about her perfect act with Li Yuxuan, then sneered at the dying loser below. He calmly adjusted his clothes, silent. The mer-demon wept in despair, her tears turning into glowing pearls scattering across the floor. Memories flooded back, once a beautiful girl living by the sea who saved a man washed ashore. She rose from the water and approached the wounded man with gentle eyes. They slowly bonded. Spending peaceful days, she cared for him while he painted memories, their fragile happiness intertwined. That joy, once eternal, turned into illusion. A cruel truth struck suddenly. She was captured and sold, rumors claiming mermaid flesh granted immortality. The heartbreak of seeing the man she saved coldly watch her being auctioned. He smirked cruelly, mocking the worth of his former lover. The dark memory drove her mad, her scream tearing her body into a monstrous form. Her body transformed into a horrific creature, with countless eyes and tentacles, the water swirling violently as the two braced for battle. In her monstrous shape, she whispered curses, vowing to keep the betrayer with her forever in death. A giant tentacle suddenly lunged to attack. He dodged and calmly countered, battle aura surging through his body, ready to fight. The mere demon screamed, forming a massive water orb to finish him. But before she could strike, he retaliated coldly. A fierce battle erupted, their powers evenly matched in a clash of offense and defense. She lunged in madness, unleashing relentless attacks. He dodged swiftly, thinking this fight might cost his life. She laughed mockingly, believing he was afraid, but he smirked arrogantly. He replied that he was simply thrilled. His hand touched the ground, sending golden chains bursting forth like lightning. They swarmed and attacked endlessly. Explosions thundered, and when the smoke cleared, only ripples faded into nothingness. Suddenly, she appeared behind him, using water to teleport, making his gaze sharpen. He seized the opening and drew his weapon, ready to end it. A powerful thrust pierced the oncoming tentacle. The tentacle writhed in pain, then was bound by a flying chain arrow. She was tightly restrained, unable to move. But she suddenly cackled insanely, chanting strange words that echoed around. Blue lightning struck down, water converging into a massive vortex before him. She kept chanting, activating a high-tier demonic power of destruction. A huge tentacle whipped back, flinging Li Yuxuan violently before he could react. The brutal impact left him dizzy and aching all over. He gritted his teeth, realizing her terrifying strength. The mer-demon kept attacking, casting a liquefaction spell. Her body melted into countless puddles spreading across the floor. She split herself around the target, making Chen Shi complain she was like a slippery fish. Despite irritation, Li Yuan stayed calm, calculating before leaping out of the trap. Chen Shi panicked, asking if he had a plan. He answered with a sly smile, eyes gleaming with cunning. Escaping the water's reach, he swung his weapon at the glass wall. The crash echoed as cracks spread across the surface. The sound reached below, startling the others. Ba Yin quickly cast a barrier. Xu Min shielded Gaza and shouted at Li Yuxuan for causing trouble. Glass shards fell as the floor trembled. The puddles began to merge. Li Yuxuan shouted, activating his ultimate skill while dashing at extreme speed. The golden chains blazed, some igniting and spreading through the space. Intense heat turned the water into clouds of white steam, the floor boiling. The mere demon screamed in agony, her body revealed amid the searing air. He immediately called Chen Shi to strike. A purple chain arrow shot forth, piercing the demon's body. Her strangled scream echoed as her tears turned into glittering diamonds. In the gems shimmered scenes of a once beautiful mermaid. Memories returned her capture, being sold, and the man who appeared. But the truth was different. He hadn't abandoned her. He had bid the highest price to save her from torment. Then he tenderly cared for her, leaving Li Yuxuan silent before that memory. The young man watched silently, realizing the mermaid's eyes hid deep affection. From that gaze, he understood she had loved him too. When the confession came, both blushed in embarrassment. The mermaid struggled to speak, finally trembling out the word like. Hearing it, the young man burst with joy. He embraced her tightly, believing a bright future awaited them. But happiness quickly ended. In bloodlust, she transformed and slaughtered her lover, leaving only blood and torn cloth. She sat motionless, blankly staring at the massacre before her. When awareness returned, horror overwhelmed her. She screamed in guilt, cursed herself, and became a demon of endless pain. Suddenly, Chenxi's chain arrow pierced straight through the mermaid's heart. Her body slowly froze, turning into cold ice. Liu Xuan watched quietly, realizing death was her only release, his eyes filled with pity for the bound soul. Abruptly, Chenxi's chains began to shift form. They coiled into a massive serpent, opening its jaws to devour the fallen one. Liu Quan swiftly intervened, stopping the act. Chenxi turned in shock, asking why he stopped her. He calmly replied that a low-level demon wasn't worth the disruption, and they should focus on higher targets. Though his tone was light, worry flickered in his eyes. He knew their pact prevented her from harming him, yet still feared her acting beyond control. Chenxi suddenly flicked her serpent tongue against his cheek, startling him as her anger subsided. Confirming he wasn't lying, she coldly warned that her patience had limits. With that, she reverted into a tiny dragon and perched on his shoulder. Liu Xuan stood amid the ruins, gazing through the shattered wall, thinking that everything had finally ended. Elsewhere, a burning tower roared with explosions and collapsing steel. In the dark corner, a frantic man operated a communicator. From the shadows, a long-tongued monster lunged to attack. Blood splattered across the space. He fell, torn apart by the crazed beasts. The device in his hand crackled with static, flashing an emergency alert about City G. In another place, Sana frowned at the report, ordering preparations to depart for Doni. Ba Yin impatiently asked why their comrade hadn't arrived yet, while Shi Min sneered that the weakling was probably dead already. Suddenly, an explosion rocked from the upper floor, blinding light crashing down and shocking everyone. The glowing mass slammed into the ground, erupting violently. Shi Min dodged while Ba Yin and Sana raised shields to block the debris. As the dust cleared, a black-cloaked figure slowly emerged. Liu Xuan spoke calmly, reminding them they shared the same goal to exterminate demons. Shi Min's brother replied that intel must be wrong since this demon wasn't S-class. Sana agreed, casting a projection showing it was only rank 31. Ba Yin clapped playfully to welcome Liu Xuan to the team, but he stayed silent, indifferent. He turned to ask Ba Yin if he had made a pact with a demon. Ba Yin smiled mysteriously, amused that he remembered his name, but stayed silent. When he was about to ask back, Li Yuhuan calmly mentioned the names of the brothers Shi Min and Gaza. Gaza frowned in displeasure, while Shi Min looked at him differently, quietly acknowledging his power. However, Shi Min's competitive nature made him draw his sword, ready to fight. Sana swiftly raised her bow. The arrow struck near Shi Min's feet, forcing him to stop. Her cold voice reminded him they could duel only after finishing the Doni rescue mission. Shi Min snorted and restrained his fighting spirit. He shouted to Li Yuzuan that their match would happen after the mission. Chenxi, in her serpent form, slithered closer and whispered that Shi Min was a truly dangerous opponent. Li Yuzuan gave a faint smile, glancing at Ba Yin, thinking the real threat was the one hiding too well. The red sun lit the horizon as their energy convoy rolled through the dusty desert, gravel echoing under wheels. Inside, the members rested while Sana reported they were heading toward Doni. Li Yuxuan sat beside Ba Yin, quietly observing with Chenxi, who whispered that his aura was strange and his mental barrier strong enough to fool demons. Ba Yin kept smiling, toying with an energy sphere, his gentle look masking a nature once bound by a demonic pact. Chenxi glanced at him, saying only two kinds of people make demon pacts, sinners or secret bearers, and asked which type each in the group was. Li Yuxuan scanned the cabin with sharp eyes. The Shimin brothers slept soundly, completely unguarded. He closed his eyes and asked Chenxi which type she thought he was. She replied both wicked and secretive, making him smile faintly. Thinking of Doni, a city where convicts worked off sins, he knew it would attract countless demons. The city of Doni lay in ruins, smoke and dust rising, battle sounds echoing among debris. Lu Zhao and her team stood at the front line watching the chaos. A subordinate reported the fog around the city was as thick as that near the cathedral, rendering defenses useless. Lu Jiao questioned the scout teams. She learned the first two lost contact, the third was weakening, and the fog might contain living entities. She decided to keep tracking the third team, ordering faster investigation, eyes filled with worry as she awaited demonic reinforcements. In a dark alley, horrific chewing sounds echoed. A scarred man slowly lifted a bloody piece of human flesh to his mouth, blood dripping, fangs exposed. A cold voice behind him asked if the taste suited him. He turned, his eye sockets hollow, stitched face answering bluntly that it was delicious. As he spoke, he glanced toward the hidden figure in the shadows, where only a flicker of light revealed part of the face. When the moonlight shone, the figure was revealed. Long, fiery red hair, one eye, holding a book marked with the same eye symbol, his icy voice scolding the minions for not devouring the townsfolk within 3 days. He coldly urged the man to keep eating to his fill, making disgusting chewing sounds echo. He approached, thinking this low-level creature useless, then whispered to the eye-marked book that the enemy was coming and to remember their old pact. Patting the cannibal's shoulder, he softly ordered him to consume every human there. After giving the order, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a horrifyingly empty scene. The next morning, tension filled Tian Xian's temporary base in Doni. Lu Jiao pinned photos of battles on the board, sternly explaining that 3 days ago, Doni was attacked by strange beings. Mysterious fog spread everywhere, cutting all contact. Every exploration team vanished. She turned to Li Yuxuan's group for input. Sana believed the fog and demons were connected, while Shumin impatiently suggested charging in to kill everything. Sana disagreed, saying it was reckless without intel. Li Yuxuan calmly added it could be a trap. Ba Yin casually offered that he and Sana should scout ahead. But Lu Jiao immediately assigned the vanguard role to Sana and Li Yuan. Ba Yin questioned the choice of a rookie, but Lu Jiao coldly reminded him he'd drained too much energy maintaining barriers to be effective now. She turned to the Shimin brothers, bluntly saying they were only fit for battle, not reconnaissance. Shimin snorted in annoyance. Lu Jiao stressed the mission's importance, confirming Sana and Li Yuxuan were the most suitable. He chuckled lightly, raising a hand in mock surrender, accepting the task while suspecting the fog was tied to summoned demons, a good chance to uncover the truth. Still, Lu Jiao ordered Sana to accompany and monitor him, while the others stayed on standby. Chen Xi coiled on his shoulder, teasing that Lu Jiao clearly wanted a watcher. Li Yuan just smiled, unfazed, ready to proceed. As night fell, the whole city sank into gloomy silence. A bright beam tore across the dark sky. A glowing magic cube landed, its light fading amid crackling electric sounds. Li Yuxuan and Sana stepped out, gently touching down on the ground. He silently marveled at Lu Jiao's skill storing energy in a magic array for others to use, truly formidable. Suddenly, a strange sound came from above. Sana looked up and signaled caution as they spotted a winged creature. She whispered it might be a dragon demon. The beast descended, revealing 2 human corpses in its jaws. It circled and dropped the bodies into a swarm of monsters fighting over the flesh. Sana froze in horror, while Li Yuxuan stayed silent, sensing the chaos here far exceeded expectations. A scent hunter suddenly lunged from behind to ambush Sana as she watched the sky. Li Yuxuan reacted instantly, forming a barrier around them both, blocking the deadly strike. Sana glanced sharply, coldly ordering him to dispel it after 25 seconds. She drew her bow, the arrow radiating killing intent. At the right moment, Li Yuxuan lowered the barrier. The arrow shot like lightning, pierced the beast's chest, and hurled it dead with a choking roar. Minutes later, its corpse melted into a pool of black slime. Sana checked the area and confirmed it was temporarily safe. Suddenly, she turned and aimed at a dark corner, demanding the hidden figure to reveal themselves. A hooded man appeared, his hoarse voice asking which faction they belonged to. Sana replied warily, questioning his identity. Both sides kept distance, cautious in this chaotic world where no one knew friend from foe. Recalling Lu Jiao's advice, Li Yuchuan decided to use the identity of the Santen Alliance instead of Tianxian to avoid trouble. He smiled politely, presented his travel permit, said they were envoys aiding Doni, and asked who the man was. The man studied the papers closely, mumbling the organization's name in doubtful relief. After a moment, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly, thankful that rescue had finally arrived. The man introduced himself as Jeet, a locksmith who survived the catastrophe. He pulled his hood down and gestured for them to follow, saying it was unsafe to talk here. The group followed the winding, ruined street. At a large drain, Jeet lifted the lid, revealing stairs below, slid down swiftly, and said the survivors' shelter was underground. Sana stayed cautious, signaling Li Yuchuan to be alert. He just smiled, thinking this lead was worth testing, and motioned for her to follow. The three disappeared quietly into the drain, sealing it behind them. At that moment, a strange energy wave swept the ground, but they had already gone below, escaping detection. Underground lay a narrow, damp tunnel with stagnant water. Jeet lit a lamp, explaining it was once the floodway of old Manman City, now a refuge after the calamity. Li Yuchuan noticed Jeet's familiarity with the terrain, guessing he'd lived here long. Jeet confirmed it was his hometown. They stopped before an old iron door, and Jeet softly said they had arrived. Sana remained wary, uneasy as they stepped in together. Jeet explained the complex layout made it nearly impossible for outsiders to find, ensuring safety. Chen Xi complained the stench weakened her, while Li Yuchuan grew suspicious at the lack of survivors. Gunfire suddenly erupted, bullets whistling through the air. Li Yuchuan quickly raised a barrier to block them, protecting the group. An armed squad surrounded them. Dai recognized they were from the Santen Alliance and shouted to cease fire. Li Yuchuan stayed alert, ready to counterattack, but Sana stopped him, wanting to negotiate first. At that instant, a massive steel cage dropped, trapping them all. Li Yuchuan doubted the material. Sana confirmed it was sealing ore that suppressed powers. Jeet ordered the hidden figures in the shadows to reveal themselves. Several hooded people emerged, 4 leaders looking haggard, some wounded. A woman asked about medicine. Jeet replied none could be found since the surface was destroyed. Dai reassured her, saying they still had chips, then glanced at the 2 captives. Li Yuchuan realized they were convicts dependent on suppressants, and Sana concluded this place was a prison. Jeet confessed the truth, describing their miserable lives and the torment of a drug called sheep. At the mention of that drug, the people behind him trembled in fear, recalling old pain. Sana coldly asked why they didn't just steal the medicine to escape, making Dai freeze. She noticed hidden strings on Dis' hand, and Li Yuchuan added that they were marks of a thief. Jeet grew angry, denying the accusation, but his comrades stopped him, urging focus on trading for the antidote. The woman threatened that they must deliver the antidote and transport before nightfall, or the 2 would die. Sana activated her communicator, but got no signal due to the fog, while the group mocked her as boastful. Li Yuchuan cut off the noise and asked Sana if her demon form had emerged yet. Black energy burst from beneath Sana, spreading through the basement, freezing everyone in place. Dai panicked, sweating, unable to understand why sealing ore couldn't stop their power. Sana coldly stated she had immobilized 26 people here and 14 more outside. Li Yuchuan activated his golden eye and ordered the cage destroyed. Chen Xi grumbled it should have been done earlier since sealing ore couldn't restrain demons. With a single flick, the blade sliced the bars, shattering the cage. He stepped closer, pressing the blade to Jeet's face, forcing him to tell everything about Dawny City. If he refused, the blade would pierce his eye. Scenes from the past began to appear bit by bit. As a young miner, Jeet worked tirelessly hauling baskets, proudly saying he'd collected 215 pieces of sealing ore in one shift. His younger brother whispered that fewer people remained. Jeet reassured him they'd be freed in 2 years and wondered why the exile sect needed the stones. A manager appeared, whipped the brothers, and ordered them to work twice as hard. The younger brother angrily called out the manager by name, accusing him of abuse, calling him Gan. The manager Gan kicked and beat the younger one, and Jeet rushed to shield him. Gan shouted, driving the miners to work harder, boasting they'd be dead without the exile sect. The frightened miners bowed their heads in silence and continued digging for leftover ceiling stones. Gan crossed his arms, mocking and cursing them for being ungrateful to the grace of the exile sect. In the dim light, someone whispered into Gan's ear, making him smile wickedly. He ordered them to stop, announcing a banquet for the guests, flaunting a pair of shiny cuffs. Gan cuffed each worker one by one. Jeet felt a surge of dread. The chained line of prisoners trudged out of the dark mine. They were led to a refinery in Sony City where many other miners gathered. The harsh sunlight burned their eyes, unused to daylight. The workers lined up silently, facing a group of blue-clad figures approaching slowly. Jeet's brother noticed something strange, saying the air felt eerily still. Jeet nodded in agreement. In a freezing chamber, the exile sect leader sat expressionless beside Hobarton, a one-eyed, snake-haired freak, whispering to ask if it was time for the feast. The elder suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and coldly ordered to serve the meal. Outside, the blue-clad men transformed into monsters with long tongues and twisted limbs. They roared and slaughtered the miners, blood splattering amid terrified screams. Jeet broke his shackles, enraged to realize the exile sect was conducting a brutal experiment. A group of miners ran to Jeet, begging him to unlock their chains. He acted immediately, freeing them quickly. Once freed, they shouted in joy and unleashed their powers to attack fiercely. The two joined forces, slaughtering the monsters one after another. Jeet realized the shackles sealing stones suppressed supernatural powers. From the observation room, Hobarton watched with delight as the battle turned into a bloody spectacle. The single eye on his forehead glowed intensely. He summoned 3 winged creatures, dragon-like but with huge flower-shaped mouths like man-eating plants. They roared, swooping down to seize miners and tear them apart instantly, sending survivors fleeing in terror. Amid the chaos, Rot screamed and leapt down, shielding his brother with his body. A monster stomped on Rot's back, spraying blood from his mouth. Jeet cried out in anguish. Rot weakly smiled, assuring him the demons had left. He faintly whispered his wish to escape home with his brother as blood filled his heart. Jeet panicked, hugging him tightly, promising to buy as many of Aunt Shaolin's apple pies as he wanted. Tears streamed down Jeet's pale cheeks. Rot trembled, wiping his brother's tears, and told him to live well in his place. He closed his eyes, exhaling his final breath. Jeet screamed in grief, clutching his brother's body tighter. A hunting claw slashed toward him amid the chaos. Jeet rolled through a nearby door, narrowly escaping the monster's strike. Rage flared in Jeet's heart as he vowed to expose the Dark Force's crimes in Sony. After hearing the story, Li Yuxuan nodded, confirming the demons had allied with predators targeting Sony's prisoners. Sana stepped forward, explaining she had lulled the monsters into sleep and cast illusions to protect everyone. Li Yuxuan smiled, saying the illusion alone wasn't enough. He raised a glowing red chain and drove it into the wall, warning that if they left, something would devour them all. From the wall emerged a blue-haired, furred monster with glowing eyes, laughing mockingly at being exposed. Li Yuxuan asked if the fog in Sony was his doing and demanded to know where the reconnaissance team went. The creature flicked its tongue, saying they had eaten them all and enjoyed the taste. After speaking, it vanished into the thick mist, filling the chamber with choking fog. Above, a pair of black eyes with red pupils appeared, roaring savagely that they would soon be prey. Horrific laughter echoed through the dense fog, forcing Li Yuxuan and Sana to brace for battle. Li Yuxuan sneered, mocking the demons, provoking an enraged response from one hidden in the mist. Magic chains shot toward Li Yuxuan, but he swiftly formed a formation shield of light to block the attack. The monster grew more frenzied, pounding the shield so hard that the air trembled. Sana clenched her bow, channeling magic into her arrow aimed at the red eyes in the mist, blaming herself for carelessness. Filled with rage, she loosed a spiraling arrow that tore through the fog. However, there was no sign it had hit the target. The mist thinned, and the chains retreated into the darkness. Sana turned in surprise, realizing her strike had failed, while Li Yushuan shouted for her to be careful. From behind, a mass of black mist with glowing red eyes crept closer. Before she could react, the fog wrapped around Sana's neck and lifted her into the air. A chilling laugh echoed as the creature mocked that mist was invisible, and the air around them began to thin, choking Li Yushuan. He noticed something strange and whispered to Chen Shi. She replied arrogantly that a demon's body could adapt to any environment, unlike humans. The monster roared, boasting this was his ultimate technique to kill humans. Relentless attacks forced Li Yushuan to keep dodging. He realized he was at a disadvantage and couldn't stay passive. He called Chen Shi for support. Though annoyed, she charged into battle. Stone fragments spun around Chen Shi, which she hurled into the mist. The demon smirked arrogantly, claiming to be the strongest of both factions. Li Yushuan's formation combined with Chen Shi's spell, dispersing the fog. The creature's true form appeared in the corner, stunned as its magic broke, while Li Yushuan had already closed in. Without hesitation, he slashed, shattering the monster's mask and spraying blood everywhere. The creature screamed in agony, declaring it wasn't defeated yet, and launched chains in counterattack. Li Yuan gripped the chains, replying coldly not to underestimate humans. He spun, creating a crimson vortex that swept away most of the toxic mist in the chamber. Sana was freed, coughing lightly as the air cleared. She looked at him suspiciously, asking about the origin of his demonic pact. Realizing defeat, the demon turned to flee, threatening revenge and seeking his master. A dark shadow flashed past, slicing half his face apart. A deafening blast followed as Sana's magic arrow exploded in red smoke, stunning him. As the haze cleared, Li Yushuan approached with a cold smile, gazing at what remained on the ground. The once mighty demon now appeared as a horned child with clawed hands and red, tearful eyes, crawling and sobbing in despair. Defeated, he was lifted effortlessly by Li Yushuan and handed to Chen Shi, who turned away in disgust, coldly ordering the chain to drain his energy. Instantly, the chain pierced his head, siphoning his power until only a fading whimper remained. Sana stepped closer, her voice low, reminding him that a demonic pact could also take human form. Li Yushuan frowned in confusion, asking what she meant. The conversation was cut short as a ting-ting sound came from Sana's earpiece, the signal from Lu Jiao's team. He thought to himself that some demons also took human form, proving their intel was still incomplete. Lu Jiao's urgent voice ordered them to leave Doni. Sana anxiously asked back, but the signal distorted, leaving only static and broken words. She faintly caught the warning the demons are coming before the call was cut off into silence. The unconscious people on the ground woke. Jeet clutched his head wearily, suspiciously asking whose side they were on. Sana calmly replied they were from the Rescue Alliance, adding that if they worked with the Exile sect, the VES group would already be dead. A woman in the group looked at Jeet, her eyes gradually trusting Sana's words. After some hesitation, Jeet nodded, agreeing to cooperate with them. At that moment, the wall behind them suddenly exploded violently. Sana cried out in shock and tried to run forward, but Li Yushuan stopped her. From the dust, a hoarse voice counted coldly. "Only 98, too short." As the smoke cleared, a massive monster appeared, covered with hundreds of distorted human faces, its tentacles grabbing Jeet and crushing him instantly. The grotesque creature glared at Li Yuan and Sana, sneering, "Now it's a perfect 100. Jeet's corpse was lifted high as countless other tentacles hunted the rest, their screams echoing through the chamber. Irritated by the noise, it grabbed someone's head and crushed it, hissing, too loud. Sana was horrified to realize this demon had conscious awareness, unlike typical mindless ones. Li Yushuan sensed something wrong and quietly asked Chen Shi to confirm, but she replied nervously that the demon fog scent was too strong to tell. Without hesitation, Li Yusuan charged at the monster, ignoring Sana's alarmed shout. The tentacles whipped fiercely to attack. Yet in a flash, all were sliced apart by his sharp blade. His figure moved as fast as lightning. Li Yuhuan circled the monster's body, hurling a chain that struck its head. The chain pierced its skull, and he roared fiercely, forcing it to feel pain as it screamed madly. He flipped away to dodge its violent thrashing. Back beside Sana, she angrily demanded why he acted alone. He calmly answered that the chain couldn't drain its power because the creature wasn't a demon. The monster's roars turned to sobs, its eyes wet with tears. It cried like a bullied child, screaming for its mother in panic. Li Yuan smirked, telling Sana it was a predator, not a demon. And this story was only beginning. She was shocked by a creature capable of human emotion. Outside, the city remained a sea of blood as predators slaughtered madly, corpses piled high, and the stench of death thick in the air. Lu Jiao led her team into Ba Yin's sector, observing the monsters and noting they had just been infected, turning feral as the fog dispersed. She realizes the red mist is meant to trap predators, not keep outsiders away. Shumin is shocked, realizing the fog once protected humans. Lu Jiao ponders, sensing a deeper secret, while Ba Yin worries about the lost signals from Li Yuxuan and Sana. Lu Jiao gazes afar, guessing the city may hide a level 5 predator, hoping the two stay alert. At the center, Li Yuxuan and Sana keep battling the scar-faced monster. The beast roars, vowing to devour them, its tentacles regenerating endlessly. Pressed hard, Li Yuxuan notes its regeneration exceeds level 4 but not level 5. He forms a plan, signaling Sana to hold it off. She nods immediately. Sana draws her bow, firing a spiral arrow like the wind. The arrow turns into a magic cord binding the monster, making it roar madly. Li Yuxuan grips his weapon, charging in, angered by its feigned weakness. A shriek rings as his scythe tears open its abdomen, leaving a horrific wound. The monster howls in pain, lamenting its lost nourishment. The screams fade, replaced by chilling, mad laughter. It sheds its weakness, bares fangs, and bites through Sana's bindings. Li Yuxuan freezes at its sudden intelligence as the wound closes rapidly. It steps closer slowly, eyes burning with savage greed. With no choice, Li Yuxuan releases the chain and calls Chen Xi for aid. Chen Xi casts a spell, red light spreading around them both. A giant maw opens above the beast, golden light flashing as chants echo, then darkness falls. The scene shifts to a cold hospital room with an unconscious mother receiving transfusion. A doctor announces the mother died after birth, still holding her child with empty eyes. One doctor removes his mask, revealing a familiar face. Li Yuxuan realizes this is the monster's memory and smiles, seeing its mental weakness. With blade in hand, he prepares to end the sinful creature. As the knife nears the baby, the mother's hand suddenly grabs his wrist. She weakly begs him to spare her child. Li Yuxuan freezes, unable to move, as a one-eyed figure appears behind him. He recognizes the figure and wonders if he is still trapped in the dream. The one-eyed man lifts the baby, saying in a deep voice, "This child is lucky, he'll take it." A blinding light bursts out, disorienting Li Yuxuan. He chants a dispelling spell, escaping the monster's subconscious. Pushed back, he senses the exorcism isn't complete yet. He stands frozen before a bizarre sight. The monster now takes human form, curled within a translucent womb. Golden light radiates from it, both beautiful and terrifying. Swarms of monsters with twisted arms charge madly at the light barrier. Purple chains flash, binding and dissolving them into mist. Chelsea appears, grumbling that demons are hard to digest. She scans sharply and spots another abnormal creature. A long-tongued monster tries to attack. Chen Xi sneers, saying she'll have Li Yuxuan cook them to make them less disgusting. Chen Xi grips her chain to fight, but 3 arrows suddenly strike, killing the monster with fatal wounds. She freezes, surprised by the strange attack, turns and teases Sana for interfering. Sana calmly replies, sensing a powerful energy approaching. Her worried eyes glance at Li Yuxuan, unconscious inside the strange golden orb. Demons across the city are drawn by the battle, swarming in greater numbers. Sana frowns, saying the predator turned into a womb after invasion, its next form unpredictable. Chen-Shi feels uneasy. Chen-Shi steps closer, insisting they must inspect it directly. Before leaving, she sets her purple chain as a barrier, telling Sana she'll accept her as an ally if she survives. Without letting Sana respond, Chen-Shi vanishes into the orb, leaving faint violet light behind. Sana sighs softly, murmuring that Li Yuxuan called her Chen-Shi. Both demon and contract are equally stubborn. Steadying herself, she asks the contract if it can still endure. She stands amid the battlefield with only her bow and 3 arrows, determined to block the monsters, drawing and waiting. In Li Yuxuan's memory, fire and explosions shake the space as he barely dodges a lethal strike. He realizes the enemy moves too fast to predict. While he's thinking, a naked man with glowing red eyes suddenly lunges out. Li Yuxuan is struck down, crashing hard onto the ground with a deafening sound. He coughs blood, dazed in smoke as the foe's form emerges. That being crawls like a beast, mumbling about rebuilding its body, revealing the predator's true form. Li Yuxuan lies sprawled, struggling to breathe. The crazed monster charges, launching violent attacks. A purple chain suddenly wraps it, flinging it through a doorway and saving Li Yuxuan at the last second. Chen-Shi steps from the shadows, mocking that without her he'd be dead. Li Yuxuan stares at her in shock. Rising from the ashes, Li Yuxuan regains his aura, glancing sharply at Chen-Shi with a faint smile, recalling his old vow not to let her fall. Chen-Shi, angered, warns him not to forget their pact. Li Yuxuan recovers slowly but keeps strategizing. He links with Mi Meng to ask why the real word spell can't be broken. The reply: his weak spirit is drained while the predator holds 2 parts a weak shell and a core that corrodes the true language. Reading this, he murmurs in thought that it indeed has 2 separate structures, explaining that horrific feeling. His gaze fixes on the predator's motionless body. He deduces the outer shell comes from a human soul, while the core is the creature's true essence. The one-eyed man's voice echoes in his mind. The pure child is the ideal host. Remembering it took his child, Li Yuxuan reels, suspecting a plot behind creating pure predators. As he struggles, the ground quakes, the predator awakens, roaring and scattering debris, startling them both. It goes berserk, screaming to destroy all who hurt it. Before Li Yuxuan can dodge, Chen-Shi rushes in, taking the blade through her body, blood splattering. He freezes, screaming Chelsea's name in despair. She gasps weakly, telling him to dissolve the space. Li Yuxuan snaps awake, repeating the incantation. A golden flare erupts, exploding and sweeping everything in blinding light. When the glow fades, only Chen-Shi's purple chains remain scattered on the ground. Li Yuxuan awakens amid the monsters. Seeing Sana collapsed, he apologizes for being late and relays Chen-Shi's acknowledgement of her. Sana smiles faintly, thinking he's matured, resembling her old teacher. Li Yuxuan turns to the warped womb, his voice cold, saying it's time to destroy it. At that moment, Mi Meng's agents absorb the predator's spiritual energy, unintentionally evolving and healing both him and Chen-Shi within the true language realm. A tearing, horrific sound echoes from the womb. A child crawls out, wailing miserably, trembling as it seeks escape. Li Yuxuan immediately chases, telling Sana to contact Lu Jiao. She nods tensely. In a dark alley, the child crawls through the shadows. It thinks bitterly that Yuxuan stole all its power. If it doesn't escape, it'll die. Suddenly, a fierce kick smashes its face. Flinging it aside, the one-eyed man appears, speaking cold punishment. The child clutches its bleeding face, crying it has devoured 5 million souls as ordered. Why still torture it? The one-eyed man shows no mercy, delivering another brutal kick. The small body collapses, blood spreading as a glowing red stone rolls out. He picks it up, muttering that 2 souls are still missing despite 5 million. The 2 he means are Li Yuxuan and Chelsea. Slipping the stone into his pocket, he looks up, his deep voice echoing through the alley, smiling as he calls to the hidden figure Chen-Shi. Long time no see, it's me. Li Yuxuan and Chen Shi step out, facing the one-eyed monster directly. Li Yuxuan coldly realizes he's the same being from the monster's memory, gritting his teeth that the city's criminal even knows Chelsea. Chen Shi, furious, declares only the strong deserve respect, while cowards like him do not. The one-eyed man feigns offense, wiping his face, his tone turning sinister as he hints Chen Shi is crueler than he is. He waves his hand, showing visions of possessed victims screaming and begging Chen Shi in despair. Turning to Li Yuxuan, he mocks that working with her will drag him into the abyss, then tempts him, saying only he can save him. Li Yuxuan laughs coldly, eyes sharp with contempt. He mocks the man's act and teases Chen Shi that most demons want her dead, what a special bond indeed. Chen Shi blushes in rage, shouting for him to shut up, making Li Yuxuan flinch back nervously. Ignored, the one-eyed man roars furiously, darting behind them to strike a fatal blow. He grabs Li Yuan's head and slams it into the ground, the crack echoing sharply. He smirks triumphantly, mocking his opponent for being too stupid to even feel pain. He freezes in panic upon realizing he's holding not Li Yuxuan, but golden chains binding him tightly. From behind, Li Yuxuan appears wielding a massive scythe, roaring, "You've underestimated humans? Let me end this." He pours all his power into one strike, slicing the one-eyed man in half and shouting, "Go back to hell!" But the body dissolves, countless purple butterflies merging to restore him again. This time he holds a book with an eye symbol, smiling slyly, saying, "Hell continue the game with Li Yuxuan and Chen Shi," while the boy grows weary. He flips a page, chanting strange words as a giant red eye appears behind him. The Demon Eye Codex, a grimoire of ancient demonic power. Pages turn into blades, flying toward Li Yuxuan in attack. He quickly raises a shield to block the fierce barrage. While defending, he grits his teeth, annoyed to face yet another troublesome monster. Realizing he can't stall longer, Li Yuxuan unleashes a freezing skill over everything. The pages harden and shatter, he charges forward to counterattack. The one-eyed man, surprised, smirks, praising him as worthy of being Chen Shi's chosen pact-bearer. He shuts the book, conjuring a magic barrier to block the thunderous slash. Then he appears holding several red explosives with burning fuses. Li Yuxuan stares in shock, not yet grasping what's happening. A thunderous explosion erupts, shaking the ground violently. He's thrown back, slamming into a wall, gritting his teeth through the pain. The one-eyed man draws a gleaming sword, sneering that he's too weak to take a single hit. He steps back for momentum, preparing a finishing strike. Chen Shi rushes in, shouting furiously that no one may touch what belongs to her. She releases power to block the blow, making him curse angrily for being stopped at the climax. From behind, Li Yuxuan, Lu Jiao, and Bane appear simultaneously. They rush over, supporting the collapsed boy, assuring him they'll handle the rest and telling him to rest and recover. Seinen and Gaza suddenly arrive, surrounding the one-eyed man. Seinen aims her bow, but he only sneers, mocking them for trying to corner him. Sitma dashes in like lightning to strike the final blow, shouting to Li Yuxuan that he's here to rescue him and joking not to cry from emotion, but the enemy has foreseen it. He reopens the book, releasing thick black dust that engulfs the area. Gaza yells for Sitma to stay away from the cloud, shielding his face as Sanen instantly takes a defensive stance. Sitma fails to dodge, inhaling the black fumes. His body trembles, eyes widening in terror. Within seconds, everyone freezes in place, conscious but completely immobilized. A single thought flashes in Lu Jiao's mind. His power far exceeds predictions. They must retreat immediately. The one-eyed man looks up at the moon, murmuring that the time has come. This rare full moon night marks the beginning. He bows mockingly, saying no one can capture him, then his body dissolves into a swarm of purple butterflies. A faint pop echoes as his figure vanishes, leaving only drifting wings in the air. Lu Jiao coughs violently, blood spilling as she nearly collapses. Bane, worried, asks if she's all right. She wipes the blood and weakly explains she tried to use spatial power to teleport everyone out, but the freeze effect paralyzed her ability. Li Yuxuan watches the butterflies, saying grimly, The man's goal was never to kill them. He sensed no killing intent all along, which is even more terrifying. Gaza trembles, pointing toward Chen Shi, saying something is terribly wrong. Chen Shi loses control, her body glowing violently purple, face twisted in rage, muttering repeatedly that she wants to kill him. Purple chains lash out wildly, exploding on contact and shaking the surroundings. Li Yuxuan and Lu Jiao stare in horror. He realizes the demon within Chen Shi has been tampered with. Lu Jiao suddenly recalls the contract bond might awaken her and shouts for him to use it. Hearing about the contract bond, Li Yuxuan hesitates briefly, but worry for Chen Shi drives him to act first. He shoots forward like light, shouting that Sitma might be chasing Chen Shi and must be stopped. Lu Jiao's voice echoes helplessly behind him. Lu Jiao freezes, realizing Li Yuxuan signing a pact without knowing the binding thread was a grave mistake. Anxiety fills her as the situation spins beyond control. Now everything rests on him. In the chaotic chase, Chen Shi, lost in madness, unleashes her purple chains, shattering everything while screaming to kill Shiitima in vengeance. Sitma suddenly charges, swinging his sword with killing intent, yelling that such property damage will require compensation. Chen Shi's eyes blaze with fierce violet fury. She spins, shouting, "Get lost!" and lashes her purple chain, blasting the ground apart. Nearby, Gaza screams for his brother, fury erupting as he sees Chen Shi attack Sitma. Power surges around Gaza, creating a storm that hurtles toward Chen Shi. Blue lightning bolts rush straight for the target. But a radiant golden shield appears to block them. Li Yuxuan intervenes in time. Seinen and Gaza shout in unison, demanding why he protects one who's lost control. Li Yuxuan answers firmly, voice hard, "This is my matter. Stay out of it." A hiss sounds behind him. He turns to see Chen Shi raising her hand to strike, eyes empty with madness. Without a word, she unleashes a fierce attack toward him. Li Yuxuan blocks it, shouting for her to wake up, his right eye flashing gold as if to stir her consciousness, yet she remains trapped in delirium. Purple light engulfs her body, sparks flying violently as she strikes repeatedly, hurling Li Yuxuan away. Dazed, he wonders why Chen Shi's energy has suddenly surged beyond control. Sanen rushes over, warning he can't restrain her alone, but Li Yuxuan wipes the blood, eyes firm, declaring hell face her, anyone afraid can withdraw. He faces Chen Shi, behind whom a giant phantom serpent opens its jaws to devour the space. Li Yuxuan calmly tells Sanen that their bond is only energetic. If the pact rule fails, hell drain Chen Shi's power until she collapses. He speaks the true words, forming a vast mouth in the sky that opens to swallow Chen Shi whole. Chen Shi roars in fury, declaring all who block her must die. Their powers collide, bursting in blinding light that forces Sanen's group to retreat under the immense pressure. Seinen sees the danger and tells Gaza to evacuate CIT, but Lu Dao suddenly appears. Lu Dao calmly says CITMA has reached Bayin, proposing to teleport everyone there, while doubting Li Yuxuan's abnormal power. Chen Shi grows impatient, trying to push him aside, yet Li Yuxuan firmly blocks her. He focuses his will, shouting for her to wake up. His cry echoes as the giant mouth devours the cobra behind Chelsea. It turns into a massive, radiant energy sphere, shaking the entire space. Panicked footsteps echo around. Chen Shi, drenched in sweat, flees in terror, wondering why she must endure this. Red-eyed, fanged demons chase her, deepening her despair. A searing pain pierces her heart. Her body is cleaved in half within a second. The horror makes tears stream down her face. Then she realizes she's still alive, her body unharmed. A sinister voice tells her to be reborn to strengthen them. Blood floods her vision as haunting whispers lull her into darkness. When she opens her eyes, she's chained, beginning another exhausting cycle of rebirth. Demon voices echo, demanding blood and hailing her as their queen. Chen Shi stares blankly, hearing the demons mock her fate as a sacrifice. She sees the one-eyed demon holding the red-eyed book, declaring he revived her to harvest her endless blood. Chelsea stares at him, unaware another demon beside her raises an axe to strike. Exhausted, she no longer wishes to resist after countless deaths and rebirths. The unending torment leaves her longing only for release, tears sliding down her temple. As the blade descends, despair overwhelms her as she awaits pain and death. At the last moment, a shining golden shield appears, blocking the axe. Li Yuxuan's teasing voice says he arrived just in time to save her, joking her appearance is a bit messy. Moonlight covers the castle, black birds fill the sky, and faint light glimmers within. The one-eyed demon flips a page, murmuring that Chen Shi's fate may have been rewritten, sounding almost regretful. He turns toward the coffin bound by thorn ropes, muttering that next time she won't be so lucky. He lifts the red gem to begin a summoning, wondering if sacrificing countless souls to call the ranking is truly worth it. Thousands of blue rays flare over the coffin as the magic circle appears, and he commands the awakening of a demon. From the void, red rose petals fall as the coffin lid trembles and slowly opens in a haunting scene. Inside lies a mesmerizing demon with platinum hair and cold beauty, a powerful rank 9 fiend. A deep voice calls, awakening him as the demon's icy eyes open with killing intent. In another realm, Li Yuxuan still fights fiercely, his golden shield blocking wave after wave of strikes. Chen Shi lies motionless on a stone slab, blankly staring at Yuan and asking if he intends to kill her. The question startles Yuxuan, his eyes widening in shock. Painful memories surge back, dragging him to the time he lay in a hospital bed hearing a death blessing. Yuxuan gently comforts Chelsea, assuring her they're comrades and he would never do that. But at that instant, the monster shatters the golden shield. It lunges violently, nearly landing a fatal blow on Yuxuan. Yuxuan shouts angrily, warning Chelsea that if she doesn't wake up, they're both in grave danger. He keeps yelling, trying to shake her from the trance. Chelsea remains dazed, memory lost, unable to recognize anything. With sad eyes, she softly repeats his words, doubting their bond and wishing only for an end. Suddenly, the ground quakes and splits open with deep cracks. The monster creeps behind Yuxuan, roaring that anyone who breaks the ritual must die, making him turn sharply to face it. After the roar, it charges in madness, rage surging. Its fatal slash blasts the stone slab where Chen Shi lay, smoke filling the air. Yuxuan's arm is torn open, blood splattering across Chelsea's face. With quick reflexes, he pulls her away, gasping that it's been a long time since he was hurt this badly, while she stands frozen. Blood stains his face as he forces a smile, saying she now owes him a life. Chen Shi, teary-eyed, can't understand why he risked himself to save her, thinking everyone would be happier if she died. She breaks down crying, feeling like a burden and seeing death as her only escape. Yuxuan shouts angrily, demanding she wake up and fight or they'll both die together. At his limit, he leans close, almost touching foreheads, ordering her to awaken or remain trapped here forever. Chen Shi's eyes flash as determination returns to her face. A burst of violet light flashes, freezing the monster in terror. Chelsea declares firmly that she is the supreme demon, no weak illusion can bind her. Chen Shi revives, her half-human, half-serpent form radiating overwhelming power. In reality, brilliant golden light erupts within the dark alley of John City. From afar, Lu Dao and Ba Yin quietly discuss. Shimin, wounded, is tended by Sana grumbling through pain while Gaza assures him it's almost over. Lu Jiao stood firm, sensing strong spiritual energy and admiring Li Yuxuan's S-rank potential as Ba Yin listened quietly. A strong wind swept 2 figures toward them, making Lu Jiao squint and resist the shockwave. Chen Shi and Li Yuxuan landed, lightly arguing about who brought whom. Suddenly, Chen Shi pulled Yuxuan close and lifted him slightly. To Lu Jiao and Ba Yin's shock, Chen Shi suddenly kissed Yuxuan on the cheek. She then explained to Ba Yin it was a noble demon ritual, leaving him flustered. Yuxuan blushed and was too embarrassed to speak. Lu Jiao sternly warned it wasn't time to relax and revealed intel that the demon had been hiding since before the catastrophe. Ba Yin deduced the one-eyed demon was devouring souls in the city for a greater purpose. Chen Shi interrupted, claiming it was for resurrection, surprising Lu Jiao. She explained reviving a powerful demon required countless souls, so the one-eyed one used them to summon more demons. Sana angrily revealed the monster had consumed over 4 million lives, shocking Gaza and the others. Ba Yin warned Li Yuxuan he didn't understand the contract threads and that facing the evil eye could lead to betrayal. Yuxuan looked confused. Lu Jiao decided to split the team. She would take Sana to the rear of City G, while Ba Yin led Yuxuan to find Master Han Yu to learn about the connection threads. At the mention of Han Yu, Ba Yin frowned in annoyance, while Yuxuan still didn't understand what the thread was. 3 days later, in the slum of Santan B, Yuxuan followed Ba Yin through a dark alley as Chen Shi questioned why the human capital had such squalor. Learning only the inner zone was elite, while the outer housed the sentinels. Chen Shi turned into a small snake, curiously asking what sentinels meant. Yuxuan explained they were outer dwellers who warned and delayed attacks, making Chen Shi laugh that humans were no different from demons. She loudly asked if they sought sentinels to learn contract threads, and Ba Yin calmly replied that Master Han Yu lived there out of disdain for the inner nobles. He announced they had arrived, making Yuxuan and Chen Shi look curiously in that direction. Ahead stood an old, dusty wooden door covered in torn notes, exuding a strange mystery. The door suddenly creaked open with a chilling screech. Ba Yin shouted in alarm for Yuxuan to hurry inside because the master was calling, while Chen Shi looked confused. From the void, black tentacles shot out and wrapped tightly around Yuxuan. He was yanked inside so fast his shoes flew off, leaving Ba Yin frozen outside. He exhaled in relief, thinking Master Han Yu only targeted the other two. But then the tentacles reappeared, grabbing him and pulling him in as well. While being dragged away, Ba Yin yelled not to tease the master and to bring Yuxuan's shoes along. Meanwhile, in City Dai, crowds scrambled to pick glowing green stones before the dim sky near the origin ore mine. Lu Jiao and Sana arrived. Sana said the mine was secretly worked by prisoners without Alliance approval, making Lu Jiao frown and ask about survivors. Sana replied, all were rescued. Lu Jiao gripped a stone, realizing there was a traitor inside the Alliance, not just illegal mining. After some thought, she ordered Sana to guard the survivors carefully. As they were key witnesses, Sana accepted. Lu Jiao stood firmly, commanding to reorganize all intel and report to the chairman immediately. At the same time, in an old apartment building. At the place where Yuxuan and Ba Yin sought Han Yu, Ba Yin complained to a black-haired girl with a bun mai, his senior sister accusing her of being childish. She replied lazily. Mai teased that she only followed the master's teaching to exploit opponents' weaknesses, especially men, making Ba Yin frown that the master was teaching her bad habits. Tentacle chains rose instantly as an angry voice scolded him for insulting the master. Ba Yin quickly raised a shield and urged the teacher to focus since Yuxuan and Chen Shi were difficult. A cold snort echoed, the chains withdrew, and silence returned. At the dining table, the silver-haired old man Han Yu sat smoking with closed eyes, calming his tangled thoughts. He muttered that Ba Yin was improving fast and might soon surpass him. Opening his eyes, he asked about Yuxuan, saying he heard the boy had S-class psychic power and hoped the two would persist to entertain him. Meanwhile, inside the soul maze, Yuxuan and Chen Shi were bound by chains, searching for a way out. He grumbled about losing his teleport ability as she suddenly called his attention ahead. Before them was an old wooden box covered with papers, carved with an old man's image and a note urging them to open it. Half an hour earlier, upon entering the maze, they were told Han Yu waited at the deepest level with a mysterious box prepared for them to overcome the trial. Back in the maze, Chen Shi and Yuxuan stared at the old box, hesitated, then decided to ignore it and move deeper. They walked silently through the dark corridor, footsteps echoing in the gloom. Chen Shi suddenly froze, eyes sharp as blades toward something ahead. She excitedly called Yuxuan, asking if that was the box mentioned on the guide plate. Before them stood another worn box sealed with torn tape, bearing the old man's image and scribbled words urging them to open it. Chen Shi crouched to inspect it, finding nothing special. While Yu Xuan sensed danger and shouted a warning, she teased him for being scared. She joked that if he stayed timid like that, they'd never escape the maze. Ignoring his warning, she stepped forward and slowly opened the lid. Inside was a card engraved with a sealed eye symbol. White smoke burst out, covering Chen Shi. She screamed as her vision went blind, while Yu Xuan heard eerie laughter from the box. Two clowns emerged from the smoke, one cheerful, one sorrowful. They called themselves the Box Spirits, congratulating Chen Shi for opening an empty box, revealing there were 2 real ones, but 15 empty. The smiling clown said if they opened 10 empty boxes, they'd be trapped forever as his companions. The sad clown explained only the box with the key would let them escape safely. After speaking, both vanished into darkness, leaving the echo, "Stay, abandon." Chen Shi angrily asked Yu Xuan what to do next, he thought, and suggested only she should open the boxes. She flared up, thinking he was avoiding danger, but Yu Xuan quickly explained he just wanted one person able to act if things went wrong. He gently added that if the box revealed a key, good; if not, they'd take turns to minimize risk in the deadly maze. Chen Shi calmed down after her anger, considered, and chose a new plan. Her purple chain glowed softly, wrapping around Yu Xuan's hand. She firmly vowed to protect Yu Xuan at all costs. Yu Xuan was startled, but they continued forward through the maze. Chen Shi opened 9 boxes in a row, all empty. She raged, cursing deceitful humans for always leaving her empty boxes. As frustration grew, she suspected humans were stalling them. Another box appeared, and Yu Xuan hesitated but watched closely. He didn't want her risking more, so he opened the lid himself. Inside lay a cold dagger and a small note. Yu Xuan read the message, realizing this place nullified powers and contracts. The note said a demon could kill him, but the dagger would protect him. Chen Shi worriedly asked about the dagger's real purpose, feeling it was a cruel joke. She impatiently urged Yu Xuan to keep searching for more boxes and the key while he stayed silent, holding the dagger. They moved quietly deeper into the dim maze, footsteps echoing coldly. Yu Xuan suddenly halted, tense. Chen Shi guessed he had found a new box, and he confirmed with a cold tone. He slowly opened the lid, light flashing out. Inside was a silver key, a thin cloak, and a crumpled note. He read words of congratulations and a warning that only one could win, telling him to wear the cloak and keep the secret. Chen Shi grew anxious, suspecting the note made Yu Xuan unusually silent. After a long pause, Yu Quan announced he had found the key, delighting Chen Shi. She urgently urged him to leave this dreadful place quickly. Suddenly, mist spread as the 2 clowns reappeared amid silver light, laughing and congratulating them for passing the trial. The sad clown wept, lamenting he'd be abandoned now that they found the key. Then the happy clown cheerfully said something that froze both Yu Xuan and Chen Shi. He revealed that a new door had opened, marking the start of their journey into another realm. Far away, the old man stroked his silver beard, eyes sly as he watched them, grinning that the true play had begun. Under the starlit night, the spirit smiled, holding question cards and demanding honest answers to lift the seal. Then its tone turned cold, warning that any lie would bring terrible punishment, making Yu Xuan tremble. In contrast, Chen Shi calmly drew a card, confident she hid nothing and eager to regain her sight. The spirit smirked and sharply asked if Chen Shi had ever wanted to seize Yu Xuan's body. Chen Shi calmly admitted she once had, but now saw him as family and felt no desire, making gentle light bloom around her. Her sincerity moved the spirit, but Chen Shi coldly urged it to remove the seal quickly. Yet, since Yu Xuan hadn't answered, the binding remained, forcing him to draw the next card. The spirit eagerly asked if he had deceived his team upon entering the maze. Yu Xuan looked at the question, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He firmly replied that by his own principle he had never lied to anyone. The spirit and Chen Shi were both puzzled, not understanding what his conversation principle meant. To illustrate, Yuxuan gave an example about 7 candies any number answer could be true. That was his dialogue rule. Under the moonlight, he calmly explained his principle held no deceit, while the spirit looked disappointed, and Chen Shi silently observed, both testing each other's hearts. The spirit handed Chen Shi 3 glowing cards, each with a different image, the last one fading as it lost power. It playfully said the items on the cards were things Yuxuan once hid from her, then asked if she wished to confront him. Chen Shi pondered, mentioning the contract and the mist cloak, while Yuxuan worried, knowing her temperament. As he began to explain, Chen Shi, cold and composed, cut him off, saying no further words were needed. She declared Yuxuan was not deceitful and demanded the spirit let them pass. The spirit smiled, praising her decisiveness. It snapped its fingers, releasing the seal on Chen Shi. Purple light enveloped her body, dazzling and ethereal. With the task done, the spirit rose into the sky, scattering cards in its wake. It congratulated them for clearing the trial as glowing cards covered the ground. 3 doors appeared, and the spirit said only one was real, leaving them to find it through wisdom. Chen Shi focused her magic to seek the path, but failed. Yuxuan guessed each door hid danger. Chen Shi proposed they split up to open each door, accepting life or death, shocking Yuxuan, who tried to stop her. Without hesitation, Chen Shi stepped through one door as white and blue light engulfed her, vanishing while Yuxuan reached out helplessly. Yuxuan's eyes turned cold, recalling Han Yu's cunning scheme and realizing they'd been trapped from the start, while his secret from Chen Shi had become a threat. He regretted their lost trust, remembering their past cooperation and seeing how little faith remained between them. In another realm, Chen Shi gripped her blade, facing 3 mocking clown shadows taunting her trust and demonic nature. Chen Shi steadied herself in the mist, commanding the illusions to vanish with authority. She pushed forward through the trial but was suddenly attacked by golden threads striking like snakes. In fury, Chen Shi spun and slashed hard, shattering the assault with a thunderous shout. The golden threads fell glittering around her, leaving her stunned and questioning their nature. Suddenly, a massive golden-brown beast lunged at terrifying speed, jaws wide to devour her whole. Chen Shi countered, slicing through its mouth, blood spraying to reveal a form inside that left her frozen. From the slime emerged a figure with Yuxuan's, faced the mastermind of the trial, igniting her fury. The fake Yuxuan sneered, saying perhaps the real Yuxuan thought the same of her. In a mirrored scene, the real Yuan faced a clone of Chen Shi amid swirling smoke. Both imposters bore 2 green streaks across their face and neck as unique marks. That symbol represented the 3rd trial, the test of unity. At the same time, at Santenbi headquarters, a skyscraper hidden within ancient woods holding the highest secrets. Lu Jiao reported to the chairman that the chaos in John City had been resolved thanks to ACMA rookie Li Yuxuan. Lu Jiao placed a file on the desk, proposing to officially recruit Yuxuan into the Celestial Sanction Unit. The blonde chairman reviewed the classified file, suspicious since Yuxuan once acted secretly under the Psionic Center's name, awaiting her explanation. Lu Jiao calmly replied that their interests aligned, and that, if used wisely, Yuxuan could become the organization's sharpest weapon. The chairman smiled with satisfaction but questioned Chelsea's recent loss of control. Lu Jiao swiftly said she'd sent him to Han Yu to stabilize it. After a thoughtful pause, the chairman nodded in agreement, eyes glinting with hidden schemes. In another dimension, Chen Shi desperately searched for Yuxuan, bound tightly by her own purple chains. Meanwhile, Yuxuan hid behind a rock, quietly watching her in the dark. He understood that to clear the trial, he must defeat the clone Chen Shi without using contracts, relying only on Mei's relics. The mist cloak concealed his aura, and the cursed dagger held deadly power. Suddenly, chains struck the rock, shaking him. The rock shattered, exposing Yuxuan, instantly pierced through by a purple chain. Agony tore through him as he screamed, blood gushing, face pale. He struggled to stay conscious, clutching his wound while staggering away. Chen Shi roared and lashed her chains, chasing relentlessly. Yu Chuan suddenly countered, darting behind her with a smirk, mocking that the coward wasn't him. He drove the icy dagger into Chen Xi's back, making her cry out in pain. Yu Chuan gazed at her with a hoarse yet proud voice, declaring his moment of victory as her body dissolved into mist. A ripple spread along the wall, and Yu Chuan instantly turned on high alert toward the sound. From the crack, the real Chen Xi stepped out, voice coldly mocking that she came only to clean up, surprised he'd defeated the replica. Yu Chuan wiped off blood and sweat, calmly saying it was just luck. He noticed Chelsea's wounds, eyes flickering with concern. She coolly told him not to interfere since he was no better, and her wounds closed as if never there. Chen Xi narrowed her eyes in suspicion. She sneered that he took too long to find a weakness, proving he was overly cautious. Suddenly, the ground shook, walls cracked, and debris rained down. Chen Xi frowned, irritated, guessing the space was collapsing. A flash of light appeared as an old man's calm voice scolded them for tormenting souls too skillfully. It was Han Yu he waved, creating a green vortex, saying the soul realm's chaos had unbalanced the demons. Beams of light pierced through both their bodies, chilling like knives. Yu Chuan silently watched, doubting if the man before him was truly Han Yu. The old man smiled, declaring they'd cleared the soul maze. He asked if they had found the first condition to form a contract. Both answered solemnly at once. They declared it was mutual trust between them. Han Yu laughed loudly in praise, though his eyes hid calculation. A cheerful clown and a giant sphere appeared behind him. The clown announced the trial rule. If they endured demonic energy for 10 minutes, the contract thread would form. Yu Chuan and Chen Xi agreed instantly, confidently saying that was their goal. The clown smiled, conjuring a glowing blue sphere, wishing them luck. Han Yu, satisfied, rubbed his neck, saying his part was done and only awaited good news. Suddenly, a small snake Chen Xi's transformed form slid past him. Han Yu froze, his smile fading as blue light engulfed Yu Chuan, the experiment seemingly failing at its start. Han Yu's tone turned cold, wondering how two who bore 800 soul fragments could truly trust each other. At that moment, Yu Chuan and Chen Xi merged into one form, faces blank, eyes fierce, surrounded by swirling black energy and golden chains. Han Yu chuckled darkly, saying the youngsters were still too green. He raised his hand, unleashing green light, sternly declaring he would teach them a proper lesson. In the next trial layer, Yu Chuan stood tall, smiling wickedly, ready to perfect the connection thread. Han Yu took a battle stance, suspicion and vigilance mixing in his mind. He wondered if the youth had already been drained of psychic power by the demon. Suddenly, Yu Chuan lunged like a storm, aura raging wildly. Han Yu flinched slightly but quickly dodged with veteran reflexes. He countered with 2 thunderous punches that shook the space, striking his opponent's abdomen and mocking that ambushes weren't a good habit. Sent flying, Yu Chuan immediately activated Chen Xi's power, summoning a massive scythe that crashed down, sending icy pillars hurtling toward Han Yu. Facing the counterattack, Han Yu twisted his hand, using Hun Yuan 10 forms, merging spiritual force with the 5 elements. A radiant Bagua array appeared, blocking the ice surge and scattering shards everywhere. He dropped his mocking smile, turning serious, silently judging whether his opponent was a genius or a monster. At the same time, night blanketed the city, pale moonlight shining on 2 figures walking slowly along an empty road. Ba Yin carried food, worriedly asking Mai about Master Han Yu's condition. She nodded and agreed to divine their fortune. Around Mai, countless divination cards spun like stars as she drew one fateful card in silence. She read it and explained that destiny was like a fish trapped in a pond surrounded on all sides. Ba Yin replied mockingly, and Mai calmly said the master hadn't fought in ages, fearing the foe would be difficult. Ba Yin spoke firmly, stressing that the master's true power lay in his physical martial art. In the arena, Han Yu grew serious, landing a heavy punch straight into Li Yuxuan's abdomen. He thought Yuxuan's recklessness would cost him, and indeed the boy groaned in pain. Li Yushuan gritted his teeth and countered, summoning purple chains to strike Han Yu. The old man sensed danger, grunted, and admitted his opponent's formidable strength. Even so, he sneered that the boy was still immature, then used a feint step to leap high. The Bagua formation exploded, thunder piercing Yushuan's body and causing unbearable pain. He opened his eyes, muscles bulging as electricity raged through him. Screaming amid the torment, Li Yushuan was trapped inside the lightning storm. In contrast, Han Yu escaped calmly, landing lightly, both weary and mocking. Seeing Yushuan collapse exhausted, he smirked faintly, lamenting youthful recklessness. He approached, watching the unconscious Yushuan still frown in pain, sighing over the discord between him and Chen Shi, thinking their contract would never hold firm. Meanwhile, in the fiery inferno, molten lava roared across the realm. A one-eyed demon knelt before a figure holding a red gem, listening to his deep scolding over lacking sacrifices, while Easy trembled in fear. Purple energy tightened around the demon's neck, forcing him to his knees as he confessed loyalty to his longtime master. The master asked about Chelsea, and the demon stammered that she had formed a contract with a weak human. The figure leisurely sipped red wine, savoring the scene with cruel amusement. He granted forgiveness, but warned there would be no mercy next time, making the servant thank him frantically. His silhouette emerged under the red glow of magma as he said Uchi would personally act according to plan. A charming yet sinister smile curved upon his face. His appearance mirrored Chen Shi's, except for faint red horns. He smirked coldly, eager to face her soon. Under the starry night, the celestial sanction tower gleamed, mixed with the solemn darkness of unlit rooms. In a bright chamber, the wounded Li Yushuan spoke with Bane, angered as he recalled the disasters of the past 3 days after hearing warnings about Han Yu's unstable realm. Li Yushuan, dressed in black with red gloves, quietly investigates the heavily secured demon lab for clues about Tianxian. Under the sunset, Chen Shi cheerfully holds 2 ice creams, smiling brightly while chatting with the little ghost Ji Yi, confidently challenging her rival. But an unexpected collision suddenly happens amid the lively crowd. Chen Shi startles, 3 ice creams fly into the air, shattering the sweet moment. The ice creams land on Li Yushuan, 1 on his shoulder, 2 on his hair. Chelsea ignores others, only lamenting her beloved strawberry ice cream. Covered in ice cream, Li Yushuan angrily scolds Chen Shi while she laughs at his miserable look, making him even angrier. Chen Shi pretends pity, coughs lightly, and says she'll help clean up the disaster. She chants a spell, magic light surrounds, but water turns into ice, freezing Li Yushuan and making him suspect she did it on purpose. Chen Shi just smiles brightly, amused by her spell turning into ice magic. She jokes further, trying to create hot water, but he's already frozen solid and angrily tells her to stay away. Scene shifts to the bathhouse, Li Yushuan shivering in hot water, sneezing and complaining about bad luck. He tiredly enters the bathroom seeking warmth, unaware of his surroundings. By mistake, he walks into the women's section. He completely ignores the clear direction signs. At the same time, 2 girls, Xiaoshu with brown hair and Sann with pink hair, enter wrapped in towels, chatting as they prepare to soak. They drop towels, relax in warm water, happily talking about hot springs and inviting Bane next time. While relaxing, Sann suddenly worries whether Li Yushuan can pass Han Yu's test. Xiaoshu teases Sann for caring about Li Yushuan, making her blush and deny it, claiming it's just about combat efficiency. Both suddenly notice strange bubbles rising in a corner of the pool. Xiaoshu wonders, while Sann fears it's something dirty mentioned in books, looking anxious. Xiaoshu panics and tries to flee, but Sann reassures her it's just a floating towel. Suddenly, Li Yushuan surfaces from the water, making both girls scream and grab their towels tightly. He scratches his head in confusion, complaining about another failed dive. Realizing the situation, Li Yushuan panics and tries to explain, but it's pointless. The 2 girls scream pervert in unison, echoing through the bathhouse. On Tianxian's rooftop, Li Yuxuan blankly recalls the incident, while Xiao Shu sternly hands him a huge pile of documents to process. While working, he discovers the underground lab originates from Rose City and connects to Jinda Dream Awakening Society. As he analyzes, he suddenly senses a familiar aura behind him. A lightning kick strikes but passes through his illusion. It's Han Yu, surprised that Li Yuxuan has mastered the phantom step technique. He stops and laughs, admitting he was discovered earlier. Li Yuxuan explains he observed every move of his teacher to create a counterattack opportunity. Han Yu laughs loudly, praising his student's cleverness and hinting he's unlike his master's wife, surprising him. Han Yu vaguely says he'll explain once the contract is mastered, then orders him to summon the demon as someone awaits in the training room below. Scene shifts to the training area Han Yu mentioned, filled with tense atmosphere. In the room, Baolei, the proud, red-haired demon, complains about waiting too long, facing a muscular man radiating killing intent. Han Yu calms Baolei, telling her to be patient since Li Yuxuan will arrive soon. Li Yuxuan enters holding a black scythe, eyes sharp as he faces the man. The opponent draws a long sword and charges straight at him. He, named Shimin, shouts for a life-and-death duel, constantly provoking Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan counterattacks with Chelsea, launching chains to strike. The chains hit Shimin, but the wounds heal instantly. He fires another blast, causing an explosion, but Shimin just mocks him, making Li Yuxuan suspect immortality. Distracted, he almost gets hit, but narrowly blocks in time. Chen Shi urges him to hand over control so she can fight, but Li Yuxuan irritably refuses. His left eye glows as he casts golden chains to bind Shumin's arm. He growls angrily, while Chen Shi warns not to underestimate the enemy. Shumin roars madly, using brute strength to shatter the chains. He charges forward, threatening Li Yuxuan to kneel and beg if he wants to live. Li Yuxuan stares coldly back, silently mocking his arrogance and shallowness. With an icy smile, Li Yuxuan declares the truly trapped one is Shimin. Golden chains flare, binding him like a beast in a snare. Li Yuxuan smiles triumphantly as Shimin curses furiously. Suddenly, Shimin's body convulses. Muttering incoherently, Chen Shi warns Li Yuxuan he's falling into sealed memory illusions. Shimin goes berserk, eyes red, repeatedly screaming to kill Li Yuxuan. In his chaotic mind, tragic memories surge. Young Shimin fleeing from unseen terror. He cries and begs not to die, his soul's wound still deep today. The flashback fades and reality slowly returns. Outside, Han Yu silently watches. Lu Jiao anxiously asks about the situation, and he calmly replies, the training is over. She peers through the glass, asking who won and if Li Yuxuan awakened his contract power. Han Yu answers the finisher this time is Shimin. Lu Jiao stands stunned, horrified by the violent scene inside. Red lightning surges wildly as Shimin's demon howls madly, ignoring teammates' desperate calls. Lu Jiao tries to intervene, but Han Yu stops her, sternly saying only by surpassing darkness can he truly grow stronger. He adds that Li Yuxuan's potential isn't fully awakened yet, and once unleashed it will be a priceless treasure. Inside, Li Yuxuan stands still, watching Shimin struggle in madness, realizing the man's memories are vividly replaying in his mind. In the past, young Shimin collapses during training in Haigu village, the birthplace of his warrior clan. A strong man defeats him, laughing and saying such training isn't enough to become a true fighter. The man offers a hand, saying his wife is preparing dinner and urges them to finish quickly to eat together. The boy smiles brightly, taking the man's hand and standing up joyfully. The group happily packs up, laughter and sunlight filling the air, a scene of proud warriors. To them, life and death are one, and family honor is supreme. They believe that by holding together, they can overcome any danger and preserve the Haigu clan's loyalty through generations. Disaster strikes suddenly. A four-armed demon with a wide mouth tears through the warriors, shattering their faith. The monster coldly declares it will spread more fear among those who call themselves strong. Many warriors are slain, leaving only Shimin standing frozen among corpses. He screams for his mother, horrified to see her lying lifeless in blood. Panicking, Shumin runs away, unable to face the monster chasing him. Suddenly, a small figure rushes forward, bravely confronting the demon. That child, eyes burning with rage, charges with a sword to avenge his mother. A gut-wrenching sound rings out as blood splatters everywhere. Blood splashes on Shumin's face, leaving him pale and horrified. The monster turns, scanning for its next prey with endless hunger. It lifts a severed head before Shumin, mocking him cruelly. Tears stream down Shumin's face at the unbearable loss. Back to reality, he screams madly, chanting kill as fury devours his sanity. He charges at Li Yuxuan, determined to kill at all costs. Realizing his opponent's madness, Li Yuxuan shows mercy, using only a staff to block the frenzied strikes. Han Yu shouts from outside, urging them to subdue him while Shimin's demon watches coldly. The demon accuses Li Yuxuan of invading Shimin's memories, claiming his master has no right to judge or command. Chelsea grits her teeth in anger but can't respond outwardly. Shumin unleashes full power, flames erupting and blasting Li Yuxuan away. His face grows more savage, veins bulging as rage consumes him. In his mind, the demon Atos voice echoes, merging with his hatred as their pact forms. Memories flood back. Shumin recalls being rescued by Lady Lu Jiao, the sole survivor of the Haigu clan. Lu Jiao gently invites him to join her carefully planned secret mission. She introduces Gaza, the blind boy rescued earlier, and asks Shumin to care for him. He replies with a sincere smile and a friendly greeting. Shumin promises to protect Gaza, marking the start of their bond. In the present, his sword sparks with fire as he vows no one will touch what he protects. Power and rage merge, turning him half human, half demon, ready to die rather than retreat. With a cold smile, he charges straight at Li Yuxuan to decide victory. Li Yuxuan stays calm, blocking while urging him to regain control. Seizing an opening, Li Yuxuan strikes a heavy blow to his shoulder. The hit makes Shumin stagger, allowing Li Yuxuan to command Chelsea to counterattack. Chen Xi's chains shoot out, binding Shumin tightly. Under the moonlight, Chen Xi transforms into a giant serpent, suppressing lesser demons and absorbing their skills. Seeing his master in danger, Shumin's demon rushes in, anxiously warning him. A bright chain from Han Yu cuts through, ending the fight. The teacher and Lu Jiao step out, announcing the match is over as the result is clear. Chen Xi returns to her small form, grumbling from exhaustion, while Li Yuxuan silently looks at his teacher, then at his rival. His sharp gaze locks onto Shimin. He mocks, asking if Shimin is convinced, making him tremble as Demon Bio angrily retorts. Shumin interrupts Bao, ordering her to withdraw, bitterly admitting defeat. With his head lowered, he coldly says Li Yuxuan is still annoying as ever and not his real target. His hands clench tight, veins bulging, tormented by regret for fleeing his village. His eyes blaze with fury as he vows to bring back the demon that killed his kin to destroy it. Li Yuxuan suddenly cuts in, calmly but firmly inviting him to hunt it together, shocking Shumin. He extends his hand, determinedly urging him to unite against the demon and prove his clan's courage still flows in his blood. After a stunned pause, Shumin stands frozen, mind reeling from the offer. Then he smiles in relief and steps forward to shake Li Yuxuan's hand. Night falls under a starry sky as a chilling atmosphere fills an ancient castle. Corpses and bones scatter the floor. A weak young man pants, trying to contact headquarters, reporting a scent hunter and a demon, begging for aid. Before finishing, a brutal foot crushes his hand, severing all contact with the outside world. He screams in pain, horrified as a long-haired demon approaches and reveals itself. It's the captain. Skeletons drag him into filthy water on the floor as he screams for mercy. The demon's figure begins to shift before the onlooker's eyes. Its long white hair shortens, lips curling into a cruel smile as it whispers its target is Chen Xi to settle an old grudge. In a dark room, Li Yuxuan lies motionless on the bed, dark circles showing countless sleepless nights. Chen Xi, in human form, sleeps beside him, keeping him awake. He grumbles irritably and turns away. Under the moonlight, a thick black mist suddenly rises before Li Yuxuan, carrying the ominous scent of demons. Without hesitation, he channels inner power, golden threads glowing from his palms like sunlight. The golden threads bind the black mist, restraining it, while noise from the old wooden door hints someone is behind it all. He steps out, eyes icy, voice coldly asking the lurking figures what they plan to do. Suddenly, Sana and Gaza shout his name. Firing paper fireworks in celebration, Sana announces the threat in June City is resolved and Lu Jiao is hosting a party, while Gaza drags him off to avoid missing the feast. Chen Shi, hearing food, dashes out gleefully with her favorite canned meat, while Li Yuxuan stays cold, puzzling Sana. At the grand banquet hall, brilliant lights reflect everywhere, filling the space with dazzling color. Gaza and his demon joyfully enjoy the lavish feast full of elaborate dishes. Lu Jiao stands above, constantly toasting in joy, while Sana busily searches for her around the hall. At the bar, Li Yuxuan drinks and chats casually with Sherman and Ba Yin. Sherman eagerly praises Li Yuxuan's drinking ability, making Ba Yin wonder if he's even drunk yet. Sherman suddenly grows solemn, admitting he once thought Li Yuxuan was fake, but now sees his true strength and thanks him for helping overcome his dark memories. Ba Yin laughs, watching Sherman stumble, saying he always repeats himself when drunk. Li Yuxuan then asks Ba Yin if he drinks, making him shyly reply he only likes milk. Instantly, Li Yuxuan snatches the milk carton with a mischievous grin. He pours milk into his wine amid Ba Yin's screams while Sherman claps in excitement. He raises the milk wine, grinning and claiming it tastes better, leaving Ba Yin wailing. Sherman's demon rushes to support its tipsy master, eyes full of worry. Chen Xi keeps munching grilled meat when she hears staggering footsteps approaching. It's Lu Jiao so drunk she's lost control, Sana chases helplessly behind. She suddenly pours wine into the charcoal stove, enraging Chen Xi as her meat burns. The two argue loudly. As the moon rises high, music and laughter still echo through the hall. Chelsea carefully holds the remaining meat, planning to take it away. She panics seeing Li Yuxuan lying flat thinking he's dead, but he slowly says he just wants to prove he's still alive. Chen Shi quickly teases, saying he's a lousy drinker for collapsing so fast. Li Yuxuan tiredly lifts his head, arguing he's just out of practice, not weak. Chen Shi keeps teasing, saying she dislikes weaklings, then curiously asks when their contract will be complete, while Li Yuxuan silently gazes at her. He recalls the moment he entered Han Yu's dark power, hearing countless eerie whispers in his ears. The chaotic noises scramble his mind, making him want to drive them out as fast as possible. Chen Shi tilts her head, thinking he's using alcohol to apologize, but Li Yuxuan firmly denies it, saying it's not the drink talking. He wonders if that was the beginning of their contract bond forming, while Chelsea watches silently, eyes deep in thought. Before she can speak, Sana's panicked scream echoes from afar. Hearing Lu Jiao's name, both Yuxuan and Chen Shi rush toward the sound. Sana trembles regretfully, saying she failed to stop the lady from drinking. Behind Lu Jiao, pillars of light appear as she drunkenly laughs, threatening to jail anyone who refuses her special meat dish. The door bursts open. A man in a suit rushes in, panting with urgent news. He reports that the Tianxian base is under attack, leaving everyone in shock. At the base, ruins and shattered glass fill the scene, bodies scattered everywhere. In a broken cage, the rank 36 demon Osa trembles and cries before a strange man. Osa fearfully asks if he's truly the captain. The man calmly confirms he's Yui and asks for help. Ui smiles slyly, tempting Osa to follow, saying the less it fears, the weaker humans become. Meanwhile, search units urgently sweep the base, footsteps echoing through the halls. Intel reports no sign of forced entry, making Li Yuxuan suspect the culprit is an insider. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouts the target's ID. It's Tianxian's team, a leader. Ba Yin and Gaza are shocked. Ba Yin questions how someone under strict screening could harbor a demon pact. Shu Min angrily charges for the door to cut down the accused, but Gaza quickly holds him back. Li Yuxuan stands silent in thought. then suggests the team leader might actually be a demon in disguise. He frowns deeply, eyes filled with suspicion. In the demon containment vault, darkness and malicious energy fill the air, sending chills to everyone. Sana looks around in awe, realizing the place is built from refined crystal with seals by the chairman yet somehow easily broken. Chenxi coldly tells Yuxuan she senses a familiar but deadly aura, implying a formidable enemy. From afar, Shumin's shout echoes. Gaza recognizes it instantly, and Lady Lu confirms the location. They rush toward the sound. The door slowly creaks open. Bane and Sana turn pale at the horrific sight, corpses strewn across the floor. Blood stains the ground, several bodies hang mid-air, making Bane tremble as most victims were high-ranked ability users. Sana's face burns with fury, vowing to punish the culprit mercilessly, clenching her fists with determination. Gaza panics upon seeing his brother Shimin hanging from the rafters, unable to break free. Li Yuxuan is also stunned. Tightly bound, Shimin grits his teeth, enduring without escape. In despair, he begs Bel, his loyal demon, to leave him, sensing its weakening, but Bel stubbornly clings to its master. Gaza tries to unleash power to save him, but Li Yuxuan stops him to prevent panic. As Gaza's demon appears, a slimy mass suddenly lunges and clings tightly to it. Gaza screams in pain, asking what monstrous thing is strangling him. Lu Jiao looks around in confusion, wondering what could restrain demons so effectively. Li Yuxuan immediately channels energy, golden threads glowing in the dark. He stops Lu Jiao from rushing in and realizes the place holds anti-demon traps, spirit traces revealing clues to the culprit. Chelsea observes carefully, softly noting the skeleton in the corner seems off. Yuxuan glances over, noticing the bones emit strange energy. Without hesitation, he lashes a golden chain at the skull. The strike shatters the skull, dissolving the slime-binding Gaza's demon. Shumin falls hard from the ceiling, groaning in pain as Sana and Bane rush to help him up. Suddenly, the shattered skeleton rises again, staggering toward Yuxuan. It speaks mechanically, declaring it carries a message from a warrior. The chilling message: its master will launch a full-scale assault on Santan's capital at dawn, erasing all life there. Bane, Sana, and Shimin are shocked, while Lu Jiao murmurs fearfully about the coming massacre. The skeleton continues, saying the attack can only be stopped if Chenxi reaches the Lost Garden Maze. Yuxuan turns to Chenxi, coldly asking if she knows the one behind it. Chenxi gravely replies. The presence feels familiar, and if her intuition is right, even Tian Xian's full force couldn't stop him. Yuxuan is startled by Chenxi's serious tone, while the skeleton keeps repeating like a recorder. Unable to bear it, Lu Jiao orders Sana to silence it. Sana fires an arrow straight through, shattering the skeleton into dust. Lu Jiao immediately issues an emergency order. Santan enters combat level 1, authorizing Tianxian users to eliminate the enemy at all costs. Gaza nervously asks if their team must fight too. Bane doubts Lu Jiao's haste, since they haven't confirmed if the enemy is human or demon. Lu Jiao sternly explains that since the strongest abilities and demon contractors belong to Tian Xian, she had to issue the alert. Even Shimin and Gaza nearly died in that trap proof of the threat's power. Gaza anxiously asks if there's another way. Yuxuan turns to him. He coldly asks if Gaza means to let Chelsea go to the meeting point alone. Bane sides with Yuxuan, firmly opposing walking into a trap, saying it's a setup and things will worsen, Shimin counters, insisting they can't let a comrade face danger alone. Gaza insists the enemy only wants them to hand over Chenxi, while Lu Jiao and Sana stay silent during the heated argument. Li Yuxuan and Chenxi exchange a heavy wordless glance. After some thought, Yuxuan firmly tells everyone to stop arguing. He and Chenxi will go to the meeting point themselves to end it all. The group freezes, staring at him in disbelief. Lu Jiao angrily tries to stop him, calling it reckless and emotional, but Yuxuan calmly says it's a trial they must face alone, not dragging others into danger. Shumin can't hold back and insists on joining the fight, while Lu Jiao desperately restrains him. At that moment, a strange sound echoes in her earpiece, and a voice demands Li Yuan's location. It turns out to be the chairman. Lu Jiao immediately reports that Yushuan just left. The voice orders her to bring Yushuan back to headquarters, revealing he's the one they've been searching for, leaving Lu Jiao stunned. The scene shifts to the chairman's office of the Spare Alliance. He sternly scolds Lu Jiao for allowing Yushuan to act independently. She regrets it, explains it was an emergency decision, but the chairman coldly interrupts, saying he already knows everything about the intruder. He calmly wipes his watch, speaks of the heavy damage to the Celestial Control Base, warns to use that weapon only in despair, then changes to a critical topic. He opens a data panel before Lu Jiao, revealing new research progress that shocks her. The analysis shows Li Yushuan's DNA perfectly matches the first predator species, not human at all. She panics, guessing the ancient predator might be the figure seen 20 years ago, though she doubts the result's accuracy. The chairman reassures her, affirming the data's truth and believing Li Yushuan may be humanity's final hope. Lu Jiao interrupts, realizing the intruder may truly be targeting Li Yushuan, leaving her even more shaken. The chairman immediately denies it, says the research remains top secret, then turns to Chen Xi, whom Lu Jiao has long suspected of hiding a dangerous secret. Suddenly, he finds an object and hands it to her, prompting Lu Jiao to step forward and take it. She discovers it's the space-time demon mace, a purple pointed artifact that absorbs high-tier energy and severs demonic contracts. She grips it tightly, thinking it's the last resort if Li Yuhuan loses control, but the chairman says it can only be used once. Lu Jiao quietly nods, accepting the mission, while the chairman advises her to prioritize survival, his eyes full of trust. He pauses, voice heavy with sorrow, recounting Lu Jiao's family past, revealing that despite her parents' legacy, she is what he treasures most, his biological daughter. In the silent night at Huayuan District 31, cold moonlight bathes a grand castle amid crimson roses, casting a surreal glow over the scene. Chelsea and Li Yushuan arrive at the meeting point. She doubts the plan, while he decides to ambush outside instead of rushing in. Chen Xi irritably asks when the enemy will appear, but Li Yushuan calmly analyzes that the attack will come at dawn, making the ambush the wisest choice. She silently follows, feeling heavy-hearted. She studies Li Yushuan, acknowledging his strong mental power, yet a vague intuition tells her she's missing something. Seeing her silence, Li Yushuan gently reassures her he'll help restore her power and memories, but suddenly his face contorts in pain. Li Yushuan collapses, shocking Chelsea, who rushes over before she can react. He weakly warns her of danger around them. A violent psychic force invades Li Yushuan's body, spreading agony through him. Behind Chelsea, a zombie suddenly lunges to attack. Chelsea reacts instantly, swinging her steel chain at the enemy. The strike seems fatal, yet the creature remains standing. The zombie is unharmed and keeps attacking, leaving Chelsea stunned and doubting her weakened strength. For a moment, horror flashes in her eyes as she realizes a hidden truth. Looking around, she sees countless corpse arms rising from the ground and understands her fear is suffocating and weakening her. At the same time, inside the dark castle, tension fills the air. Osa urgently warns not to kill Chelsea and Li Yushuan, fearing their wrath, while Uchi coldly says, human instinct is to kill. Uka's words make Osa blush as if suddenly enlightened. She smiles gratefully, offering to serve him in anything, while Uchi stands silently, pride gleaming in satisfaction. He bows slightly, strokes his chin, and smirks, admitting Osa's violent nature is immense. He believes that power can help him destroy Chen Xi's unique strength, his eyes glinting with sinister delight. Outside, Chelsea and Li Yushuan are surrounded by an army of undead with no escape. Li Yuan remains weak, forcing Chen Xi to fight alone, muttering in disgust at the persistent creatures. She swings her brutal chains, smashing corpses apart, but nausea rises as the zombies scream horribly. Watching, Li Yushuan notices her energy fading and recalls her words about a terrifying demonic force that seems powerless against him. He quickly warns Chelsea to stop, saying the more she fights, the weaker she becomes, leaving her shaken, believing something controls her. The ground trembles violently and shockwaves make them stagger. A thunderous roar echoes from the castle, making both turn to look. A giant skeleton with horns identical to Chen Shi's emerges among the undead. It leads the zombie army, radiating a mysterious purple aura, seemingly under someone's control. As it steps forward, it mocks Chen Shi for making a pact with a weak human, its tone dripping with contempt. Then it unleashes a devastating attack, causing an explosion that injures both despite their quick dodge. Li Yusuan panics, seeing Chen Shi wounded, but she calmly gives him control, determined to face the dire situation. Li Yusuan gradually recovers, his cold gaze radiating lethal intent. He charges into the undead, striking decisively while the skeleton sneers that is naive to think he can escape so easily. Fearless, he forms a defensive stance, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. A flash of purple light streaks across the undead army. The blast hits the zombies head-on before they can react. Amid the battle, Li Yusuan retorts to the skeleton, declaring he's not afraid but exhilarated, his cold grin chilling the foe. The skeleton is stunned by his unimaginable power. He shouts that by destroying it, he'll get closer to the truth he seeks. With blazing eyes, he slashes precisely, shattering the enemy's bones. But the bones quickly reassemble, restoring their form. When he drops his guard, they counterattack, but Chen Shi shouts a warning just in time. Li Yusuan reacts instantly, forming an energy barrier before him. Even so, a bone shard pierces through, leaving a thin cut on his cheek, making him realize his body is slowing oddly. The skeleton laughs maniacally, mocking them as it casts judgment, trapping them in slowed time while it moves freely. After fully regenerating, it roars, challenging Chen Shi to reveal her true form and fight. Suddenly, an object crashes to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Through the mist, a long-haired woman's figure appears. It's Osa, standing beside Uchi. He claps mockingly, praising her with teasing words. Uchi closes his eyes and inhales deeply as if savoring the scent of victory. He smirks darkly, ordering Chen Shi to enjoy the gift he prepared. At the same time, Lu Jiao, Ba Yin, Sana, Shimin, and Gaza arrive at the meeting point. The sight of scattered zombie corpses shocks them. Ba Yin suspects it's the aftermath of Li Yuxuan's battle with the demon Chen Shi. Shimin confidently says he can't have fallen so easily, while Gaza anxiously searches around, calling out for Li Yuxuan. Lu Jiao sternly orders the team to split up and search immediately, wasting no time. Under Lu Jiao's command, the group memorizes the plan and quickly disperses. Li Yuxuan is pulled into a strange void-like cave. Though annoyed, he stays calm, realizing only he and Chen Shi are present. A deep voice echoes from the darkness, making Chelsea shudder, her heart pounding from the feeling of being watched. The water suddenly swirls violently, and a cold voice mocks Chen Shi's weakened state. From the whirlpool emerges a silver-haired demon with a sinister smile, holding a giant scythe, declaring himself the reborn victor. He swings his weapon, summoning 4 demonic skulls to attack Chen Shi and Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan reacts instantly, raising a shield to block the deadly strike. Chen Shi realizes her ally is weakening and shouts for her to retreat so she can fight alone. Uchi smirks arrogantly, flaunting a talisman with strange symbols that shocks Chen Shi. Memories flash back. Chen Shi immediately recognizes Uchi as her old enemy. Uchi grows more ecstatic, channeling energy until his weapon erupts with violent power. A massive strike hurtles straight toward Chen Shi and Li Yusuan. They dodge just in time, suffering only minor injuries. Uchi lunges between them, mocking their evasive tactics and calling the fight boring. His aura thickens, eyes gleaming with greedy delight as he belittles them like insignificant creatures. Li Yuxuan stays calm, rapidly deploying sturdy shields to block Uchi's continuous assaults. Uchi, enraged, targets Li Yuxuan directly and declares this blow unavoidable. Li Yuxuan quickly forms an energy barrier, neutralizing Uchi's attack. At the crucial moment, he commands Chen Shi to counterattack. Her chains bind Uchi, yet he remains calm and amused. Li Yuan notices the enemy's weapon changing in a strange way. He suspects Uchi is hiding some injury. Even though they're wounded without knowing why, the last attack was clearly blocked. Uchi triumphantly declares the battle will end in their defeat. He strikes fiercely, mocking Chen-Chi's past and provoking her not to lose in disgrace. Chen-Sai erupts in fury, hatred blazing within her. She unleashes all her strength, her chains storming toward him as she screams, "Shell crush him no matter what." Li Yuxuan gasps for breath while Uchi laughs disdainfully at Chen-Chi's effort. Suddenly, Chen-Chi feels searing pain through her body, forcing herself to endure it. She realizes space is distorted, their attacks rebounding on themselves. They discuss breaking the effect as Uchi's power surges higher. Li Yuxuan suggests ignoring Uchi for now and focusing on the spatial distortion. Uchi grows uneasy at being exposed. Seizing the chance, Uchi flashes behind Li Yuxuan and delivers a fatal strike. Hez stabbed straight through, his body numb and helpless, frozen in despair. Chelsea stands petrified, her face pale with terror. She rushes to catch him, but Li Yuxuan's body goes limp and collapses onto the cold ground. Chen-Chi kneels, holding him and crying his name, while he weakly whispers hers before falling unconscious. At that moment, a blinding golden light flares, and a radiant purple magic array spreads beneath Chelsea and Li Yuxuan. From afar, Uchi laughs mockingly, saying both will soon die and resistance is futile. A surge of immense energy suddenly shoots straight toward him. He reacts swiftly, blocking with his weapon just in time, shocked by Chen-Chi's true power. She stands tall, power erupting violently, her blazing gaze like a demon lord incarnate. Her chains surge out wildly, wrapping and tightening around Uchi without pause. Uchi is stunned by her sudden strength, unable to believe Chen-Chi restored her power in an instant. Chen-Chi stands before Li Yuxuan's motionless body, her hateful eyes locked on the enemy. She growls, scolding him for daring to insult her, a mere imitation. Looking at Yuxuan, she sees his blood radiating strange energy that heals her, though she doesn't understand why. Meanwhile, he trembles in pain within his coma. At the same time, elsewhere, Sana leads the group with Lu Jiao and Ba Yin searching for Yuxuan. They fight as they move while communication suddenly cuts off. A violent explosion echoes from afar, startling them all. Thick smoke engulfs the area, dust swirling everywhere. Ba Yin immediately raises an energy wall to protect the two teammates. From the smoke, a figure rushes out, putting them on high alert. Realizing it's Shimin, they freeze. He's covered in blood, trembling, muttering in panic that he killed Gaza. Dazed, he keeps asking why everything turned into such tragedy. The three rush over, trying to understand. Shimin, in confusion, says he can no longer tell what he just fought. Ba Yin and Lu Jiao exchange glances, sensing something abnormal. Ba Yin forms a blue light barrier to calm Shimin, assuring him he might have been deceived by illusion. He takes a deep breath, slowly regaining composure. Shimin begins explaining that after separating from Gaza, he smelled a strange, sweet yet rotten scent in the air. And then everything started to distort. Trembling, Shimin recounts seeing the shadow of the slaughter demon, his voice choked with terror. In the hazy space, blood-soaked battle memories surged back, clouding his mind. Fear overwhelmed reason, driving him into uncontrollable frenzy. When clarity returned, his eyes were empty, devoid of life. Seeing Gaza's lifeless body under his blade sent him into utter despair. The group silently listens. Ba Yin calmly concludes Shimin might have fallen into illusion, while Lu Jiao reassures him the area is under the shy demon's influence and urges calm. Her words spark hope in Shimin, who asks if Gaza might still live. Lu Jiao checks the system and detects Gaza's energy trace not fully gone. She quickly orders them to split up. Sana and Shimin will find Gaza, while she and Ba Yin continue tracking Yuxuan. In a dim chamber, faint light shines on Li Yuxuan's motionless face. He opens his eyes, bewildered to see the mortal wound on his abdomen completely healed. But then Chen's chains wrap tightly around him, making him cry out in pain, asking why. Before him, Chelsea stands silently, her cold, murderous aura freezing the air. She steps closer, gripping his shirt and pulling him tightly toward her. She forces him to face her, demanding the truth about the demonic power hidden in his blood. Even bound, Yushuan firmly replies that since she's been with him every day, she should know best. Chelsea smirks disdainfully, saying there's no need to waste effort fighting demons anymore. She smiles wickedly, pressing close to his neck, declaring that by drinking all his blood, she'll regain her full memory and ultimate power. Yushuan stays calm in danger, asserting she would never harm him. Chen-Shi leans to his ear, softly asking why he trusts her so much. He smiles serenely, saying he doesn't trust the demon Chen-Shi at all. He only believes in the pact between them, making her eyes tremble with wordless emotion. Suddenly, the chains around Yakshuan dissolve as if broken by an unseen force. Chen-Shi is terrified to find her inner energy fading away. Yushuan exhales lightly, mocking that his blood's power was only temporary. Enraged, she grabs his shirt, demanding more blood. At that moment, his arm glows bright red like living fire. Both stare in shock, suspecting it to be the legendary contract bond. Yushuan closes his eyes in thought, realizing that though Uchi escaped, forming this bond is a major step forward. Chen-Shi gazes at the brightening sky, her voice lowering. Yushuan understands they're trapped in a strange space and must find a way out first. Elsewhere, Uchi, disguised as the captain, endures pain, sweat dripping down his distorted face. Osa worries, but he reassures her and leads the team away through the dark night toward a ruined city flickering with dim lights. He grits his teeth through chest pain, puzzled at how Chen-Shi recovered so completely so fast. In a collapsed building, Ba Yin and Lady Lu Jiao keep tracking Yushuan's trail. A deadly aura fills the air. Ba Yin swiftly raises an energy shield to protect them as toxic gas erupts from the shadows. Lu Jiao instantly pulls a grenade pin to counterattack. The grenade is hurled forcefully toward the ambushers' direction. A violent explosion echoes, smoke and dust flooding the space. Through the haze, a dark figure emerges, its killing intent chilling their spines. Thinking it's an enemy, Lu Jiao signals Ba Yin to ready for combat at once. A purple light flashes within the smoke, mysterious and dangerous. Ba Yin warns Lu Kao to stay alert while gathering energy to strike back. A second explosion roars, but Ba Yin's shield blocks the deadly blow in time. Lu Jiao coughs, straining to see through the smoke, slowly discerning the figure approaching. A demon in a fine suit appears, his powerful aura stunning Lu Jiao. She realizes his power is mental type, not the one who attacked Gaza. She quickly stops Ba Yin, suspecting the psychic waves might belong to Li Yushuan. From the smoke, Li Yushuan steps out, radiating immense pressure, a grotesque demon clinging behind him like a pet. He smiles faintly, recognizing familiar faces. His smile fades as Ba Yin's barrier blocks his path. He smirks mockingly, saying this greeting is quite amusing. Without hesitation, Yushuan strikes. Shattering the shield, he glances at Ba Yin, silently admitting the opponent's strength is formidable. He suddenly notices the contract mark on his hand, amplifying his energy. Ba Yin keenly observes it and nods inwardly. Yushuan has indeed absorbed demonic power strong enough to wipe out this place. Yushuan explains seriously that he and Chen-Shi hid Uchi's clone, but now the creature has vanished. Lu Jiao is stunned at the name, recalling Uchi as a rank 9 demon, never expecting him to appear here. Yushuan confirms Uchi is the victory demon, though his true goal remains unknown. Lu Jiao murmurs, recalling something, then signals the team to prepare for action. She activates her ability, opening a swirling bright blue spatial gate. But moments later, the portal collapses. Lu Jiao freezes, realizing her power is being blocked, fearing that Sun Tenbei may be in danger. Yushuan runs his hand along the wall, touching sticky green mucus. He speaks gravely, deducing they're all trapped inside a colossal living creature. At the same time, a small shadow darts across the thick green liquid, moving at astonishing speed. It's Uchi's clone, a massive worm with grotesque fangs chasing Gaza, who's running while cursing about being spat out. Gaza irritably wonders if he was too hard to digest, which made the monster vomit him out. He activates his ability, firing streams of green slime from his hands to attack the giant beast, suspecting it created this entire place. Suddenly, Gaza panics, remembering his brother Shu Min is still trapped inside the monster. Gaza fights with all his strength but remains powerless, gritting his teeth in fury, thinking if he could strike from within, he'd have killed it easily. Unexpectedly, the creature's mouth spews countless purple chains radiating Chelsea's aura, making it scream in agony. Gaza stands frozen, stunned by the bizarre sight. Soon after, Sana and Shumin are expelled from the creature's body, stumbling amid dim light. Shumin cheers at Gaza's safety, while Sana nods calmly, praising the boy's effort. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shumin moves to hug his brother, but Gaza instantly raises a shield, annoyed and calling him too timid. Sana smiles gratefully, thanking Gaza for saving them from the monster's illusion. Her words leave him flustered, thinking he hadn't done anything. Gaza hurriedly explains he only saw purple chains and assumed the others freed themselves not through his help. A distant voice interrupts, declaring that the one who slew the creature was Li Yushuan. Li Yushuan, Lu Jiao, and Ba Yin appear. Lu Jiao analyzes that Uchi's body was fragile and, when endangered, regurgitated everything, and Yushuan seized that exact moment to strike from within. Shumin claps in praise of Yu Chuan. His demon appears and gently cleans the stains for its master. Yu Chuan remains cold, ignores the compliment, saying Uchi is waiting. Chen Shi's fiery eyes burn with vengeance. Elsewhere, in a silent space, Osa stands before Uchi uneasily, unable to believe his coming plan. Uchi holds her hand, speaks sweetly but with hidden intent, assuring her she's doing a good deed. In truth, he uses Osa to turn the whole area into his demon park. Uchi smiles triumphantly, his message fully delivered. He eagerly awaits to see whether people will sacrifice themselves or condemn others to die. Uchi grips Osa's hand, controlling his card's humans enchanted by her, now soulless corpses marching toward the city. On the city wall, soldiers spot the disturbance, sound the alarm, and prepare to fight in crisis. Below the wall, those controlled by Uchi and Osa scream to enter, shouting for freedom in madness. In an emergency meeting at Shantan Center, the chairman and 5 mayors meet online to plan a response. Jin Da, mayor of Rose City, angrily says capturing demons cost too much and the late alarm ruined their chance. Robert, mayor of Ionet, cloaked in black, calmly suggests activating Divine Punisher to save lives, even with sacrifice. Zhu Shui, mayor of Huaxia, furiously tells Robert to shut up, mocking him as a machine unfit for the meeting. Yan Lan, the silver-haired mayor, strongly objects, insisting they can't abandon those who rebuilt after disaster. Jin Da interrupts, upset that Rose City's budget must support civilians, calling it unfair. Mu Liman, mayor of Beijing, ends the quarrel, saying they must find solutions, for demons ignore human division. He concludes by urging the chairman to decide. The old man stays silent, pondering deeply. The chairman declares it's not yet desperate enough to activate Divine Punisher, vowing to protect all lives. Jin Da, red with anger, slams the table, questioning if they can defeat Uchi the victorious demon, ranked 9th. The chairman firmly assigns full authority to Dr. Lisa according to the preset plan. Jin Da, annoyed, reluctantly accepts the chairman's order. He smiles wickedly, warning that time is running out, hinting a threat. Outside Santen, sandstorms rise, and emergency contact between agents and a frail woman is cut off. She struggles to report, realizing she's bound by strange vines. The chaos outside horrifies her as she sees the catastrophe spreading. Gathering her last strength, she activates her psychic power, blue light covering her body. She is shocked to realize the vines are controlling everyone. Believing her power can awaken a few, she struggles up to use her ability. A sudden slash cuts her neck, and she falls in horror before reacting. Uchi appears, suspecting Osa's power weakened as some escaped control. He coldly offers the girl's blood to Osa, using demonic force to turn her body into fluid. The fresh blood surges into Osa, seeping deep within her body. Osa screams in pain as the assimilating blood invades violently. Dong, under control, hears the provocation and falls into uncontrollable madness. Soldiers on the wall are shocked, reporting the appearance of beastified humans. Beneath the wall, the crazed crowd hunts prey like wild beasts. In command, soldiers report the defense wall collapsing, tension extreme. The commander orders readiness to attack while some still retain sanity. The superior sternly warns that if they don't act now, even one intruder means disaster. He solemnly reminds them of the vital mission: hold the line and await the chairman's command. Soon after, unmanned squadrons take off, circling the sky awaiting attack orders. Uchi coldly watches, mocking humans for betraying each other in crisis. He senses demonic power in human weapons, smirking at their use of evil to fight. Uchi secretly plans to annihilate humanity and break the demon seal to earn fame in hell. Li Yuxuan's icy voice interrupts his illusion of victory. He smirks, declaring he has finally found the foe he's long hunted. Li Yuxuan unleashes killing intent, joining forces with Chen Shi for the fateful duel. Outside Shanten, in a sandstorm, a mother clutches her child, begging the controlled boy to stay back. The soulless youth swings his staff, screaming for release. A sudden punch knocks him out before he can strike. Shumin angrily steps forward, scolding him for attacking a woman, knocking him unconscious. Lu Jiao, Bane, and Sana appear, assuring the mother and child they are Santenbi enforcers. In command center, footage of Lu Jiao's rescue excites everyone. The commander receives direct orders. He receives direct orders from the chairman, responds sternly, and executes without delay. Instantly, he commands a full assault, ordering all troops to aid Lu Jiao in destroying Uchi as battle erupts. The captain watches Uchi's image, vowing to protect the city at all costs and stop the demon. Outside the walls, Uchi faces Li Yuxuan and Chen Shi head-on. He arrogantly mocks that if they kneel, hell grant them glory and share in his victory. Li Yuxuan coldly replies that the only loser today will be Uchi. His words stun Uchi, fury flashing in his eyes. Taking advantage of his distraction, Li Yuxuan lunges, striking in a flash. Uchi panics and instantly summons Osa to fight. Demonic vines surge, shooting at Li Yuxuan like living arrows. He dodges swiftly, his figure gliding through the air. The vines weave into a tall tower, forming Uchi's vantage point. Uchi laughs madly above, confident his plan is perfect, mocking that Li Yuxuan will tire as the controlled horde closes in. At the same time, in the residential district near the wall, Gaza fights the crazed crowd, struggling not to let his inner demon devour everything. Lu Jiao opens a spatial gate to rescue the sane, while Sana and Ba Yin form a defensive line. In Lu Jiao's mind, one thought echoes: Li Yuxuan must defeat Uchi at all costs. Shumin suddenly appears like lightning, his glowing figure wielding a sword. He shouts powerfully, slashing the vines and summoning blazing demonic flames. Shumin orders Bio to burn everything. Red fire engulfs the vines. Osa's scream echoes, making Li Yuxuan momentarily falter with pity. He sneers, mocking Uchi's understanding of emotion. The taunt enrages Uchi, who roars that a mortal like Li Yuxuan is unworthy and mentions Chen Shi's power as a challenge. Uchi burns with fury, his eyes blazing with wrath. Osa's cry for help rings out behind him, making him turn in shock. She is broken, wings torn, body bloodied, weeping from fiery torment. Uchi approaches, holding her hand as if to comfort, softly asking about her pain. She weeps, whispering she just wants to go home. His face turns cold, voice dripping with contempt as he calls Osa useless. A flaming purple skull appears behind her as Uchi coldly declares he will seize Osa's power for himself. Osa trembles, sobbing in disbelief that her master betrayed her, feeling death's cruelty closing in. Childhood memories flood back of a rabbit's killing that choked her with sorrow. Her mother's gentle voice teaches her to restrain bloodlust and live kindly. As a child, Osa bowed and promised her mother never to commit cruelty again. Now, as Uchi drains her life, her last words confess how painful dying is. Soon after, all aircraft wobble out of control, sparking and exploding mid-air. Li Yuxuan flashes forward, casting starlight to block falling debris. Gaza's demon creature forms a shield wall to protect the boy from the blasts. Shumin, hit by debris, roars in rage and curses loudly. Ba Yin reacts swiftly, raising a barrier to stop fragments and safeguard civilians. Uchi grins wickedly, welcoming Li Yuxuan into his playground. After draining Osa, Uchi transforms into a hellish form as the controlled humans become demons. The air tightens as soldiers fire endlessly, clinging to fragile hope against the monsters. But the bullets only enrage them, and the beasts charge like a storm of blood. The chaos knocks people from heights. Agents report to HQ that the battle line is faltering. At command, all fall silent at the monster's regeneration. Immediate reinforcements seem impossible. The leader orders through radio, summon the divine punishers and eliminate the enemy commander. The urgent order reaches the divine punishers, who respond instantly, making Lu Jiao anxious. At Lu Jiao's position, demons swarm with overpowering beasts, and she knows her team can't aid the wall. She realizes they're trapped by the leader Wu Erqimian's scheme. He diverted forces to gain advantage, leaving hope to Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan drains his strength, drenched in sweat, facing the demon horde and their leader. On a hill, the female commander stands calmly among vine fortresses and 7 winged demons, ordering the charge with disdain. Wu Erqimian tempts and threatens, promising mercy if he surrenders the pact with Tai Si Ya. Li Yuxuan fights while calculating, knowing a reckless rush means death before reaching her. She laughs scornfully, mocking his foolish belief that defeating her clone equals victory. She summons massive vines from the ground to bind him tightly. He smirks, coldly mocking the demon's cowardly power. Wu Erqimian grows smug, ridiculing him for making a pact with a weak demon like Tai Shiya. She attacks both body and mind, luring him to join her for true power. Li Yuxuan replies sarcastically, recalling her past defeat by Tai Shiya, enraging her. Wu Erqimian screams threats, declaring he's courting death. Realizing persuasion is futile, she commands the demons to annihilate all. She leads the charge while he remains calm, still bound. He uses conversation to stall, taunting her into losing focus. Suddenly, he releases power, energy chains shooting out to shatter the vines. The chains recoil, wrapping around Wu Erqimian and trapping her briefly. Li Yuxuan seizes the chance, dashing forward with lightning speed. But with a single staff swing, she shatters all chains and launches a fierce counterattack. The powerful blow flings him away, blood gushing. His body slams into the ground with a heavy thud. Wu Erqimian strides proudly, mocking that he and Tai Shiya are both worthless before striking the final blow. Bloodied and broken, he still grins defiantly, challenging her limits. His mockery drives her mad, unleashing dense black energy to possess him. Her demonic force is too strong, overwhelming both him and Tai Shiya. As despair engulfs them, Tai Shiya's spirit suddenly separates from his body. The demon's body is tattered and wounded, evoking pity. Tai Shiya lies motionless in Li Yuxuan's arms, eyes closed, making him anxious. Wu Erqimian sneers coldly, mocking Tai Shiya's weakness and claiming Li Yuxuan is courting death. Li Yuxuan hurriedly lifts her, calling her name, prompting her to weakly open her eyes. She whispers, begging him to give her some blood to recover. Wu Erqimian interrupts icily, signaling to finish them both. At that moment, determination flashes in Li Yuxuan's eyes as he slashes his hand, letting blood flow. The crimson blood enters Tai Shiya, carrying all his faith and will to win. As it fuses, her body glows and her power erupts violently. The surge blasts demons away, stunning Wu Erqimian as she senses a familiar aura from her. At Command Center, reports come in. A strange phenomenon marks Tai Shiya's awakening. Now she stands, body radiant, eyes resolute and battle-ready. All finally understand the might of a supreme demon. High above, Uchi grips his purple spear, smirking as he asks Chen Shi if she can make him tremble. He roars, channeling all demonic power into the spear as purple thunder explodes and he charges in. A massive skull rises, mouth and eyes blazing violet, crashing toward Chen Shi. She stays calm, forming an energy vortex in her hand, gazing at him with pity for his stubbornness. Without hesitation, Chen Shi hurls energy chains that pierce through the giant skull. A painful roar sounds as the skull explodes, fragments impaling Uchi and making him collapse, trembling in agony. Lu Jiao pauses mid-battle, listening to the echoing blast. Chen Shi's strike shakes the battlefield, and monsters lose their regeneration. Soldiers cheer, reporting the enemy weakening. This is the moment for full assault. Lu Jiao looks toward the explosion, thinking Li Yuxuan and his allies have succeeded. As smoke clears, the scene of devastation appears. Chen Shi and Li Yuxuan stand side by side, he wounded but resolute before the battlefield. In front of them, the ruined skull mutters its last words as the violet fire in its eyes fades out. Chen Shi looks down with disdain, mocking the corpse for still rambling. A strange sound freezes Chelsea in place. A red halo opens, revealing a demon resembling Chen Shi, furious at Uchi's betrayal. Li Yuan and Chen Shi are both bound, hearts filled with confusion. Amber approaches Chelsea, smiling coldly, reminding her of their past. Chen Shi recalls once being close to Amber, memories flooding back. The image of being stabbed through the back jolts her with pain. The man before her is the one who once stole her power. Chen Shi rages, vowing revenge and to destroy him. Amber laments Chelsea's choice to ally with humans. He picks up the skull and recounts the era of his dominion over hell. He scornfully declares Chelsea no longer worthy to speak with him. Amber warns that next time, if she's weaker, hell slaughter her, then vanishes. When the spell fades, Chelsea is freed but collapses immediately. She transforms into a white serpent, sleeping peacefully in Li Yuan's arms. Li Yuxuan holds her, suspecting Amber's true motives. He watches the defense system activate, light covering the city. Li Yuxuan assumes Lu Jiao's team has held the outer line. Silence fills the air, only the sound of aftermath cleanup remains. Xu Min relaxes, sighing in exhaustion while Gudan offers him water. Sana treats the wounded. Lu Jiao reports via radio that the enemy retreated and asks about Li Yuxuan's group. Li Yuxuan tends to civilians mentally affected, using dream energy to erase lingering demonic force and restrain instability. Suddenly something happens. A chilling sensation spreads through him as his dream power fails. He freezes, drenched in sweat, his mind chaotic. A weary soldier shouts, breaking the heavy silence. Another slumps down, laughing tiredly, relieved the battle is over. Lu Jiao softly says that though it's calm now, countless consequences remain. Gaza looks at him with admiration, surprised he returned so soon. Sana answers for him, hiding the failure of his dream power. Ba Yin curiously asks about the demon beside him. The question makes Li Yuxuan pause, not replying at once. He looks down at Chelsea in his arms as she weakly calls his name. Chelsea gasps, saying she will transfer all her memories to him. He is stunned, eyes wide, not understanding what's happening. Her memories flood into him, images becoming clear. In them, Chen Shi is cheerful, proudly showing victories to her kind. A demon identical to her praises her, calling her the best among them. He gently rewards her with her favorite meat box, proud of his sister. Li Yuxuan falls silent, realizing that was Chen Shi's brother. He is also the one who stole her highest rank. He asks why, but she weakly replies she no longer remembers. Chelsea warns him to beware, for that demon's power is beyond imagination. Chen Shi faints, and Li Yuxuan kneels, murmuring in worry. He confirms Chelsea is unconscious, his voice heavy. Xu Min frowns and calmly notes that their foe was a 9th-rank demon, making it understandable. Li Yuxuan declares he'll go alone to Rose City to save Chen Shi, shocking Lu Jiao. Xu Min objects, and Gaza urges his brother to stay calm and not repeat old mistakes. Sana agrees, reminding them of Amber's warning and not to act rashly. Li Yuxuan smiles confidently, saying he killed one before Uchi, so they needn't worry. Lu Jiao sighs, doubtful of his decision to go alone. In the office, Lu Jiao reports to the chairman, visibly uneasy. She opposes letting Li Yuxuan act alone, but the chairman solemnly permits his continued investigation. Lu Jiao remains worried, calling the chairman father, and he assures her he'll send a trusted guardian to protect him. He advises his daughter to rest because a busy workload is coming. When she leaves, his gaze becomes quietly pensive, as if calculating something. A seductive voice teases his heavy expression. Amber appears, leans on the table, smiles coldly, and says things are going well. The chairman angrily blames him for breaking the pact that revived Uchi and causing many deaths. Amber replies coldly that those deaths are a small price. He trembles with rage. Amber sneers and says he will be rewarded. He changes tone, his look malicious, telling the chairman to prepare for the next phase. In Rose City, silent night blankets the area. Li Yushuan senses a white-clothed follower, feigns nonchalance but stays alert. He tightens his fist, suspecting the follower has an abnormal ability. With Chen Shi unconscious and his dream power paralyzed, worry flickers across his face. The mysterious figure suddenly greets him, startling him. Turning around, he's surprised to see Ba Yin. Ba Yin smiles, his joy plain to see. He asks why Ba Yin followed. Ba Yin says Lu Jiao sent him to assist. He complains about the heat and sweat. Li Yushuan thinks Lu Jiao must have planned ahead. He allows him to join but warns not to get in the way. Ba Yin happily agrees. The crowd bustles while he broods over Chen Shi and the failed power. Relieved, Ba Yin can help somewhat. Lost in thought, Ba Yin excitedly orders local food, and Li Yushuan only glances silently. The smell of anchovy spreads, making Ba Yin enthralled. He offers a bowl to Li Yushuan, who frowns and plugs his nose. He snaps at the foul smell and tells him to shut up. Li Yushuan covers Ba Yin's mouth, causing him to gag. A strange noise draws his attention. He sees a group of beast hunters tearing at a badly wounded victim. Ba Yin screams in horror when he recognizes the monsters inside the city. The creatures hear the sound and charge wildly toward them. Li Yushuan pushes Ba Yin aside to remove him from the attack range. He smiles coldly and signals Ba Yin to handle the small monsters. Stunned, Ba Yin still rushes forward to confront the creatures. Ba Yin exerts his full strength, shouting as he fights. He strikes defense and counterattack at once, keeping his balance. A monster suddenly ambushes from the flank, raising the tension. Ba Yin dodges swiftly and counters hard, sending the monster flying. Li Yushuan watches from afar, subtly criticizing Ba Yin's still immature technique. The last monster gathers energy, forming a bright blue beam to fire at Ba Yin. Ba Yin stays calm, tightens his fist, eyes locked on the creature. He roars, seizes the creature's winged limb, and blocks the attack. Then he hurls it forcefully, calls Li Yushuan, and throws the creature toward him. The creature spirals in, carrying dazzling blue light. Li Yushuan narrows his eyes coldly, mocking his teammates' repayment. With a swift blade, he cleaves the target in two, killing it instantly. Ba Yin froze, shocked by his lightning-fast strike. Li Yushuan twirled his knife, coldly saying a B rank wasn't worth his time. Ba Yin scratched his head awkwardly, admitting he was only good at support. He examined the monster's body and noticed the outfit of the Ying Xiao ability unit. Spotting the tag S0713, he was startled to recognize an old teammate's code. Ba Yin immediately contacted headquarters, asking Tuan Bo to investigate the mutation. Li Yushuan thoughtfully mentioned experiment S0713 once conducted by his father. He signaled to move on, believing answers awaited ahead. They entered the GCAT supermarket filled with eerie plush bears and unease. Two mysterious figures appeared, one hanging upside down, one sitting silently below. The seated one drew a card, his booming voice greeting the guest within the dream. A pink-haired woman in purple smiled slyly, saying she had a surprise prepared. Gray skies covered the Santen headquarters tower, glowing like a night beacon. On the main screen, a man-eating flower monster lay still as Lu Jiao confirmed it was from Yingxiao unit. Her father pondered, recalling orders to monitor hunting teams after the Chengdi incident. He discovered Yingxiao trading large amounts of energy cores and sent Hanwu to investigate. Lu Jiao feared a tragic repeat, but her father assured backup was ready. He assigned her to closely monitor Rose City and gave her a red pill to stabilize her genes. Lu Jiao stared at the pill, curious about the doctor's new experiment. Her father calmly said it was top secret, and she should just follow instructions. She nodded in acceptance, asking no more. Lu Jiao reached out to take the red pill. He turned away, saying he'd meet Mayor VOBR at Yingxiao and wanted her to report any changes. As the door closed, she felt heavy with what her father still hid. Night fell over Rose City as Li Yuxuan and Bai Yin arrived at the target site. In front of the glowing red door, Bai Yin suggested checking the map, but guidance was nullified here. They pushed the door open, the bell chiming twice. Bai Yin marveled at the illusory space, while Li Yuxuan frowned at the foul scent. Going deeper, Bai Yin heard movement above and looked up. A scarred yet wild-looking purple-haired girl hung bound, still mocking them. Bai Yin panicked and pulled Li Yuxuan's hand as a huge shadow appeared behind. A bird-headed beast with twisted horns and red eyes growled about the noise. Startled, Bai Yin angrily attacked the creature. His strike hit, but the target vanished. Li Yuxuan said it was just a welcoming ritual. A golden disc flew toward his back, and Bai Yin shouted a warning. The object shifted direction, slamming into Bai Yin and knocking him away. The disc vanished, Bai Yin fainted, while Li Yuxuan remained calm as if expecting it. He glanced at his unconscious comrade, then stared into the darkness, awaiting the one behind it. A Fu stepped out with cards, saying the shop only served booked guests, so he couldn't be blamed earlier. He cheerfully changed tone, circling and asking about costumes, while Li Yuxuan said he came for the hidden one. A Fu mocked and offered a fortune reading. Li Yuxuan coldly refused, calling his accuracy awful. Li Yuxuan's sarcasm enraged A Fu, who shouted he had only failed once when reading for him. Then he fell silent, eyes flashing as if realizing something. He suspiciously asked if Li Yuxuan had lost his ability, yet could still feel energy from him. Li Yuxuan cut the topic off, stressing he only wanted to meet the hidden one. A Fu shrugged, joking that he shouldn't have called himself a guest then. He handed Li Yuxuan a card, warning the hidden one was moody, but Li Yuxuan didn't care. When he chanted a spell, the surroundings twisted into a completely different space. A worn table and dim lamp revealed a wide-brimmed figure. A Fu urged him to ask quickly. Li Yuxuan was surprised. The hidden one was a giant talking mushroom with a hoarse voice. The stench made A Fu cover his nose, complaining it reeked of disaster, while Li Yuxuan calmly analyzed. The hidden one spoke warmly, inviting him to rest, displaying an old book, a snail noodle bowl, a pipe, and a red pouch. A Fu grimaced, forbidding him to pick the smelly noodles, while he noticed the sharp object was a pipe. Disliking smoking, he skipped the pipe and noodles, choosing the book. The hidden one smiled, saying the answer lay within. Suddenly, a bandaged corpse burst out, claws gleaming menacingly. To take the book, he had to defeat the celestial fiend raised by the hidden one's toxins. Li Yuxuan engaged. A Fu joked in disgust the elder should make a prettier version, while Li Yuxuan studied its terrifying power. Before he reacted, the hidden one ordered him to perform for his son. The fiend darted like lightning to attack. He dodged just in time, realizing its incredible speed. He counter-kicked, muttering praise in awe. The hidden one remarked the fiend was interesting. Pity the dreamer wasn't here to see it. A Fu worried that Li Yuxuan was still joking amid danger. He was warned that failure meant eternal entrapment in the hidden one's world. Li Yuan stayed cold, declaring the judgment would begin. He vanished instantly, making the fiend roar in rage. Suddenly appearing behind, he slashed from head to spine. Blood splattered as the fiend collapsed miserably. The wand in his hand glowed, recalling painful memories that forged his power. The fiend furiously counterattacked, leaving A Fu stunned from afar. A Fu asked about Li Yuxuan's ability. The hidden one explained it was only temporarily sealed. Li Yuxuan unleashed another fierce strike mid-battle. The fiend's body was covered in cuts, blood spreading like ketchup. That blood only fueled his excitement. A Fu questioned his mysterious power, and the hidden one said the fiend's blood awakened his latent destructive force. Tianma sprouted sharp spines like a giant porcupine. Li Yuxuan calmly unleashed his ultimate skill, summoning countless verdict blades. He waved his hand and all blades struck at once. The Tianma was blown to pieces. A Fu asked if it was a summon. Yinja denied it, calling it a spirit force shadow judge. Before the enemy corpse, Li Yusuan stood tall, eyes burning with conviction. Yinja declared he had passed the test. The old man raised an oil lamp, drawing smoke from the Tianma as if reclaiming that life. Li Yusuan asked why the dreamer role vanished and judges were scarce. Yinja instead asked when he first felt that power. He recalled. After the dreamer disappeared, during a fight with a hunter in Hua Hong, the judge power awoke when he reacted instinctively. He edged closer, probing when his true power was lost, answering himself that it vanished when he used the dreamer role successfully and left the orphanage. At that moment, the judge fell silent, prompting him to suspect the dreamer and judge opposed each other. Yinja nodded, confirming the dreamer role suppressed Li Yusuan's true power within the organization. He described the judge as an original damage ability forged from pain and the eruption of his killing instinct. Li Yusuan fell silent, troubled, wanting to know the dreamer role's true nature. Yinja didn't answer verbally but cast a spell, placing something into his pouch as a reply. The pouch opened to reveal a small snake Chen Shi sleeping and far weaker than in human form. He cradled Chen Shi in both hands, noting the snake form reduced risk. A Fu was astonished he could nurture a pact with this little demon. Yinja chanted, the book's pages flipped and ancient memories surfaced on the paper. The story began with his parents. As a child, his father forcibly imposed psychic power on him despite his mother's fierce objections. His father could not relent, burdened by inner pressure and hope that the organization's research would save his son. His parents, master scientists, joined the organization and were assigned to summon an ultimate demon to save the world and their child. In the lab, the project neared success, seeming only a step away. His mother feared whether the method would save their child, his father reassured with a desperate determination. He used psychic power combined with a key, believing he would achieve results. Chen Shi appeared mid-air with horned tips, purple radiance, seductive features, and platinum hair. She mocked humanity and warned they were unworthy to call her salvation. Yet she did not demand too high a price to save the dying child. She required fair compensation. His parents admitted the nature of her power, and Chen Shi agreed to save the dying boy. But Chen Shi set a clear condition. She saved not out of goodwill, but under a contract with terms. If they later dared to flatter her, she would reclaim strength and impose penalties. Every magical loan must be repaid with interest. Chen Shi touched the boy's forehead, transferring a stream of primal energy. She warned that this power would be reclaimed at a predetermined time. The past images pained Li Yusuan. His parents were killed by the organization while trying to save him. Yinja confirmed it and revealed the organization never knew the energy had entered him. They sent him to the orphanage to observe, later discovering the power came from Chen Shi's lineage, the Mbo. Hearing that name, Li Yusuan grew furious, bombarding Yinja with questions, while Ah Fu was stunned by the revelations. Yinji calmly said only when the soul shatters can one see the truth clearly. He ignored the old man's words, focusing on awakening Chen Shi. Yinja praised his clarity and said Ah Fu had led him right. Ah Fu joked about drawing a fortune, and Li Yuan smirked, mocking her as the best fortune teller. Despite the tease, Ah Fu drew a card, muttering that if correct, she'd turn into a roadside sign. A glowing card appeared, floating before Li Yusuan. On it were two faceless men amid mystic stars. His eyes flashed with sudden understanding. After that, he and Bai Yin arrived at the Kaimeng headquarters. Their greeter led them into a golden, palace-like hall. Bai Yin marveled at its grandeur, while Li Yuxuan calmly said this was in Rose City, the richest in the alliance. Bai Yin asked why they came. He explained, A Fu said the superconductor machine here could help Chen Shi absorb energy and recover faster. Bai Yin doubted it, believing Sun Tan Bo had destroyed that machine completely, surprised it still existed in Rose City. Seeing his silence, Li Yuxuan turned to meet Bai Yin's warning gaze. He signaled to speak less here and asked more about the fortune. He replied briefly, saying there was nothing more. Neither knew someone lurked in the shadows, recognizing them as members of the Tian Xian team. The guide led them into a large room, inviting them to wait for Mayor Jin to appear. When only the two remained, Li Yu-chuan directly asked Bai Yin what he wanted to say. Bai Yin questioned the fortune's credibility and suspected the superconductor from Ying Xiao was just tech waste. Li Yu-chuan frowned, trusting Ah Fu but puzzled by Bai Yin's mention, wanting to grasp the hidden meaning. Bai Yin stroked his chin, explaining that 5 years ago the Alliance launched the Ability Bud plan to counter the Predators. The project was led by Sun Tan Bo, with Rose City making components and Ying Xiao assembling the superconductor. The machine allowed ability transfer between people, creating superior artificial abilities. But every experiment failed, and the recipients turned into predator monsters. Thus, Chairman Liu ordered all data sealed and further research banned. Bai Yin paused, suspicious that Rose City still continued the project. Li Yu-chuan then asked if the predator at Ying Xiao was connected to it. Before they could hear an answer, the door burst open. A boldly dressed girl entered, sneering at Li Yu-chuan and mocking that Tian Xian now had only a bookworm with glasses. Bai Yin grew angry, sternly reminding her as Kaimeng's representative not to insult the Alliance. Miss Jin ignored him, continuing to scorn Tian Xian for their Sun Tan Bo failure, saying they didn't deserve resource privileges. Bai Yin fumed, but stayed silent, while Li Yuan calmly questioned the damaged ability testing machine once used in his treatment. He stared straight at her, accusing Rose City of negligence for not maintaining devices and abandoning other sectors to attacks. Miss Jin suddenly recognized his true identity, face twisting with rage, shouting he had disgraced Rose City yet dared return. He coldly replied he came only to retrieve the superconductor under Tian Xian's orders, warning her not to defy Federation commands or face punishment. His words infuriated her further. She struck out, summoning 2 glowing golden blades, challenging them to trade lives for the machine. Miss Jin tightened her grip and screamed a battle cry, charging straight at Li Yu-chuan and Bai Yin. Li Yu-chuan spread his arms, metal claws snapping out to block the first blow. Seeing his ally attacked, Bai Yin cast a warning spell, declaring he'd use force if she didn't stop. Li Yu-chuan stopped him, saying she only wanted to spar, not truly fight. He held back his full strength, afraid of damaging the valuable devices in the room. His calm tone only agitated Miss Jin more. She sneered and suggested moving elsewhere to fight properly. Light and wind burst out, engulfing the entire chamber. When Bai Yin opened his eyes, both were gone. Only a small chest remained on the floor, the gateway to their duel. Inside the chest was a vast, boundless space. Li Yu-chuan realized this was a spiritual realm created by Miss Jin for combat. He warned she'd drain her energy quickly and asked if she could endure it. Miss Jin coldly replied this space instead consumed the intruder's spirit power. Li Yu-chuan could feel his energy fading gradually. Still smiling, he mocked her method as one used by exploitative masters, provoking her furious scream. She roared and swung her twin golden blades, vowing to make him beg for mercy. He raised his hands, claws gleaming, ready to clash head-on. Outside, the building scene returned to calm. In a lavish office, a man in a white fur coat listened to news of Li Yu-chuan's arrival, wondering how he knew where the superconductor was hidden. Behind him, a skull-hooded figure murmured that Li Yu-chuan's demon was likely injured after the battle with Uchi-da Ren, surprising his master. The cloaked one sneered, saying Uchi used only part of his strength to defeat was expected. Besides, the demon ranking now ignored power without Chen Shi. Li Yu-chuan was nothing. The man in the fur coat smirked, saying Li Yu-chuan was now an empty-handed fool. The attendant took a call mentioning Mr. Jin Da. Upon hearing that Miss Jin was fighting Li Yu-chuan, the servant immediately reported to his master. Both men were stunned, eyes flashing with disbelief. Outside the chest, Bai Yin chanted a spell to observe, thinking Miss Jin aimed to drain Li Yu-chuan's power through the mental space, though the plan would likely fail. Suddenly, the chest shook violently, cracked, and exploded as if from within. Li Yu-chuan emerged, his foot pressing on Miss Jin's shoulder, the arrogant girl now fallen to the ground. She screamed in fury, horrified to find his power completely unaffected. He looked down with a faint smile, mocking her flashy ability name, saying he disliked it so much he accidentally hit too hard. Though he apologized, he kept his foot on her shoulder, making her groan in pain. Bai Yin, tense, intervened. Reminding them they came not to fight, Li Yuxuan calmly said he'd already won and demanded the superconductor. A deep male voice interrupted, regretting arriving too late to prevent the duel. A man entered, smiling politely, introducing himself as Jin Da, mayor of Rose City and father of Miss Jin. He paused, his tone calm yet sharp, ordering Li Yuxuan to remove his foot from his daughter. Miss Jin froze, trembling as she called father, clearly shaken. Jin Da folded his arms, eyes blazing, coldly repeating his command to release her. Li Yuxuan studied him closely, sensing demonic energy hidden within the man's body. He withdrew his foot, replying courteously but firmly, advising him to teach his daughter better since others in Tianxian wouldn't be so gentle. His words made Miss Jin flush with rage, eyes wide with hatred. She screamed to kill him, while Jin Da hastily calmed her, joking fatherly that his daughter had been bullied. After soothing her, he ordered a box brought in, explaining the superconductor was contraband lost in Rose City during retrieval. Li Yuxuan ignored the excuse, eyeing the box before thanking him. Then his tone turned cold as he asked why such a dangerous item was hidden instead of surrendered. He continued, mentioning he'd encountered Yingxiao ability users turned predators in Rose City, smiling meaningfully as he asked if the Jins were involved. Miss Jin furiously accused Li Yuxuan and the Suntan Bo faction of ingratitude, while Jin Da feigned shock, loudly expressing horror that predators existed in his city, pretending remorse for losing control. Li Yuxuan smirked mockingly, questioning if father and daughter truly knew nothing. Jin Da forced a smile, promising to investigate and claiming to return the item properly, hiding his unease. Bai Yin stepped in to ease the tension, but Li Yuxuan patted his shoulder, thanked the kind mayor, and politely took his leave. Near the door, he casually turned back, asking someone to send Bai Yin's backpack to the hotel, speaking with calm authority. His tone made Miss Jin boil with fury, shouting that next time she'd make him kneel at her feet. Kim Da silently watched them leave, recalling 20 minutes earlier when he learned Li Yuxuan had arrived in Rose City and realized his power far exceeded expectations. He asked the cloaked man what to do with the item. The cloaked figure coldly said to hand it over since it was only second grade, then smiled wickedly, hinting that Kim Da had another scheme in mind. Back in the present, Kim Da smirked darkly, eyes glinting as he thought the gift would make Li Yuxuan remember forever. In the corridor to the main hall, Li Yuxuan and Bai Yin walked side by side in thoughtful silence. After a while, he spoke, noting that when Kim Da appeared, demonic energy clearly radiated from him. Bai Yin agreed and suspected Kim Da was behind the Yingxiao incidents. Hearing this, Li Yuxuan smirked coldly, knowing they shared the same conclusion. He ordered Bai Yin to investigate the Yingxiao ability team while he stayed to watch. Certain chaos would erupt soon. Bai Yin promptly complied. Meanwhile, in the Yingxiao City finance office, a girl worked intently before her screen, fingers flying across the keyboard. The door opened, startling her. A man claiming to be the new shift took over, and she left after curiously asking if he was new. He smiled, showing his staff ID, saying he'd just transferred nearby. She glanced at the card and left, unaware of any danger. He sat at the desk with a smug grin. It was Bai Yin, reporting to Li Yuxuan that he had infiltrated the office. Li Yuxuan asked if he'd found anything in Yingxiao City data. Bai Yin quickly searched, noticing mismatched ability team codes, suspecting the city was preparing a major event and planning to verify with Lu Jiao. Li Yuxuan urged him to hurry, warning the real uniform owner could wake any time. Bai Yin's gaze fell on the bound man, realizing it was the same worker Li Yuxuan had knocked out. He steadied himself, promised to continue investigating, and told Li Yuxuan to stay alert. On the other end, Li Yuxuan detected the cloaked man approaching and requested tracking, but Bai Yin calmly said to wait. Li Yuxuan smirked, hinting he had successfully lured a big prey. In Yingxiao's hidden sector, hooded figures quietly transported crates into a secret building. A subordinate reported to Ta Yan that the core collection was complete and being shipped. Ta Yan, sickly-looking with brown-gray hair, silently raised his glass. He sipped and sneered that anyone unable to clear rats from his home was untrustworthy, confusing the subordinate. Ta Yan grinned wickedly, saying he'd been watched for some time. Outside, Li Yuxuan was concealed, observing. By tailing the cloaked man, he had found this place and smiled in satisfaction as everything went smoothly. Through the glass, Li Yuxuan's reflection enraged the cloaked man, shocked he'd been tracked without sensing any aura. Inside, Ta Yan calmly sipped his wine, coldly saying that if the man eliminated Li Yuxuan, he'd earn a promotion. The fury inside the hooded man erupts violently. He charges out, shouting a challenge to his foe. His figure vanishes in a blinding flash with a thunderous explosion. The group carrying the crystal cores panics, checking the goods and seeking escape as the walls crumble. Ta Yan sighs in frustration at the ruined tavern he had rented. The hooded man reveals sharp claws and a glowing mark on his forehead, strikes down Li Yuxuan, who weakly mocks him as foolish and deaf. The taunt enrages him further, roaring that a dying man dares provoke him. Li Yuxuan calmly replies, voice icy, calling his power disappointing. He swiftly kicks his opponent in the groin. The man collapses in pain while Li Yuxuan coldly orders silence. He pulls out a small white snake, murmuring that if Chen Xi were here, she'd call this demon annoying. The demon rises with bloodshot eyes, yelling that without Chen Xi, he can surely kill Li Yuxuan. Before he can reach, a flash strikes him down before he understands what happened. Li Yuxuan stomps on his face, mocking that his mother forgot to teach him not to be noisy. His red eyes and demonic face show the stomp was the final warning. The shoe mark burns as the man begs weakly in pain. Li Yuxuan interrogates him about Mayor Jinda's plot and why he wears an eagle nest uniform, demanding the real target. Terrified, the demon admits the superconductive material was defective and sent intentionally. He was ordered by a mysterious master with unknown purpose. Li Yuxuan frowns threateningly, doubting such ignorance, warning him to stop hiding. Panicked, the demon pleads for memory verification, but Li Yuxuan sighs, saying he cannot use that ability. Realizing the man is useless, Li Yuxuan stands, gazing at his powerless silver ring. He coldly says what he seeks isn't ability, but the evil force within them. The ring flares, devouring the demon as he screams while his energy drains away. Moments later, the man collapses unconscious. Li Yuxuan looks at the ring, recalling If's words that it absorbs demonic energy to pass to Chelsea via their pact. The weak voice asks if he thinks he can awaken something. Li Yuxuan freezes, confused. Suddenly, the ring glows red, agony driving him to his knees. The demon laughs madly, saying he's absorbing waste energy that will destroy him. Li Yuxuan endures, feeling chaotic energy burst from the bracelet. Amid pain, soft hands lift his face. A familiar voice calls Chen Xi. She hugs him tightly, eyes filled with worry. The white snake in his hand shifts form. It is Chen Xi. He smiles faintly, knowing the pact thread has saved him. The demon stares in terror, unable to believe the defective substance worked. Chen Xi's blade slices across his face, killing him instantly. A clap and a voice of praise echo from behind. Li Yuxuan turns to see a long, curly-haired man on the rooftop smiling, saying he was forgotten too soon. He mentions their unfinished duel in Chengdu. Li Yuxuan realizes it's Ta Yan in human form. Li Yuxuan attacks, but Ta Yan dodges easily, smiling that he's just resting and advises calm. Li Yuxuan accuses him of controlling the demons and demands confession. Ta Yan calmly denies it, saying he only came to relax and must leave soon. Before finishing, his figure fades into the air, leaving an echo promising to meet again. Li Yuxuan clenches his fist, vowing not to let Ta Yan escape next time. He enters the room Ta Yan left, mind full of suspicion. His appearance and exit were too effortless. A glass of red wine still ripples on the table. He finds a note saying, "Want the answer? Open that door beside a portrait of Tyann." He eyes the distant door, wondering if it's a trap. In the end, he decides to approach and push it open. Inside lies a dark laboratory with walls stacked high with papers and files. A surge of unease rises as he wonders why demons need such a lab unnoticed by Jinda. As he steps closer, his eyes freeze. The wall is filled with photos of a blindfolded child in an experiment suit. The caption chills him. Number 56 test subject, Sinan drink, drug 13, solution 4, 2011. Beside them are disturbing images of strange machinery. Ba Yin's urgent voice sounds as he rushes in, panicked. Seeing Li Yuxuan silent, Ba Yin calls repeatedly. When he turns, his cold eyes order. Inform Santen BT, this is the DI organization's base. Above, the building glows with lights and lively crowds, but beneath lies a demonic lab of horrors. Li Yuxuan and Ba Yin confront Mayor Jinda, finding him in a meeting with President Lu via screen. Jinda argues he registered legally and knew nothing of DI. Captain Lu on screen scolds him for incompetence, letting Rose City fall into chaos. Realizing he's cornered, Jinda lowers his tone to admit fault, hinting that Tianqian agents found links between Ying Chao abilities and the tavern, making Ba Yin shiver in fear of exposure. Suddenly, a hooded figure appears on screen, coldly declaring the elite battle has begun, criticizing Jinda's weak rule, provoking him to retort that Ying Chao espers are the true threat. Burning inside, Li Yuxuan turns away from their argument, leaving Ba Yin puzzled as Jinda insists on reinvestigating Ying Chao City. Meanwhile, the So-So convenience store waits silently for passers-by. Li Yuxuan stops before the food counter, lost in thought. He picks up a golden tomato, quietly scanning the surroundings. He recalls the Shi organization, once posing as saviors during the Hongyu catastrophe. They brewed secret elixirs from bacteria, hoarded wealth, and used orphans for cruel experiments. The children were stripped of humanity and will, turned into killing tools. Rage surges as Li Yuxuan hurls the tomato into the shelf corner. He grips the counter, teeth clenched, furious that ignorant superiors ignore such evil. Emotion overwhelms him, and a curse escapes his lips. Suddenly, a voice behind offers him a cigarette. It's Ba Yin coming to comfort him. Ba Yin hands the pack, but Li Yuxuan refuses, saying he's quit. They sit on a bench outside. Ba Yin leans in, asking why he's so troubled. Li Yuxuan looks up, saying Tyann spared him, making him feel belittled. Ba Yin frowns, reminding him he once defeated Uchi and isn't weak. Li Yuxuan raises his head, weary but resolute. Next time, he'll kill Tyann himself. He tells himself the time hasn't come yet, so he must hold his resolve. Changing topic, he suggests they head to Ying Chao since no clue was found in Rose City. Ba Yin agrees with a trusting smile, promising to accompany him. Outside the city, a line of hooded people stands in the forest, each wearing a glowing green ring as their leader inspects them. They quickly board 3 large trucks bound for Ying Chao. As the convoy leaves, corpses in black with green collars lie buried beneath the soil. From a tree branch, a silver-haired youth watches through binoculars, reporting they've wiped out Ying Chaos forces and infiltrated the city. Captain Lu monitors via earpiece. At the same time, a high-speed train stops at the forest station. On board, a pale-faced boy sits silently. His tired eyes fix on Li Yuxuan and Ba Yin standing on the platform. Ba Yin reports that Rose City's orphans are gathered at Santen BT, and President Lu is secretly tracing Zi's trail in 2 major cities. Things begin stabilizing. Gaza and Ximin prepare for elite selection, and will join Li Yuxuan and Ba Yin in Ying Chao, where Li Yuxuan plans to ask about Santen BT. The train whistle suddenly blares, drowning his words so Ba Yin can't hear. Ba Yin asks again in confusion, but Li Yuxuan hesitates, then firmly urges him to board quickly. The broadcast announces the Duchua 1966 train's departure. Once aboard, Ba Yin notices something strange. He mutters that the train left early and their car is empty except for them. Alarmed, Li Yuxuan orders Bane to hold his backpack tight as he senses something wrong, and the train speeds into a dark tunnel. Confused, Bane starts to ask but is snapped at by Li Yuxuan as the train screeches deeper into the tunnel. The train speeds through the tunnel. In an instant, the space around them warps and reality shifts. When they awaken in a strange forest, Ba Yin panics about the train, but Li Yuxuan calmly says it wasn't meant for them. He bends down to pick up a letter beside him. Signed by Eve, it calls this a super gift for Li Yuxuan and Chen Shi, wishing them a pleasant trip to Yingchao. Li Yuxuan smiles bitterly while Ba Yin angrily suspects Yvette's trap. Li Yuxuan explains her foresight is half-baked, causing the train to vanish midway. Suddenly, Ba Yin smells thick blood. Li Yuan grows alert, whispering that a tragedy may be happening here. They follow the scent toward a nearby bush. Leaning in, both freeze at what they see. Before them are bound children covered in wounds and blood-soaked clothes. Some scream, others lie still, uncertain if alive or dead. Around them stand giant demons. One reptilian-faced with long tongue and red eyes approaches a terrified boy begging not to lose his eyes. A scalpel flashes through the air. The creature's arm is severed, blood spraying wildly. Beams of light slice the darkness, burning the demons before they can turn. One beast lunges but is kicked in the chest by Li Yuhuan's thunderous strike, crashing down. He stomps its chest, demanding the mastermind, but the demons only hiss incoherently. Seeing them mute, Li Yuxuan coldly slashes its neck, ending it. He scorns their existence as worthless. Behind him, Ba Yin shouts for him to look ahead. A dark red lake appears, filled with countless identical creatures surging like waves. Without hesitation, Li Yuan orders Ba Yin to protect the children. He hurls scalpels toward nearby power poles. A massive explosion erupts, lightning striking down like thunder. Li Yuxian's gaze turns icy, despising beings born from such filth. He murmurs that dying this way is still too merciful. Electricity races across the lake, detonating with a deafening roar. When the smoke clears, Ba Yin clutches a boy. Panting, he realizes all monsters are dead, and Li Yuxuan's power far exceeded normal. Li Yuxuan approaches asking their state. Ba Yin points to the surviving child, saying they saved one. The boy's trembling cries soften Li Yuxuan's tone as he promises safety. Ba Yin gazes sadly at the small corpses, saying most bled out before rescue. Li Yuxuan lowers his eyes to a motionless child nearby. The child's hollow eyes and blood-streaked face leave them frozen. They realize these are the orphans taken from the city. That dawn, Li Yuxuan had seen 56 small bodies lined neatly at the station. He and Ba Yin handled the burial, standing in silence before the blazing pyre, red light reflecting on their heavy faces and the surviving boy. Li Yuxuan bitterly regrets that doomed train. Li Yuxuan softly blames Ba Yin, saying the train was arranged by Santen BT. Ba Yin stays silent, eyes dark, not knowing why. The child's sobs mix with the crackling fire that devours the past. With the heart of one who was once orphaned, Li Yuxuan speaks lowly that he understands that pain better than anyone. Memories of childhood return, of a boy once promised a bright future. But as years passed, that promise faded into illusion. Light gave way to endless darkness, swallowing all hope. Now Li Yuxuan clenches his fists, vowing never to give dreams if he cannot keep them. His icy words leave Ba Yin stunned and speechless. Li Yuxuan calmly turns and walks toward the two ahead. He gently tells the child, "Come, let's go home." He leaves Ba Yin standing, sorrow shadowing his eyes and choking his voice. A memory resurfaces, two children fighting in a cold room, one strangling the other. A priest appears, praises him, and leads the boy across a bridge of shattered glass, promising everything if he dares to step. The boy hesitates briefly, then walks barefoot on the bleeding glass. His face remains expressionless, silent despite the pain. The memory fades. Ba Yin watches Li Yuxuan, eyes filled with buried grief. That child was Ba Yin himself, burdened by a brutal past. Elsewhere, loud counting and table slamming echo violently. A blond, red-eyed youth shouts in rage at being deceived. A monstrous hand touches his shoulder, a deep voice soothing that humans aren't worth anger. The boy calls him Appa. The one-eyed monster, half covered in blood, warns of destruction for disobedience. That night, the three arrive at a strangely silent village, and Ba Yin senses something wrong. The child trembles, saying there are usually guards and insists they aren't from Rose City. His mother told him so. He calls for his mother in panic, but the house stays silent. Inside, a man grips an axe, ready to strike, face tense with fear. The wife moves to open the door, but he stops her, growling that it might be a monster imitating their child. During their argument, the man accidentally kicks the table, creating a sharp noise in the stillness. A knife falls to the floor, clattering coldly, startling everyone outside. Dolly cries harder, calling for his mother in despair. Ba Yin senses danger and quietly warns Li Yuxuan. Both prepare to fight. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The mother bursts into tears, hugging her son, trembling in thanks that he's alive. Dolly sobs uncontrollably. Ba Yin remains uneasy, wondering what omen that metallic sound foretold. The father steps out, eyes wary, coldly asking the strangers about Dolly's origin. He quickly thanks them, pulls his family inside, and coldly warns that the town forbids outsiders, urging them to leave. Ba Yin angrily questions how they can drive guests away without understanding, but the door shuts harshly. Li Yuxuan quietly watches through the crack, eyes full of caution. Inside, the mother weeps, while the father, delirious, raises a knife to kill his son. A flash of light slices his arm, his scream tearing through the house. Li Yuxuan bursts in, throwing a blade to stop him, coldly scolding the man for harming his own child. The mother recoils in terror, face pale. The man loosens his grip, trembling and retreating. Dolly clings to his mother as Ba Yin demands to know the cause of this tragedy. The father shakily confesses his son is a divine sacrifice. If not offered on time, the town will perish. He screams, blaming the two for bringing disaster, and moments later, a thunderous roar fills the dark air. Li Yuxuan and Ba Yin immediately take guard, faces grave. Ba Yin recognizes the familiar sound of hunting beasts. Predatory creatures emerge, grinning grotesquely in the night. A colossal level 4 monster, glowing green, roars to announce the bloody feast. Screams echo everywhere as villagers panic before the invading beasts. One predator charges Li Yuxuan and Ba Yin, but is blocked by a faint blue barrier around them. The creature raises its claws to strike, then freezes and turns away to seek other prey. The couple inside the house stare, stunned that the monster didn't notice them. It leaps through the window with a piercing screech, then swiftly joins the pack, hunting through the streets. A young man with a knife stands in the road, tense, yet the beasts pass him by unaware. Something seems to be shielding all humans from their senses. Ba Yin is casting a dark barrier, masking human presence to keep them safe. Maintaining the spell, he tells Li Yuxuan it won't last long. Li Yuxuan removes his coat, pressing about the limit. Ba Yin estimates 30 minutes at most. Li Yuxuan nods, adjusts his boots, eyes gleaming with battle resolve. He turns, asking Ba Yin to assist in the next phase. Before Ba Yin can question, Li Yuxuan is already moving, leaving him sighing helplessly. Outside, a frenzied predator roars, confused at the vanished human scent across town. Li Yuxuan dashes toward the city gate. Ba Yin watches anxiously. Once Li Yuxuan exits, the blue glow vanishes. Li Yuxuan glances back with a confident, cryptic smile, sure the distance suits his risky plan. Suddenly, a monster appears behind, lunging fast, eyes burning with hunger upon sensing human presence. Li Yuxuan counters with a thunderous kick, shattering its head in a spray of blood and flesh. But the scent triggers a frenzy. Swarms of beasts charge like raging waves. He smirks disdainfully at them as if mocking their bloodlust. He taunts them, daring them to come, sending the pack into a mad, mindless roar. As they rush in, Li Yuxuan's cold smile sharpens, eyes flashing with cunning calculation. He smirks, voice tinged with thrill, declaring the real show is just beginning. Li Yuxuan grips his scalpel and charges into the horde with deadly speed and precision. In seconds, the beasts are shredded, blood spraying everywhere as he stands in the crimson rain, sighing in disappointment at the easy fight. A green tentacle suddenly lashes from behind, but he sidesteps smoothly. The attacker is the pack leader finally revealing itself. The alpha beast eyes him arrogantly, claiming that devouring him would make it an ultimate S-class being. It unleashes waves of tentacles, mocking that he should accept becoming prey. Liu Xuan dodges fluidly, replying with disdain that only fools brag before dying. He spins to counter, eyes cold as steel, slicing off tentacles one by one, making the beast scream in agony. It roars that it can endlessly regenerate, yet Liu Xuan's kick smashes it to the ground. He coldly states that once he takes its core, everything ends. Without giving it time to recover, he delivers a fatal kick, knocking it out. Muttering smugly, he prepares to dissect it for the core. His scalpel flashes rapidly, carving the creature apart in frenzied delight. The beast howls and curses in despair. He laughs wildly, telling it to stay quiet so he can enjoy the dissection. After the brutal slaughter, the monster lies torn to pieces, gore splattered everywhere. But he's disappointed to find no core within the ruined corpse. In the silence, a deep voice echoes, shattering the stillness. Liu Xuan remains calm, as if expecting the alpha to regenerate from its shredded remains. It laughs madly, body glowing as it absorbs its kin's energy, morphing into a monstrous giant. The beast roars, vowing to devour him alive for revenge. Liu Xuan rubs his neck, weary yet composed, as though awaiting a more entertaining act. He sneers, teasing that the beast looks chubby and promises to cut it into smaller pieces. Scene shifts a child bound in a misty space. A young voice calls Appa, a little demon proudly showing his drawing to his father. The other demon kids admire it under the sunset, while the father coldly praises yet mocks him for being as foolish as outsiders. He stares at the boy, stressing that orange symbolizes the guardian god of VA Hill Town. The boy lowers his head, admitting they were wrong to punish others themselves. Then he grins mischievously, suggesting doubling the tribute for the Guardian team as a condition to keep protecting the town. In the forest, the demon once defeated by Liu Xuan now absorbs its allies' power, swelling into a massive monster charging to devour him and reach level 5. Liu Xuan dodges and smiles playfully, promising to teach it a few moves. He grabs a blue rope, leaps high, and moves agilely like a falcon circling in the air. While turning, he mocks the monster's rope control as hopelessly useless. In a flash, he uses the opponent's own rope to bind it, causing bone-deep pain, then smiles, calling this just a warm-up. Without pause, he dashes forward, wrapping 2 ropes around the monster's arms, tying them tightly behind its back. The giant body is now restrained and almost immobile. Liu Xuan picks up a wooden stick, stuffs it into the monster's mouth, and ties the rope around its head. The rope forms a huge bow on its chest, making it look like a bizarre birthday gift. The demon can only groan in humiliation, eyes burning with rage from mockery. Liu Xuan squints, smirks, and warns it to stay silent or risk him accidentally touching somewhere sensitive. He starts searching the creature's body for its core crystal. His steps stop at the tail, where a red glowing slit shines like a hidden pouch. Without hesitation, he slices it open, making the monster tremble and scream in agony. From the cut, he pulls out a purple core crystal, frowning at the stench, muttering about its vulgar hiding spot. His gaze sweeps over the monster's now motionless body. Liu Xuan activates the skill judgment blade. Thousands of silver blades appear, slashing violently and turning the creature into blood and flesh rain within seconds. As dusk falls, he plans to return to find Bane and clean up the aftermath. A strange gust suddenly sweeps by, making him freeze in alert. A purple vortex opens ahead like a gateway to another world. An old man with silver hair and a silk band over his eyes steps out, calling himself this deity, demanding why the man before him hasn't knelt in greeting. Liu Xuan hides behind a tree, concealing his aura. Listening as the old man mutters about the town's vanished populace and suspects predator creatures, he guesses the old man is linked to the villagers. After a brief thought, he steps out, pretending to be a survivor, bowing in panic to greet the venerable one. With a trembling voice, he recounts the predator attack and a rescue by a gifted being, testing the old man's reaction. At the mention of the gifted person, the old man immediately asks where that individual is. Li Yuxuan feigns fear, saying he hid too long, and when he emerged, the person had fled, leaving him nearly dead from panic. The act is flawless. No one would suspect he was the monster's slayer. The old man fully believes him, mentioning that the Lord promised protection if the offering is made by noon tomorrow. While doubting the gifted person's sudden appearance, Li Yuxuan just smirks, eyes flashing sharply as he grasps the key clue. The old man finishes, gives him a blade-cold glare, then steps into the purple vortex. Before vanishing, he warns that failure to sacrifice on time means total town annihilation. Li Yuxuan bows calmly, ending the act with calculating composure. When the old man vanishes, Li Yuxuan's face hardens, his sharp eyes suspecting the demons are behind the child-eye thefts, but their true purpose remains unclear. Night falls over the small house near VA Hill Town, yellow light spilling through the window into the cold yard. Inside, warmth spreads. Li Yuxuan pours water for Bane, exhausted after maintaining the barrier and burning the corpses. He praises Bane's strong mental power, but Bane only smiles faintly, saying he's just support. A couple and their young son are also in the room. Li Yuxuan looks at them, voice low, demanding why they offered children's eyes to demons. The man bows in pain, confessing he sinned to save his son, digging out other children's eyes as sacrifices, or the whole town would be slaughtered by beasts. Hearing this, both Li Yuxuan and Bane grow furious. He questions whether demons have become guardian gods and why they didn't seek help from the Santen BT Alliance. The man leaps up, shouting that they did beg for help but were abandoned. Those gifted ones claimed to protect humanity, yet when disaster came, none appeared, so he chose to trust demons over false saviors. The words leave Li Yuxuan and Bane speechless, unable to respond. After some thought, they decide to contact Lu Jiao to verify everything. The screen lights up, revealing Lu Jiao's image. Li Yuxuan gets straight to the point, reporting the events and stressing that the townsfolk, in despair, sacrificed their children to demons. His sharp tone mocks her, calling this the great alliance she praised, asking what kind of cruel farce this truth is. Lu Jiao frowns slightly, replying stiffly that the Tianxian unit made mistakes, but the enemy is extremely dangerous. She urges him to trust Santen BT's faith and says the SANN unit will be sent for support. Her formulaic words make Li Yuxuan sigh in disgust, muttering that they only use blind faith to control obedience. He turns away silently, his gaze icy, ending the argument. Seeing the tension, Bane steps forward, apologizing to Lu Jiao. He says children are the hope of the future and shouldn't face cruelty. Lu Jiao agrees but orders a full investigation, assigning SANN to assist and monitor Li Yuxuan. Lu Jiao looks at Bane through the broadcast screen. She softly asks if he feels Li Yuxuan is reverting to who he was before joining Tianxian. Bane smokes, eyes sinking into deep contemplation. The next morning, a truck speeds along a desolate road. The clock shows 11:35 a.m. Behind the wheel, determination burns in Li Yuxuan's eyes. Upon arrival, the two discuss the plan. Li Yuxuan takes the scouting task, leaving Bane to guard the town. Bane agrees, reminding Li Yuxuan to be cautious since Chen Shi is still asleep. He replies with a confident smile, noting he once defeated Wu Ji. Before leaving, Li Yuxuan tells Bane to conserve strength because the barrier will only hold for half an hour. He teases Bane about romance, making him briefly embarrassed. Bane reacts awkwardly just as a purple crystal flies out from the truck. Li Yuxuan tells him to keep the level 4 core crystal to extend the barrier, joking he only helps the weaker. Bane grips the core crystal and solemnly orders Li Yuxuan to return safely. Li Yuxuan starts the vehicle, eyes fixed straight ahead. Before leaving, he reminds Bane his duty is to protect the people and makes an ambiguous remark. He speeds off, leaving Bane standing in silent contemplation. Li Yushuan's truck stops in an area where black-winged demons lie in wait. In a dark den, the blind old man Fei Lipu with a blindfold talks with Tayan, worrying an esper might appear while Tayan mocks his timidity. Tayan replies casually, telling Fei Lipu to rest because supplies have arrived. After Tayan leaves, a child runs in to report that an eye-pearl child has arrived. It leads Fei Lipu outside, excitedly boasting there are 4 this time. The child brings Fei Lipu to Li Yushuan, thinking Li has 4 eyes because of his glasses. Li feigns a cheerful greeting to the venerable one. The child, with eerie red-black eyes, eagerly asks if taking Li's eyes would yield 2 treasure pearls. Li hurriedly refuses in feigned fear. Fei Lipu pats the child called Guozi and says only children's eyes are allowed. Li realizes the child's eyes are demonic and oddly familiar. He suspects Fei Lipu donated his own eyes to the child and wonders why the child craves eye-pearl children. Coaxed by Fei Lipu, the child calls Li 4 Eyes, demands goods, and Li points to the truck, claiming fresh supplies are inside. The boy eagerly opens the crate, but it is pitch dark, so he must put his head inside to see. At that moment, Li seizes the boy's collar in a flash. He then throws the boy straight into the crate. The boy falls onto cartons and begins to cry. Li closes the lid and steps forward to speak privately with the old demon. Suddenly, the old man smiles oddly and tells him to explain things to the child first. The vague instruction leaves Li slightly puzzled and suspicious. Before he can react, the crate explodes and the child bursts out, launching a kick at him. Li blocks. The child's force pushes him back several steps while it hurls stones, scratching him. Cuts at his neck and cheek bleed, shocking him that a child could inflict such wounds. Perhaps feeling betrayed, the child erupts with furious rage. Its face shifts into a demonic form, red eyes and black streaks appear, and it screams that liars must die. Li raises both hands in surrender, soothing yet reproving, apologizing for the deception and urging it not to take others' eyes. He looks straight into its red eyes and asks if it will admit fault and apologize, but the child remains enraged, ready to kill to cure its A3 condition. The selfish intent to sacrifice others enrages Li. He mutters that one life cannot be traded for another and gently touches Chelsea in his pocket. Insulted, the boy lunges forward, shouting not to offend his A and calling Li a liar. Li swiftly blocks the punch with agile precision. A glowing chain instantly binds the boy's limbs, the judge's binding skill. Li's other hand releases a beam of light into the boy's red eyes, warning he won't hesitate to act if chaos continues. Without giving the opponent time to react, Li leaps to the other side. The small demon, lightning fast, slams its head into Li's back, making him frown slightly. He thinks fighting a child is shameful, assuming it's scared, yet it starts muttering strangely. Suddenly it screams that no one will take its eyes, shattering the chains into fragments. Its energy erupts violently, launching relentless attacks that Li can barely block. He realizes its power surge is abnormally high, far beyond a normal child's limit. No longer holding back, Li counters with a heavy strike that throws it far, reminding himself every blow has reason. When anger dominates, reason has no place. He knows persuasion is useless, only by defeating it can he talk. Thinking so, Li raises his hand to strike, but its red-black eyes make him freeze. That gaze makes his mind spin and thoughts blur. Li quickly rubs his eyes, trying to regain focus. The child turns to Fei Lipu, shouting not to help. The old man reminds it of the pain of mental intrusion. Fei Lipu, observing all, knows Li's strength and plans to subdue him by attacking his spirit. But Li's mocking laughter stuns Fei Lipu. His eyes flash red gold, covering his ears. He laughs loudly, mocking the idea of a mind attack as ridiculous. Immediately, both Fei Lipu and the child scream in agony, clutching their heads in torment. Li stops laughing, gaze icy, and decides to probe their minds. As he enters the boy's thoughts, he hears a monotone voice reporting experimental drug injections. Horrific images appear, doctors surrounding bound children injecting fluids into their bodies. Watching the children convulse and roll their eyes, Li realizes they're test subjects of the Shi organization, while cold doctors record no response. They then prepare to slit the boy's throat to activate a sealed ability. Li Yuxuan can't hold back and shouts for them to stop. Even as his protest echoes, the experimenters continue their cruelty. After the procedure, the child's body glows gold, eyelids tightening, blood running from its cheeks as it screams in despair. One of them pretends to comfort it, urging acceptance of its new life. The child struggles, trying to escape the torture and flee. The staff panic, reporting the test subject's escape, but one coldly orders to ignore and simply record the success. The brutal memory fills Li with fury as he curses the Shi organization's monstrous cruelty. In a blink, the scene shifts to the boy running through heavy rain. He trips and falls hard to the ground, unable to stand. Overwhelmed, he can only sob in grief. From the darkness, a clawed hand reaches out, promising to be his eyes, voice soothing. The figure is Felipu, his eyes blood-red and pupils black, a horrifying sight that strangely earns the boy's trust. When Felipu gives him sight, the boy joyfully asks what will happen to him. The old man smiles gently, saying he only wishes for the boy's happiness. He reassures that his eyes will grow back, making the child cheer in delight. The boy naively believes faith alone can grant eyes to his A. The memory halts with a scream as the eyeballs suddenly burst from their sockets. The boy suffers unbearable pain as the eyes return to Felipu. Li Yuxuan roars in fury, vowing to expose every sin the old man committed. Felipu reveals his true form, conjuring 2 purple orbs, boasting that if Li serves him, hell be richly rewarded. Li frowns in rage, mocking Felipu for constantly invoking Ta Yan's name and questioning if he's forgotten Chen Shi's promises before their pact. He coldly rejects the one-sided deal and hurls a dagger toward Felipu. Suddenly, Guozi rushes in front of him, shouting that even if his APA is vile, he's still better than people like Li Yuxuan. Seeing the child's stubbornness, Li grows too frustrated to restrain himself. He kicks the boy aside, yelling that children should mind their own affairs. Felipu laughs bitterly, mocking him for striking even a child. The old man retaliates, but Li dodges like lightning and closes in, shocking Felipu. Li sneers that such a wretch can still speak so fluently. His powerful blow sends the old man flying back, dust and thunder echoing around. Guoji crawls on the ground, crying for his APA in fear. The sight makes Li hesitate, then he decides to let the child face the painful truth. Golden threads extend from Li's hand, weaving into Guozi's mind. He sees himself escaping the lab while 2 doctors discuss the next experiment. Ta Yan sits laughing, ordering Felipu to disguise as an angel to deceive the test subject. The vision devastates Guozi as he realizes the one he trusted betrayed him. Even so, he still defends Felipu, believing the old man once saved him from despair. Li sighs wearily, reluctantly using the illusion art to unveil the memories. After the dust settles, Felipu reappears holding a long staff glowing purple. He screams hell bring everyone pain and claims it as their salvation, revealing his madness. The battle between Li and Felipu rages on while Guozi bows his head, weeping in disbelief. Felipu's full demonic form emerges. Red eyes, long claws, a mouth of fangs, and a staff wrapped in purple light and lightning. Then winged demons rush in like fiends as he orders them to tear Li apart and torture him endlessly. Li instantly raises a light barrier to shield Guozi, sighing in disgust at the old man's vile words before the fight begins. Without hesitation, Li unleashes countless sharp blades, cleansing the savage demons. The blades pierce through the winged demons, making them scream in agony. One dodges and dives from above toward Li, making him frown warily. He skillfully retreats as Felipu laughs gleefully. The old man flaunts his staff granted by Ta Yan, claiming all demons must obey it. His boast only amuses Li, who replies with a mocking smile. He draws his familiar whip and strikes, severing demon necks as cries echo around. The whip, an old companion, is meant to remind the enemy of a familiar scent. The realization shocks Felipu, who's stunned that Li carries Chen Xi's weapon. Li subtly mocks him, implying the old man has plenty to wonder about, too. He keeps lashing, tearing through demons, leaving them writhing and afraid to approach. Stepping over their corpses, Li declares that Queen Chen Shi has forged a pact with him. Even though Chelsea remains unconscious, her weapon still obeys through loyalty. He whips again, pushing the lesser demons back, saying they should return to their master. Felipu, enraged, attacks with his staff, claiming Chen Shi means nothing now. The gem on his staff emits a mighty beam toward Li with a thunderous blast. At that instant, a whip strike slices off his staff arm, flashing beside him. Felipu, stunned and armless, reels in panic seconds later. He screams as the whip pierces him, killing him instantly. Li coldly mocks the demon's so-called rank power. Felipu clutches his bleeding shoulder, eyes crazed as he mutters that pain amplifies human strength. Li responds ruthlessly, eyes glowing red, whip in hand ready to make him taste agony. As his words end, Philippus' heart seizes in pain and he howls in torment. Time passes. Li Yushuan stands there drenched in blood, gasping for breath. Philippus' corpse lies still, blood soaking the ground, body grotesquely torn apart. Li gazes at him tiredly, muttering mockingly, then plans to feed the corpse to Chelsea. He raises his bracelet, absorbing the energy from Philippus' body. The surge of power brightens Chelsea's image, and she softly speaks. She tells him to keep the gem from the demon's staff. That gem can forge indestructible weapons that demons cannot withstand. Li Yushuan glances at the staff. The gem now glows faintly, its murderous aura gone. Following Chelsea's advice, he burns the demon's remains and returns to reunite with Ba Yin. Upon meeting Sanen, Ba Yin sighs in relief. He admits the hunters were overwhelming, leaving him nearly exhausted. Sanen expresses sympathy and assists immediately. Under the sunlight, Sana turns to Li Yushuan, saying she wants to clear Lu Jiao's name, but he calmly replies that the town will soon recover. Noticing his doubt, Sana declares she'll stay to exterminate demons and train the townsfolk. Despite her determined words, Li remains skeptical, coldly telling her to prove it through action, while Ba Yin is surprised she abandoned the elite tournament. Sana smiles softly, says she's lost interest, then asks Ba Yin to protect Lu Jiao, who Yushuan leaves, reminding them of the demons linked to a secret organization. Though he acts cold, Sana senses his quiet concern and smiles, thinking he's tough outside but gentle within. In a small-town shop, the clerk cheerfully calls out the price 666 wen and waves the customer goodbye. Once the door closes, he stretches lazily, looking tired. But when he turns, his eyes gleam cunningly. It's Ta Yan, the demon master, secretly watching Chelsea devour another victim, his kind smile hiding demonic nature. Under peaceful sunlight, the town seems fragile, while at Yingsao City, crowds line up before the main gate for inspection. The guards shout loudly, demanding IDs and warning no one to trespass. The inspection team in black coldly scans everyone, among them Hu Yuchuan watches quietly, thinking about the Shi organization's child experiments and alliance with demons. He wonders why they chose unstable predators. Perhaps a deeper conspiracy lies beneath. When his turn comes, he hands his papers, teased by soldiers who confirm he's a family member, while he hides his true identity. Moments later, a guard finds his pass expired, declaring he can't enter since he's not an Esper, leaving him stunned. Recalling Lu Jiao's misinformation, he forces a smile, preparing to use his power to pass through. But suddenly, the orb atop the gate flashes a burst of light. In an instant, his body is swept away. When he wakes, he's in a forest near the gate, realizing the city's inspection system is far stricter than Lu Jiao ever said. A card appears and a familiar voice reveals the orb is both a guardian shield and the main gate of Yingsao City. He turns to see Yifu, the eccentric girl holding a rose, who already knew he'd be stopped. They both look at the glowing barrier where guards use energy shards to pass through. Yifu smirks mockingly, teasing that Hu Yushuan can't even cross the gate yet dreams of power in Yingsao, then offers to sneak him inside. Hu Yuan eyes her warily, recalling past tricks, while pondering the orb's immense energy, why a city with such power still lets demons rampage. Yifu curls her lips, red against the sunlight, her smile unreadable. She raises a card showing a masked figure, saying slowly, "To learn the truth, you must enter Yingsao City." They appear again before the gate, startling the sweating guards. Yifu now poses as a flamboyant pink-haired princess in violet glasses, while Hu Yuxuan is forced into a heavy brown bear costume, acting as her circus husband. The guards remain suspicious, eyes scanning them, so Yifu sweetly pleads, calling herself a poor wife just trying to make a living. She tugs her bear husband's paw, whining coquettishly, urging him to keep acting the begging scene. The commotion irritates the guards, who shout angrily, accusing them of being suspicious and forbidding entry. At that moment, the bear suddenly hugs the gate guard tightly, startling him. Yifu bursts out laughing, explaining that Mr. Bear just has a habit of hugging strangers and begging the guards forgiveness. The soldier was strangled until he turned purple and gasped in pain, while Yifu shouted that he had granted them passage. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two quickly passed through the energy barrier, leaving the twitching soldier as the others panicked and called their superiors. Once inside, they hid in a quiet alley and removed their disguises. Yifu boasted about his flawless plan, while Hu Shuyen, though annoyed, still praised him and promised a meal in thanks. When Yifu mentioned Ba Yin, he asked why she didn't come. Hu Shuyen replied she was busy and would arrive later. Yifu narrowed his eyes suspiciously, saying he thought they'd both compete, prompting Hu Shuyen to explain Shi Organization's plot and the demonic experiments during the tournament. He warned that if the culprits were investigators or demons, now was the time to strike, then solemnly declared his split from the Tianxian Organization. He clenched the ticket in his hand, thinking deeply. Being barred at the gate yet moving freely now made him suspect two factions controlled Yingsao. Suddenly, cries for help made him turn to see two robots dragging two children. One robot coldly declared it would execute intruders, its cannon glowing as it aimed at the trembling kids. Suddenly, two blades flew from afar, piercing the robots' heads. Both flickered with errors and collapsed on the spot. Hu Shuyen hurried over, helping the two children, a boy and a girl around 10, stand up. Rage surged as he thought of Shi Organization's monstrous human experiments on children, clenching his fists in fury. Even so, he coldly claimed it wasn't his business and knew nothing. The boy slyly smiled, pointing at his metal-replaced eye, saying nothing could escape his machine eye. He was shocked by the child's mechanical body. Even in the mechanized Yingsao, such inhumanity horrified him. Seeing Hu Shuyen's expression, the children calmly said everyone here had machine parts, and the girl showed her shining steel arm, eyes still anxious. She urged them to leave before being tracked, prompting Hu Shuyen to ask why they were being hunted. The boy choked out that they tried to save a captured friend, but the city's adults wanted them dead, while the girl warned Hu Shuyen never to join the coming duel tournament. Before he could ask further, a cleaning robot spotted the fallen units and triggered an alarm. Sirens blared as the children fled, shouting that anyone joining the tournament would die like Achilles 10 years ago. Hearing that name, Hu Shuyen froze, eyes thoughtful. He muttered Achilles' name, trying to recall if they had ever met. In a skyscraper, a figure stood silently before the glass, light blurring his face. Behind him, an old man smoking said the plan was complete, and they would soon control the planet's strongest superpower hunters. The figure by the window nodded coldly, ordering them to proceed and not disappoint him. At the city library, soft sunlight shone on the screen where Hu Shuyen was searching data. His fingers moved swiftly as he muttered about history and urban development models. His eyes stopped when he found information on past elite dueling tournaments. Records showed that years ago, Team Achilles had once won the championship of Yingsao City. But the next part stunned Hu Shuyen. The entire team was wiped out 3 days after the tournament, just as the girl had warned. The screen replayed scenes of the members hanging lifelessly, all dead. Hu Shuyen frowned, wondering why an elite team lost and suspected the authorities hid some dark power. He also feared that espers were being used as living tools to suppress a greater threat. Alarmed, he tried to contact Bane to discuss it but realized she should have already arrived. A phone rang as Bayan's device rolled on the floor, showing Hu Shuyen's name on the screen. A hand picked it up. Its owner mocked Bayan from afar, calling him a stray. Bayan, weary amid corpses, adjusted his glasses and warned not to underestimate a sidekick can kill too. Yifu looked surprised at how many people Bayan had taken down, while he insisted they were only unconscious. Yifu noticed the fallen wore Huahong City emblems and guessed Jin Shan might have sent them. Seeing his phone in Yifu's hand, Bayan snapped not to snoop. Yifu returned it and informed him that Hu Shuyen had entered Yingsao. Yifu smiled slyly, making Bayan wary, then offered to disguise him. Though doubtful, Bayan reluctantly agreed to the disguise plan. At night, the group gathered inside Yingsao. Their appearances made Hu Shuyen struggle to stay composed. Yifu still played the flamboyant wife role, while Ba Yin, forced into a garish clown outfit, looked resigned. Hu Shuyen suddenly stood up, turned his back, and raised his phone to draw both teammates' attention to the screen. The click sound marked the moment the three were captured together on a dangerous mission. Ba Yin, annoyed by his ridiculous outfit, complained, while Yifu quickly explained it was just acting to avoid recognition. Yifu excitedly held up a bear costume to Hu Shuyen, urging him to wear it to look like a real circus troupe. Hu Shuyen smirked sharply, joking that the tournament could indeed use some circus acts for fun, hinting he had his own plan. The trio then adjusted their outfits and headed toward the security checkpoint. Under the scanner lens, Yifu cheerfully introduced them as a circus group invited by the mayor to perform at the evening gala, his voice sweet as honey. The scanner swept over them, and the identification data showed valid. The gate swung open smoothly, so easily that Bayan grew suspicious. Yifu tugged his arm, urging him to hurry before the system changed its mind. But just as they stepped into the grand hall, alarms blared loudly, and a robotic voice announced detection of suspicious individuals. A swarm of combat robots appeared, ready to fire as the alert level rose to level 1. Hu Shuyen removed the bear hood, coldly asking why they were allowed entry only to be called intruders now. Ba Yin gritted his teeth, disappointed they weren't safe after all. But Hu Shuyen drew 3 blades, eyes icy, declaring he'd have an academic exchange with the scrap metal and ordered them to move aside. The 3 blades shot out instantly, striking their targets before the robots could react. The machines combined and raised large cannons, but Hu Shuyen swiftly erected an energy shield that reflected all incoming fire. Yifu, in his princess act, screamed for help with trembling realism. Ba Yin shouted about being outnumbered and told Hu Shuyen to handle his clown duties, but panicked when he saw him charge forward. He worried the mechanical foes outmatched humans, but Hu Shuyen dashed ahead, leaving only the words, "Protect me well." His figure streaked through the robots like wind, blades piercing their control cores and freezing them instantly. He smirked, thinking machines were simpler than humans. Disable the core and they fall. However, a few still tried to reboot into combat mode. Bayan grew anxious as Yifu drew out a glowing talisman. Energy from the card swept through the robots, throwing their system signals into chaos. Their images distorted before all collapsed, completely inert. Ba Yin stared in awe, praising Yifu, who only smiled and explained it was Qibei Zhengwei, an illusion art that traps targets in an unseen maze. Yifu winked, teasing if he wanted to learn it, but Ba Yin refused. Hu Shuyen coldly interrupted, saying something was wrong with this building. His words made them stop instantly, eyes turning to the walls and ceiling ahead. They saw sections of the wall shifting into mysterious, unknown patterns. Hu Shuyen gave a faint smile, praising Yingsao City as truly worthy of being a tech hub. Outside, crowds gathered before City Hall watching the giant structure move, while loudspeakers insisted it was only routine maintenance. Suddenly, a violent tremor tilted the floor. Yifu clutched Ba Yan's hand as all 3 crouched to keep balance. Hu Shuyen quickly leapt up, grabbing a chandelier just as the tiles beneath him slid away, leaving him hanging mid-air. Yifu and Ba Yin sank with the shifting floor. Ba Yin realized the structure was transforming and shouted up to ask if Hu Shuyen was okay. He replied it was a Rubik-like moving mechanism. According to his deduction, every 3 minutes the building's layout changed like a giant rotating cube. Beneath them, deep, square layers interlocked. Hu Shuyen recalled reading about this system in the library, never expecting to see it for real. Ba Yin anxiously asked what to do as the demonic barrier drained energy fast. Still hanging, Hu Shuyen pondered, before deciding they must find the building's core to escape, shouting for Yifu to divine the direction. Hearing his name, Yifu grew excited, proudly pulling out 4 gleaming cards and cheerfully proclaiming he would save the world. But he still warned not to blame him if he was wrong. Hu Shuyen jumped onto a nearby stone platform, urging him to act fast. Yifu immediately gathered energy as glowing sigils surrounded him. His body floated mid-air, spinning light radiating outward, making Ba Yin uneasy but soon seeing his steadiness. Ba Yin was surprised that the once fearful man was now calm, and Yifu casually said he only feared heights. Hu Shuyen moved across the unstable floor, hearing Yifu's voice echo through the staff card. Following the guidance, he spotted a path to the left and quickly turned. An explosion rang out, a bullet grazed his back, but he dodged. He paused, mocking the assassins for using outdated bullets, advising them to keep up with the times. He then saw 4 assassins from the enemy organization facing him, saying nothing with a cold gaze. Bullets poured. Hu Shuyen deftly dodged, hearing Yifu command him to counterattack, and he charged forward with blades in hand. A man in purple used an apple-based power, smirking and challenging him. The apple released massive energy, blasting Hu Shuyen backward. Yifu watched in shock as he struggled to stand. A man in dark glasses cast a net attack, mocking that killing was enough. Hu Shuyen calmly cut his own hand to activate his ability. He dashed in, unleashing his special move called Judgment Blade. The spinning slash shredded the enemy net, earning praise from Yifu afar. A hooded attacker appeared behind him, aiming a gun for a sneak shot. Hu Shuyen reacted instantly, kicking the man's face to push him back. The foe fell hard, while Hu Shuyen sneered, thanking him for the boost. From above was a complex maze. He asked Yifu for aid, and Yifu replied the divination card was right above him, asking if he'd choose battle or escape. Hu Shuyen, distracted, was hit by a bullet from a nearby hidden shooter. The enemies shouted for him to surrender, while he realized their powers weren't restricted. He quickly grasped the cause of the situation. Without hesitation, he threw sharp blades straight at the apple holder. The man's allies screamed, telling everyone to dodge. When the blades hit the apple's energy field, all 3 fell uselessly to the ground. The assassins opened fire, but Hu Shuyen's form distorted. Then his image vanished like an illusion, infuriating them. The apple user trembled, realizing it was a rare card called Tarot Fool. The discovery chilled him, and before he could react, Hu Shuyen's voice whispered that the card could only be used once. Just as he was about to strike the man, a stranger suddenly leapt in, blocking the blow with his hand. Hu Shuyen stepped back firmly, coldly eyeing the newcomer and remarking the organization clearly used more than mere pawns. Before him appeared a weightless nightmare, an incarnation of the apple's power. The being floated, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and elegant suit, a white glove extending from its sleeve like living clothing. Suddenly, gravity vanished around Hu Shuyen. Everything began to float as he focused all strength to anchor himself to the floor. The Apple controller smiled wickedly, declaring Hu Shuyen was under his control and couldn't escape. 3 gunmen aimed from behind. The gravity demon before him, he was completely surrounded. Instead of panicking, Hu Shuyen stayed calm, replying he had no intent to flee and jumped to the ceiling to plan. Although the building changed structure every 3 minutes, this cycle happened at the perfect time. At that moment, a floor segment behind Li Hu Shuyen rotated and collapsed onto the three men. All three were crushed beneath the debris, likely killed instantly. Only the Apple controller survived amid the chaos. Li Hu Shuyen coldly warned him not to move, startling him as both floated dozens of meters above ground. The boy explained the situation. Due to the mutual pull between him and the zero-gravity demon, neither had fallen yet. The man trembled in fear and calculation. If gravity shifted now, even a small error would send them plummeting to certain death, though it could also kill Hu Zhuyen, the man schemed. While he was distracted, Li Hu Shuyen quietly closed in from behind, pressing a cold blade to his neck. The zero-gravity demon still toyed with a cube-shaped orb. Li Hu Zhuyen tightened his grip and issued a threat. He ordered the demon to hand over the orb, realizing it was the building's key component. That orb was the control core of the entire system. Once Li Hu Shuyen secured the core, the man panicked in fear, while Hu Shuyen released his blade and stepped forward, catching a flash of hatred in his eyes. The man still clutched the apple, muttering curses, but Li Hu Shuyen reacted instantly before he could strike. He turned and slapped him hard, knocking him down with terror in his eyes. Bane seized the chance to finish it, while Li Hu Shuyen coldly called him pathetic. He scolded the dying man's arrogance, then turned as Yifu lightly complained how hard it was to find him in the shifting building. He silently shut down the defense system. After deactivation, he thought the structure would stabilize, but wondered why no guards appeared despite the noise. Ba Yin replied they had all vanished. He said he saw a patrol unit and guessed all guards had moved to the warehouse at the city's edge, surprising Li Hu Shuyen. Ba Yin admitted he didn't know why, only that the machines kept issuing high-level alerts. Li Hu Shuyen stayed silent, thinking. He concluded the warehouse must hide something greater than this building, and resolved to investigate. Ba Yin quickly marked the location on the map. He promised to send the data to Li Hu Shuyen, making him smile in gratitude for his teammates' care. The group continued watching the screen, regretting not meeting the mayor to ask about Achilles. Suddenly, faint mechanical noises rose behind them as cold metal tentacles crept out. Ba Yin sensed danger and shouted a warning, making Li Hu Shuyen freeze in alarm. Before he could react, dozens of mechanical tendrils lifted and prepared to strike. They shot forward at high speed, causing a violent impact that shook the entire area. Yifu exhaled in relief after the danger, then activated the Dao Du Ren skill, inverting space to protect himself and Ba Yin. Ba Yin turned pale from dizziness. He grumbled to give a warning next time, then hurried through the smoke to find Li Hu Shuyen and asked if he was okay. Luckily, he was unharmed. Unscathed, Li Hu Shuyen calmly said a familiar foe had returned the city guard robots. He'd guessed not all had left. It turned out one extremely powerful robot had stayed behind to guard. Ba Yin grew anxious, sensing its terrifying energy. Li Hu Shuyen said nothing, signaling the two to retreat as he prepared to attack. He leapt over the robot's head to distract its sensors. However, the machine's detection system was too advanced, locking onto his position. A shrill alarm blared. Li Hu Shuyen cursed, swinging the Chen-Si axe at its neck. The blow exploded with a thunderous shockwave. But he was stunned when the blade failed to pierce the thick steel shell. The robot stayed calm, issuing a vocal command to assess and determine threat level. Then steel tendrils shot toward Li Hu Shuyen. The attacks grew so frenzied that he struggled to keep up. He quickly raised his axe to block the strike. Thanks to fast reflexes, he deflected most of the impact. Yet the enemy's strength was overwhelming, making him realize prolonging the fight was dangerous. The robot paused to reanalyze. After recalculating, it determined the threat exceeded control parameters. It activated extermination mode, blaring sirens, then froze as it found itself floating. A deep, endless void opened beneath its feet. A gaping black hole expanded, devouring everything nearby. The robot was dragged into the vortex and vanished. Outside, Li Hu Shuyen, Ba Yin, and Yifu floated mid-air thanks to Ba Yin's ability, as Yifu softly explained why he'd wanted them out first. Yifu finally understood Li Hu Shuyen's foresight. He had planned this trap using the cube blocks. Though exhausted, he told Ba Yin to find a safe place to avoid drawing attention. Catching on, Ba Yin nodded and obeyed, while Li Hu Shuyen frowned, thinking his current weapon wasn't strong enough against such machines. As they hid, a squad of robots appeared, beginning their programmed operation. 2 robots coldly announced obstructions in the city hall system and started clearing the area, evacuating bystanders. Yifu hid behind a corner and quietly asked the next move. Li Hu Shuyen calmly replied that they should let the bots handle repairs while they recover energy before facing the elite team. Hearing this, Yifu was surprised at his long-term plan. Ba Yin sighed, admitting the machine's power was formidable. He suggested using the robots against the hunters, making Li Hu Shuyen ponder deeply, questioning why Yingxia City possessed such technology. He suspected the upper authorities were hiding an unprecedented secret. At the same time, in a brightly lit garden, a short-haired woman in business attire bowed and reported that the repair incident rumor had been spread. The man listening praised her for a job well done. The man emphasized that protecting the elite force was essential for Yingxia City's survival and that no one was allowed to interfere. The woman hesitated, asking if they should report to the mayor. The man set his book down, revealing a long scar on his right cheek. He calmly said the mayor was too busy and that he could handle things himself. Moonlight bathed the quiet scene. Elsewhere, Li Hu Shuyen sat by the bed studying data, while Yifu and Ba Yin sat at a round table, tired from thinking about their fight with the machines. Yifu complained that the tarot cards lasted only 3 days and once per card. Ba Yin comforted him, saying they were safe now, but Yifu quickly regained his arrogance, joking he'd read Ba Yin's fortune, making Ba Yin frown in irritation. Ba Yin didn't believe in Yifu's divination or mysticism and refused bluntly. At that moment, Li Hu Shuyen suddenly said no, startling them both. Yifu thought he was speaking about Ba Yin's fate, and Ba Yin half-joked to share luck, but in fact, Li Hu Shuyen was focused on researching Achilles and found nothing useful. He combed through every City Hall archive without finding clues. His words left Yifu confused about which archive he meant. After a moment of thought, Ba Yin asked if they should capture a high-level manager for questioning, but Li Hu Shuyen sighed, saying they were exhausted and needed strength for tomorrow's dual exam. Ba Yin realized his plan. To find the truth, they had to reach the events core. Li Hu Shuyen also believed the tournament hid a conspiracy. He was convinced that elite espers originated here and that all traces couldn't have been erased. Yifu still didn't understand his obsession with Achilles. Yifu dismissed it as trivial, but Ba Yin calmly reasoned that many powerful espers had been wiped out, while Yingxia remained peaceful, an alarming paradox. If demons and hunters still operated, the anomaly must lie with the elite team of old. Ba Yin said they should investigate further to save people, though being fugitives made that difficult. Li Hu Shuyen asked if Yifu could disguise them for the competition. Yifu grinned slyly and showed the tarot lover's card that could transform all 3. However, the effect lasted only 1 day, so it had to be timed precisely, Yifu warned seriously. He mentioned the myth of Troy and the giant wooden horse, making Li Hu Shuyen shiver as realization struck. He asked if spies existed in the city, but Yifu only meant to warn about espers bound by contracts with the wooden horse. Ba Yin was surprised, while Li Hu Shuyen's face darkened with hatred. Li Hu Shuyen buried his face in a pillow, murmuring for Yifu not to ask further. It was just idle thought. The next day, loudspeakers echoed across the city, announcing the opening of the Elite Duel Tournament. Espers from everywhere gathered to register, creating a lively, noisy scene. On the giant screen appeared a man in golden robes, smiling arrogantly after victory. As the image faded, new text introducing the next round appeared. The announcement made the crowd cheer loudly, eager to see who would prevail. The triumphant man was knocked down, his face hitting the arena floor. The host shouted that the stubborn cotton gentleman had won all 16 consecutive matches. The swollen-faced loser lamented his ruined future as a glowing blue wooden horse appeared behind him, urging him to ride. The demonic wooden horse lifted its master, shone brightly, and vanished instantly. A small figure watching was Li Yuxuan, transformed by a tarot card, who had impressed the crowd by defeating many. As the host finished speaking, a pair of cold high heels appeared before him. The owner, Sanu, a proud woman with knife-sharp eyes, declared she would break Li Yuxuan's streak. He calmly replied that all before her said the same and lost. His words enraged Sanu. She lashed her whip like thunder as the host cheered, but Li Yuxuan dodged effortlessly. Sanu froze, shocked she couldn't land a hit. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. Dust and smoke engulfed the arena, blocking the audience's view. At the same time, on stage 2, thick smoke rose where two fighters clashed beside a floating energy sphere. Inside the sphere, Sana and Ximin calmly played cards as Bane watched in confusion. Ximin shrugged, saying he was bored and sought elite opponents, while Sana smiled, saying she'd just finished a mission in Dioji Town. Bane rejoiced at having more allies, believing teamwork would help. He mentioned the missing ability user's investigation, but grew uneasy under Sana's strange gaze. Sana asked why Bane dressed like a noble lady because a tarot card had turned him female. As they played, an announcement blared about the tense final. Ximin remarked, Li Yuxuan was a strong fighter. On the arena, a snake-headed spirit appeared behind the female warrior, mocking Li Yuxuan for lacking a demon. She eyed him greedily, believing devouring him could free her from her master's control. Li Yuxuan coldly called her demon weak, enraging her into a furious scream. Suddenly, Chelsea appeared in the battlefield. She scolded the little snake for defying the queen of its kind and roared mightily. The demonic snake trembled as its master panicked at losing control. It turned and attacked its mistress, making her scream in terror. Li Yuxuan was stunned, unsure why the creature rebelled. The female fighter unleashed a burst skill, causing an explosion that pushed the demon back. In that moment, Li Yuxuan realized she was the real hunter. She revealed her monstrous form, silver hair, and long fangs, roaring that devouring him would free her before reinforcements came. She lashed out wildly, bloodlust in her eyes, treating him as a sacrifice. Li Yuxuan swiftly dodged and countered. He threw several darts, recalling Chen Shi's aura, but the mimic ability hadn't activated. The darts were easily blocked, and she sneered at him mockingly. But Li Yuxuan stayed calm, embedding blades around her to set a trap. Red light lines crossed, forming blazing energy chains. Her body was bound tight, screams showing her life force was being drained. Li Yuxuan smirked slightly, judgmental power rising cold as steel. He smelled the metallic scent of her blood, strange and indescribable. Pain weakened her, trembling and gasping in cold sweat. She cursed in agony, then burst out a violent surge, breaking the chains. In madness, eyes glowing red, she attacked wildly, vowing to kill all enemies. Li Yuxuan dodged swiftly, noticing an energy armor on her arm, and narrowly avoided a strike. She attacked fiercely, her taunting voice echoing through the air. She roared, daring him to stop dodging if he was truly strong. He answered with 4 ice-sharp surgical blades flying like lightning. The blades hit her weak points, making her writhe in agony. Paralyzed, she collapsed, screaming in terror, asking what he had done. Li Yuxuan coldly replied he was merely performing a joint-severing surgery. She completely fell, eyes blank, unable to grasp what had happened. A siren blared, robots rushed in to seal the area as Li Yuxuan noted the slow response. In despair, the mutant woman screamed she didn't want to return to the lab, trembling in fear. A robot immediately struck her down and silence filled the room. One robot thanked Li Yuxuan for his help, dragging her motionless body away. Li Yuxuan frowned, mind weighed with heavy thoughts. He suspected her power came from absorbing other ability users and hoped it ended here. His frail appearance made a robot inquire about his health, but he coldly brushed it off as a minor illness. On Arena 2, Ximin and Sana wondered why the door hadn't opened despite their win, The robot said the next arena had a malfunction. Xiumin shouted angrily, triggering the robot's alert. Sana quickly stopped him to avoid trouble. At that moment, a strange signal came through Xiumin's headset. Geza's voice reported he had found the missing ability users all dead. Their bodies were torn apart, many halved. Then Gaza fell silent in terror. Thick, sticky drops splattered onto him with a horrifying sound. Looking up, Gaza saw a giant, white-skinned, spider-like monster with sharp fangs ready to devour him. His scream startled Xiumin. The signal cut off. Xiumin shouted in despair as silence fell, while Ba Yin guessed there were more predators in the city than expected. Xiumin decided to rescue Gaza, asking Sana to join. Sana worried if Ba Yin would be fine staying behind. Ba Yin confidently said he had leveled up and would continue investigating with Li Yushuan, making Sana uneasy. He turned, his gray armor fitting tightly, smiling to reassure Sana they'd be fine. Sana finally agreed and left with Xiumin. In the mayor's office, tension filled the air as he angrily slammed the desk. He scolded the priest for failing to control the demons and experiments, but the priest coldly told him to stay calm if he wanted success. The mayor shuddered, fearing leaks would cause disaster, his eyes fixed on a glowing floating Rubik's Cube. The priest darkly said worry was pointless now, an age of evolution was near. At Huayuan's border, Li Yushuan and Ba Yin arrived at a new arena. The ground was cracked and barren, showing no trace of life. Li Yushuan checked his watch, smirking that he must kill enough demons and hunters to rank up. He realized the counter-bracelet merely turned ability users into the system's killing tools. Ba Yin calmly said that was normal. Yushuan threw the bracelet away, disgusted by its constraint. Ba Yin was horrified, but Yushuan sneered, saying there's no need to kill for points he'd borrow someone else's at the end. Ba Yin was speechless, shocked such irresponsibility came from a divine enforcer. Yushuan glanced at him and laughed, noting how the black qipao made Ba Yin look like a delicate girl. He waved and walked off, saying the effect was temporary and they should find shelter first. Ba Yin froze, realizing Yushuan was glowing from the lover's tarot card effect. He suddenly found Yushuan strangely attractive. A barren wasteland stretched under a gray sky. From the dust, a man in leather appeared, calling himself one-day shopkeeper, grinning wickedly at Yushuan. A noise behind made him turn, assuring the hidden creature in the shadows that good prey was coming. That prey was none other than Li Yushuan, whose eyes reflected the man's sinister intent. Elsewhere, a stranger burst into their rest area but was quickly subdued by Yushuan, his face bloodied. Yushuan held a surgical knife to his face, coldly interrogating him, learning he belonged to the Yi organization monitoring them. Ba Yin approached angrily, recalling their clash at City Hall and suspecting the group always knew their movements, while the spy stayed silent. Yushuan lost patience, slicing the man's face until he screamed and confessed the bracelets had tracking functions. Ba Yin checked his watch, face darkening as the man added someone wanted them dead and had leaked their location before. Yushuan coldly asked the motive, but the man shook his head desperately, claiming ignorance. Yushuan pressed further, asking if the city was experimenting on ability users. The man said they were developing secret tech and implanting robots into civilians but was knocked out by Yushuan before finishing. The heavy punch knocked the man flat as Yushuan froze coldly, anger rising within. Realizing the answer was useless, the two exchanged quick thoughts and theorized they might be turning into predators themselves, shocking Ba Yin. At that moment, Yushuan sensed a strange aura behind him. He reacted instantly, striking toward it as thick black smoke spread out. Ba Yin quickly cast a skill, raising a protective shield around them. An explosion sounded as the smoke engulfed Ba Yin's shield. Cracks began spreading across the shield's surface. Ba Yin shouted in alarm, guessing something was corroding the barrier. Yushuan turned to identify the attacker, his gaze turning icy. From the black smoke emerged a familiar figure, the one-eyed judge standing amid dark red pits, smirking at Ba Yin. He glanced at a reflection and saw Yushuan, Chen Shi, and Ba Yin, yet didn't seem to recognize Ba Yin. Yuxuan signaled for aid, and Ba Yin nodded, ready to join the fight. The judge mocked calmly, snapping his fingers and saying he had a gift for Yuxuan. From the darkness came a grotesque demon, the righteous demon. The judge sneered that Chelsea could absorb other demons, but if overloaded, she'd be devoured, so he brought this one to consume the excess. He laughed, mocking that perhaps Chelsea would become this creature's meal instead. With a sharp command, he made the demon open its mouth, forming a huge black vortex that devoured the space ahead. The sky turned crimson, bloodlight flooding the battlefield. Yuxuan stayed calm as Ba Yin raised a red shield to protect them from the suction. In the cramped barrier, Ba Yin said he could only hold a small area to focus energy for a counterattack. Yuxuan nodded, saying that was enough. He noted the smoke lacked a physical body and only devoured matter. Ba Yin added it might hide one and encouraged Yuxuan, saying if he'd defeated Uchi, he could win again. That made Yuxuan smile, slightly giving up didn't exist in his mind. Fury surged. He drew his weapon and charged to find and crush the creature's core. Amid the smoke, the monster's true form began to appear. It looked around in fear. Yuxuan and Ba Yin had vanished without a trace. The monster roared, confident its smoke could sense prey escape was futile. It opened its jaws wide to swallow everything before it. Suddenly, a flash of light slashed its body, making it tremble in confusion. Li Yuxuan appeared before it, voice sharp as a blade, mocking if it feared Chen Shi enough to flee. He declared firmly that even if the fight was unfair, the only victor would be Li Yuxuan. He raised Chelsea's scythe, its cold gleam flashing as he challenged the monster to a hunt. The scythe swung fiercely, and the demon fled in terror, beginning a deadly chase between hunter and prey. Yuxuan was thrilled, blood boiling as he laughed at the once proud monster now fleeing miserably. A glowing shield blocked its path by Yin's trap, sealing its escape. Inside, Yuxuan closed in, gripping his scythe tightly for a fatal strike. But the monster laughed gleefully, eyes filled with cunning. Its body shattered into countless fragments, four heads floating mid-air, mocking that it was intangible and merely waiting to devour them both. Ba Yin panicked, telling Yuxuan to hide, but he coldly replied that offense was the best defense. Without hesitation, he dashed off, telling Ba Yin to guard himself while he hunted the demon, disappearing in an instant. From afar, the one-eyed judge watched with amusement, thinking Yuxuan was only distracting to save Ba Yin. But his eyes widened as he realized he was wrong. The sight before him defied belief. Yuxuan moved like an illusion, heading straight for him, eyes piercing through every secret. He was sure that though the demon could devour all, there was a place it couldn't absorb, a weak point tied to its true body. Suddenly, a huge head lunged at him to bite. Yuxuan raised his scythe to block, the impact exploding as golden light flared. He instantly understood Chen Shi had intervened, sending the message that the demon had a physical body, its true, fatal core. Yuxuan was momentarily stunned, unsure where to begin searching. Chen Shi's faint voice said her body wasn't strong enough to sense its position, but Yuxuan could use the Dreamweaver ability to track it. He nodded, recalling it wasn't fully activated yet. The righteous demons stealth-forced Yuxuan to risk activating Dreamweaver, creating countless glowing threads in the void. He watched them curiously as they began to move, guiding his path. Surprised but resolute, Yuxuan followed their lead while the demons still searched aimlessly. It never noticed Yuxuan was right beneath it, making him inwardly scoff at its stupidity. Deep underground, Yuxuan saw corpses devoured alive and sensed he was nearing the demon's lair. He suddenly froze before something grotesque. Ahead lay a mass of warped, flesh-like organs. He suspected it was the demon's true body. Without hesitation, he slashed violently, cursing the disgusting form as he struck. The blow made the demon scream in agony, hurriedly regenerating its body. Yuxuan watched coldly, annoyed by its troublesome regeneration. Seeing it heal, he gritted his teeth in anger. He swore to tear the body apart and see how it could revive again. Gathering all his strength, he struck down like thunder, the demon's screams echoing through the depths. The demon screamed in agony as its flesh scattered across the ground, carried away by the wind. The crimson sky faded to blue while Yushuan stood still, exhaling in relief. Exhausted, he struck one final blow at the remaining flesh. In that instant, the demon's true body disintegrated completely, never to regenerate. The Dreamweaver power within Yushuan slowly faded, reminding him how Chen Shi once fell into a coma when hers shut down. Bane ran over, shouting about the mist, then realized the smoke had cleared and that Yushuan had won. Seeing the wreckage, Bane asked if that was the demon's body, and Yushuan calmly confirmed it was its organs. Bane was shocked demons even had organs, while Yushuan recalled events and questioned why the demon hadn't sensed him while he searched for its body. Yushuan suspected Bane had reinforced the barrier to mislead the enemy, thanking him for his help. Bane shyly waved it off, saying it was nothing since he'd promised to slay demons with Yushuan, and praised his courage in diverting the monster. He joked cheerfully that teammates should help each other and only wanted a meal as thanks, making Yushuan sigh at his odd eating habits. They stopped chatting to plan how to track the evil ring but were interrupted by an emergency teleport notice from the system. Bane panicked, thinking the competition was over as blue light surrounded them, teleporting them to an unknown place. A system error announced all were returned to Yingxiao City. Yushuan and Bane appeared before its massive gate, stunned. A violent explosion echoed, screams for help rising amid spreading chaos. They instantly went on alert, realizing the trouble the system had mentioned. Before them, demons and hunters stormed Yingxiao City, wreaking havoc in a horrific scene. Shumin charged in eagerly, shouting challenges at the demons, fighting in wild excitement. The demons froze, shocked by his sudden power. Gazaza watched his brother, realizing it had been long since Shumin fought with such joy, then joined Sana and the Espers to explode the demons. Sana called for Gaza to assist other Esper groups, and he rushed off without hesitation. Elsewhere, a wounded man groaned in despair. Bane appeared to treat him temporarily, telling him to wait for a healer, while Yushuan worried how monsters breached the sealed city. Bane suspected the protective barrier malfunctioned. Just then, a medical robot arrived, alerting Espers that the energy field was collapsing and war was imminent. Yushuan urgently asked when the energy disappeared, and the robot replied it had vanished last night when chaos began. Hearing that, a memory flashed in Yushuan's mind, revealing something unusual. He dashed off, telling Bane to keep rescuing while he restored the energy, and Bane called after him to be careful. As he ran, Yushuan's mind spun, realizing he'd just found the missing piece. He recalled the tournament's opening night when Yingxiao City burned fiercely under black smoke. Robot patrol teams urgently searched for the cause of the fire. Yushuan hid in silence, avoiding their scans. After sneaking through multiple routes, he reached the scene cleared out, but his sharp eyes caught suspicious traces on the floor. He drew his surgical knife, letting demonic energy surge around him. With a strong stab, the ground cracked open, and a violent explosion echoed. Beneath the floor lay a hidden chamber. Yushuan was shocked by its depth and concealment. Without hesitation, he jumped down, finding it was once a holding cell, though his Dreamweaver power hadn't fully recovered. Even so, he activated the Word of Truth ability to trace lingering memories. In spiritual vision, he saw a weak, purple-haired girl tied to a chair, her energy drained by a machine. Two other children suddenly burst into the room. They tried to remove the device from the girl's head to save her. The wires sparked violently, and a boy shouted for everyone to run before it exploded. The three children tried to escape together in panic. A sudden surge of electricity struck the purple-haired girl's hair, burning several strands. The vision cut off abruptly, the memory ending mid-scene. Yushuan opened his eyes, picked up a burnt strand, and realized the city's protective energy source came from that very girl. The scene shifted to a tall apartment building. An old priest brought a bowl of hot soup to the purple-haired girl, gently urging her to eat and regain strength. The frail girl smiled gratefully, eyes soft with emotion. A silver-haired girl nervously urged them to leave, fearing pursuit, but the priest calmly assured them no one would notice amid the chaos. A boy by the window innocently asked if they should go help others. The priest smiled oddly, saying monsters couldn't reach here and espers would protect civilians. Battle sounds thundered outside as robot soldiers were destroyed. The priest glanced out, smiling slyly, saying they had visitors. The boy cheered, recognizing a familiar face. The newcomer was Li Yuxuan, warmly called Good Big Brother by the boy. Yuxuan looked coldly at the purple-haired girl, questioning if the priest was the one who took her. She trembled in fear. The two other children stood before her, insisting the priest was their benefactor who saved her. Yuxuan sneered, unable to believe how they saw him as a good man. The children explained they'd been kidnapped from an orphanage. The purple-haired girl turned into the city's energy core, and the priest had tricked robots to rescue her. The purple-haired girl pleaded not to be taken back, as the silver-haired friend comforted her, saying Yuxuan was kind. The priest smiled wickedly, saying Yuxuan arrived earlier than expected, then mockingly asked if he dared harm the good man in the children's eyes. Yuxuan let out a cold laugh, saying good and evil were vague terms, then sternly demanded to know the priest's true purpose. The priest calmly claims he's doing good deeds, revealing the girl was once turned into an energy vessel for the barrier for years. He says that energy field protected the city, but using a child as fuel was cruel. Hu Xuan angrily argues saving one person at the cost of a whole city is absurd, but the old man mocks that saving even one life is precious. He firmly states he would choose a path without sacrificing anyone, be it one child or thousands. Hu Xuan points at him, calling his words cheap excuses to hide his crimes. The old man laughs, saying peace is built on injustice and sacrifice, warning Hu Xuan he'll soon understand its true cost. Hu Xuan freezes, eyes confused by the cryptic meaning. A strange energy surge makes Hu Xuan alert. Outside, a giant blue-black octopus-like demon appears, destroying everything with massive tentacles. The system issues an emergency evacuation. The city descends into panic. Shu Min rolls up his sleeves, shouting to fight, while Sana warns the monster is unusual. In a corner, a man wreathed in flames stands firm amid smoke, eyes cold as steel. He gathers blazing red energy in his hand, roars, and strikes a lethal blow. A powerful beam shoots at the monster, causing a sky-shaking explosion. Even hit, the creature is only lightly wounded, its destroyed eye regenerating fast. The man is horrified that his solar ray attack failed. The monster lifts its massive body, rising into the sky. Its tentacles slam down like whips, blasting the ground apart in smoke and dust. Bai Yin raises a shield saving 4 people, while Sana pants, worried for other ability users. Schumann jokes to Gaza that the demon's energy feels like the sun, but Gaza snaps it's not light energy, but... A cold voice interrupts, praising a beloved master, praying not for itself but for its kin, all turn to see Chim. Bai Yin says the arrogant ones are worshipping a divine lord, leaving Shu Min confused. The deputy mayor closes his book, explaining pride is an incurable sin as cold light flashes above him. He calmly adds that boundless arrogance makes its bearer invincible. Sana demands why the deputy mayor sides with the demon, and Gaza agrees the demon's power resists damage. A huge tentacle growls toward the deputy mayor as he bows, pretending fear and apology. He admits the sudden appearance caught him unprepared and proposes offering ability users as compensation. The invincible demon laughs mockingly, its overwhelming aura and size terrifying everyone. Bai Yin suddenly realizes something, eyes widening in shock. The tentacles strike with sharp green light, piercing Bai Yin's defenses effortlessly. Some escape, but those hit are instantly drained of life. The demon's eyes glow green as its eerie voice murmurs thanks. Shu Min roars in rage, raising his sword and vowing to slay the creature that hurt his comrades. Gaza, furious to the core, unleashes his power to devour the monster alive. Sana stays calm, warning everyone that the creature is abnormal and must be approached carefully. Survivors notice cracks along the demon's path, leaking strange green energy fluid. A massive explosion erupts as the green liquid shoots up like fountains, terrifying all. The liquid spreads, corroding everything it touches. Sana is trapped by the sticky fluid, struggling as Bai Yin tries to escape and calls for Hu Xuan's help. The demon opens its eyes wide, threatening to devour everyone mercilessly. A cold, mocking voice calls the demons ugly and dull, startling them. A flash of violet light slices through, severing many of the monster's limbs. Li Xuan appears with a violet scythe, slamming it down and scolding the demon for tainting the world. With one strike, Hu Xuan saves many. An ability user cheers that the enemy retreats, but Ba Yin warns it's not yet dead. The monster stares at his scythe, recognizing it as Queen Chen Shi's weapon. Hu Xuan smirks, mocking its memory of the old master. He smiles darkly, asking if it wants to feed itself to the queen or be slain and offered in pieces. The demon, enraged by shame, roars that it's the undefeated demon, ready to fight Chen Shi or anyone strong. In an instant, Hu Xuan appears before it, asking which demon will truly prevail. Purple lightning bursts, his slashes tearing space as he lands softly. The explosion expands, black smoke rising and violet light blazing across the sky as the land shatters. Someone waves a hand in disgust, and Gaza laughs, sarcastically thanking for the welcome show. The deputy mayor stands safely within a green shield amid the chaos. Hu Xuan strokes the scythe, smirking that victory is his. But the demon's cold laughter calls him a fool, making Hu Xuan turn in shock. The monster has transformed into a more terrifying form. Its lower body becomes tentacles, upper half human-like, roaring it's the undefeated, undying, eternal one. It raises its giant form, sweeping tentacles to unleash massive destructive energy. Gaza quickly forms a barrier to protect Hu Xuan, worriedly asking if he's hurt. Hu Xuan lets out a strange, dark laugh that chills everyone. Without replying, he swings his scythe and leaps upward, saying things are finally getting interesting. The deputy mayor sneers that even gods couldn't kill this creature, let alone a mortal like Hu Xuan. Hu Xuan smirks, launching 3 red energy blades skyward. The blades explode, lightly wounding the monster. He mocks that the god has lost all power. Pointing at the demons surrounding the city, he coldly taunts that if the beast is so strong yet Yingxiao City stands safe, the deputy must be close with them. The deputy calmly argues sacrificing a few ability users to save the majority in Yingxiao is an act of salvation. Hu Xuan angrily counters that this is the first step toward destruction, hinting at a bloody hidden plot. The old man smiles confidently, saying his methods have kept the city peaceful for years. He coolly claims great power brings great duty, and if ability users can't win, they should die as honored shields for future generations. The voices of civilians rise, begging the ability users to protect them even at the cost of their lives. Sana is stunned by their pleas while Shimin rages, saying they're deceived by pretty lies. The people beg desperately for the strong to drive the monster away, making Gaza curse them as manipulated fools. The image of the deputy convincing the crowd deepens as he urges them to accept sacrifice as brave survival. He warns that if ability users fail, people will strip their faith and call them weak, so surrender and sacrifice are true heroism. A violet flash streaks through the sky, striking the undefeated demon. Li Xuan appears, cleaving the monster in two without hesitation, stunning Shimin. He grips the scythe tightly, face cold, mocking the deputy mayor's hypocrisy. The deputy replies indifferently that sentiment isn't needed. Only the worthy deserve saving. The demon rapidly regenerates, wounds vanishing as the old man mocks Hu Xuan to prove himself a true hero. Suddenly, a green beam-tipped tentacle attacks from behind, aiming to kill him. He silently swings his scythe, shredding it. The old official's voice echoes, questioning who deserves protection. Hu Xuan clenches his teeth in silence, saving people was never his true goal. The demon provokes him further, craving blood as meaning. His eyes glow red in a battle between dream and judgment. He leaps to dodge the tentacle, inwardly groaning for the others to focus on killing the demon. Its cruel words pierce his mind, tempting chaos. If not to kill, what's the point of life? Hu Xuan's blood boils, yet he roars for it to shut up. A golden beam slices through his cheek with chilling energy as the demonic voice repeats its taunts, challenging his very self. Two images of Hu Xuan appear, one furious, one calm, standing beside him while the voice urges him toward bloodlust. The demon folds its tentacles into a giant fist, roaring why it can't unleash itself. It smashes down hard, but Hu Xuan swiftly dodges. He grips the scythe tightly as his spiritual anchor and answers with quiet resolve. His patience fades, his eyes blaze gold, ready to burn and erase everything in his way. Suddenly, a child's voice calls out affectionately, pulling him back from madness. Hu Xuan turns his head. The girl says the scythe is resisting the pressure, grabs his sleeve, and worries about the untrustworthy fortune-teller. He gently tells her to turn away. She widens her eyes, hugs him, and insists he's good. She wants to save him. Hu Xuan sweats, saying he'll tear off that guy's arm first, then fix her speech. She closes her eyes, palms glowing blue, a power that, if she can use, he can accept too. When she touches him, the light spreads through his body. Before he can respond, the demon strikes again. It laughs arrogantly, mocking humans as weak and tiny, claiming one hit isn't enough. Suddenly, it senses something strange, hearing a sound from above. The ground beneath Hu Xuan swells, lifting the demon into his palm as their sizes suddenly reverse.